Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Boys! I forgot to turn the camera on. Apparently. We made it! Sorry, first time streaming. My bad. My bad. Forgot to actually turn the camera on. I flipped the switch, but I didn't press the button. My bad. My bad. My bad. I forgore. Anybody else stream with like an actual camera? Cause like I have a Sony A7 and I have to like turn that bitch on and then I have to like turn it on. It's a weird set of circumstances. Healbot, what up, dude? A wood morning to you. Strag beach episode. Yes. A big beach training montage for the boys. Keith, Nin, Z, Mick B, what up, dude? We are truly up tremendous on this fine day. Another day, another Leon first in chat. Yo, Arn, how you doing, my friend? This quickly become my go-to-bed stream. Perfect. Yo, I appreciate that, dude. I don't stream, but camera's better than webcam. It is better than webcam. I just forget to turn that bitch on sometimes, if I'm being real. Are you still missing DPS for XP farm? I don't know. I just kind of logged on. I didn't even tell anyone to be here. But I can legitimately tank this from outside of the group because I don't really need the XP for anything. Actually, I do need my weapon XP for the last 17%. But other than that, I'm literally set. I'm good. I've got my longbow already 25. I need my mace to 25. And then for the time being, I'm fucking set. So like, if you guys want to come down here for this, please by all means, come down. I will probably spend like, I don't know, if I can get a group up to 25 and then take that group to a gear farm, I feel like that's a success today. And then tomorrow, probably go down and level a lower group and try to bring them up is kind of what I'm thinking. And just kind of keep trying to work in batches to raise the floor of like where, you know, where people are at. So I'll be here for an hour and a half. I mean, how far away are you? Because an hour and a half is beyond enough time. Like 500k away? Or Z, are you getting on? Because if you want to heal it, I'm down. I got room for a ranger? Yes. We just need one bard. Because they were doing one cleric, one bard previously. I mean, I do think 2 clerics would be better if we could get another cleric that needed a quick 25 push. You're cooking at the moment? Like in game or like cooking? Let's see. Hold on. X up 2 slots, Omega XP pump free level 25. All right. I feel like if we get a full group of 8 for you guys, like a bard and then another DPS, and then just me tanking should probably be fine outside of the group, because that'll give you guys a lot of fucking DPS. So maybe I have XP scrolls for 5 people. I have another blue novice. It's only 8%, but actual noms, oh shit, I'm half to 25. Nin, you will probably get your 25 out here in about 30 minutes. Where are you? I have XP scroll. Oh my god. I am at the Tropics Omega Pump. Level 22. Yes, that is perfect. Savo, please come through. John, how you doing, my friend? Will the League MMO or LOTRO MMO be out before this game? Probably not. From everything we've heard, I'm assuming you're talking about like the Lord of the Rings Amazon edition. So anyone in Riverlands able to deliver the scrolls? Who's in Riverlands that wants to meet up with Cyborg? Keith and Axe. Keith and Axe both in Winstead. So basically, I don't claim to be an expert on, you know, what's going on in the game dev scene or anything. But when I was playing New World, I kind of like kept tabs on what was going on with Amazon games. And like it didn't look like anything was happening progression-wise on the LOTR MMO. So like they had done an interview as recently as last August, where, not this past August, but the August before, where the LOTR MMO was brought up, and essentially Christoph Hartmann, the CEO of AGS, said something along the lines of like, we're still trying to find the hook, find what's going to make it interesting and set it apart from other MMOs. Because apparently being an LOTR MMO is not enough. So you know that was intriguing. So they have pulled some people off of New World. They've restructured some teams, and seemingly they may be making progress on that. But to my knowledge, everything LOTR MMO is still conceptualization phase, is still pre-iteration phase. So we don't even know the actual, like, you know, video game dev work has been done on that, or if it's just like storyboarding still. So we haven't really seen much actual fruition gameplay wise with LOTR. I think League is further behind that. Although I don't really know all of what's going on with League because they went dark and said we probably wouldn't hear anything for several years a while back. So League, we also have no actual confirmation of like something tangible existing. And for better or for worse, at the end of the day, with Ashes, we do have something tangible that exists. And I think that is a huge thing that Ashes has that a lot of these other like very long-term MMOs do not. And yes, Riot may have the capacity to, you know, pump out a product faster than Intrepid. You know, maybe AGS has a lot of groundwork already laid from New World that's going to tie into their LOTR MMO. We may never know how the entire like dev of it will go. Oh, nice. This is cool. We may never know how the entire dev process of it's going to go simply because of the fact that, you know, Intrepid's incredibly transparent. Intrepid is like a first-time dev, if we're being real. And they could be slower or faster than other developers. But as far as I know, I mean, my money would be on Ashes coming out first, simply because of the fact that Ashes has something playable. AGS gotta lock in on Throne and Liberty. I mean, AGS is just a publisher for Throne and Liberty, right? So, like, while they do have some pull for the NA side of shit and cooked it, you gotta realize AGS cooked pretty much everything. I don't know what, like, TNL player base is, but, like, TNL's been cooked, Lost Ark was cooked, New World's been cooked, but trying to uncook itself a little bit. But yeah, it's been rough for anything AGS. Although they did just drop King of Meat, so TNL's same player numbers as New World. How were the Korea servers for TNL? I think that's my larger question. Cause like there's AGS, NA, TNL, and then there's Korea TNL, which is like the original TNL, right? So I'm curious if like the OG TNL servers are like holding up comparatively versus New World. Because Throne and Liberty was one of those same things as Lost Ark, where it kind of like came over in kind of like a not pre-solved state, but yo, Crows, what up, dude? Cravon, hello. Can't see my toes anymore. Isn't that a goddamn shame? We need a bard for this group, by the way, because I don't think Cyborg's actually coming down. We need one bard that is at least level 21 that wants the Omega XP. The Omega XP. I don't think there's a way to check our player numbers. I'd assume about the same as NA. Interesting. So, do you think it was a matter of like how Amazon handled stuff as a publisher, or do you think that it was just like TNL was kind of doomed to fail? Because I didn't play Throne and Liberty. I was very put off by the pay-to-win aspect, the pre-solved aspect from like the information coming over from Korea, all of that stuff, but I'm intrigued. I try to like stay educated a little bit on like what's going on with other MMOs, even if I don't know the most about it. But yo, Cypher, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Appreciate you coming through. What are you getting up to on this fine day? We are getting ready to pump XP. I hit 25 just so I could get faster XP when I don't need it for people that do need it. That's the way she goes. Need one bard Omega XP pump 21 plus. Actually, I could get a cleric too. And a cleric. And then I can just tank outside of the group. That would be fucking best. Alright, do we have a bard and a cleric that want to come through for quite literally the fastest XP you'll get? Room for one bard, one clerk. XP farm 21 plus. DM DustyWhy. I can cleric if no under 25 cleric. Yeah, I don't even know, like, honestly, do you need weapon XP or anything? Because if you come down and just sit in my group with me and we're outside of their group, you can just heal me and we could grab stuff. 1 level, word. Who's this? Z. Okay, I literally should have known. It was the drippy mount that gave it away. All right. Because, like, yesterday we were 1 cleric, 1 barding this. And it was really easy. We were doing it with, like, 6 people. And with me in group. So, if I'm sitting outside of the group, they get another DPS. If you're sitting outside of the group healing me, they get 2 more DPS. Things should die incredibly fast. And then I literally just sit there and grab threat on stuff until everyone's 25. Seems pretty good. Haven't played since November. Once you hit max level, it's fast traveling to POIs and either killing a boss or doing dungeons over and over again. TNL, yeah. I mean, the thing about MMOs, in my opinion, and ARPGs, is they're legitimately, at their very basis, I'm hitting mobs, hitting people, or hitting gatherables. That's it. It's just the scene at which you're doing it. It's like smoking a cigarette on the beach versus smoking a cigarette in a fancy restaurant versus smoking a cigarette at your PC setup. It just depends on how you want to smoke your cigarette, right? That's it. That's literally it. Every MMO is more or less grind-based, the same thing. You walk up to shit and you hit shit. No matter how you go about that, that's it. Some of them you fast travel place to place to get to the shit. Some of them you run place to place to get to the shit. It just depends on how you want to get to the shit and where you want the shit to be. Some people like instance shit. Some people like open world shit. Some people like single player shit. It's all about how you want it. That's literally what I think so many people tend to forget about MMOs. There's not this like just glorious switch up that's gonna hit the MMO scene and shake it off its fucking core. Like, they're still just MMOs. They're still just grinding. They're all kind of the fucking same. It's just the matter of like what your accessory systems are, what you're doing when you're not hitting shit, and that changes a lot. I'm max like 3 hours there. Oh yeah. I mean, this shit is so fast. We have 22s in the group, but I'm assuming with everybody having scrolls, if we have 22s and 23s, it's 24, 23, 22, 24, 22, 22. We could legitimately get everybody to max very quickly. So I mean, if you do want to come through, I think we just need a bard at this point more than anything else. Yesterday I went from 21 to 24, 90%. That's fucking insane. What's the best Ember Spring to touch? Hakriba. I would say just grab Hakriba on the way down. They all have them here. And then you do also have the harbor here. But like, Hakriba should be fine. It is legitimately over 1 million XP per hour, Savo. It's fucking insane. I'm 25 already. It doesn't really matter. Harbor's closer. Word. Yeah, either way, just depends on where you're coming from. Now, ideally you don't die. This is a pretty fucking easy grind. So all we do is pull all of these mobs. You guys are gonna grab them and pull them through me. I'm going to sit here and do this, and hopefully we'll have enough heals and sustain for you guys to keep me up. Because if we get Merc and then we get 1 more Bardington, we're good. Do you know where to get blue XP bonus? Blue XP bonus. Do you mean like these? Like the scrolls? So scribes are going to make scrolls. That's one of the one of the craftings. So you can make different buff scrolls, different experience scrolls from processing, adventuring, gathering, crafting. So you can do a lot through scribing. You'll get those either from scribes directly, or you can go to player markets and you can grab them from player markets there. So Cyborg has a lot of scrolls since he's our scribe, and now that he's in part of that batch that the guild is 25 for, or like the batch of the guild that got 25, I should say, we're now able to, you know, get started with crafting on the people that are 25. We're able to get started, like, you know, having people double back and help level other groups. So we have a lot of people that are also in this like 17 plus range. So if we can get more people to 17, then I'll be able to bring a big group of people to Epstein Island And then we'll be able to power level them at Epstein. So that'll be good. A lot of XP opportunities at Epstein. Also some very good drop chances over there. So, you know, it's a pretty scenic trip too. You get to go all the way up to the tropics, a nice little swim. You do have to go through a few checkpoints along the way, but once you're actually out there, you're good. So that's one of our favorite like 17 grinds. And then as soon as you get 20, it's pretty fucking easy. It's really easy. Level 7 Bard reporting for duty. Listen, you and Woodles, if you combine, that'd be a Bard and a Mage. That's a whole fucking lot of experience output. Between just you guys, if you find something to smack, that's a pumper duo. I'm just saying, Crows, you guys would probably be 25 by the end of the day. You catch up to Hoofsy, you save Hoofsy from the anvils, and then he's freed. You guys are freed. And then together, you guys become the 325 Skateers. And you're up fucking tremendous. I think AGS has a lot more TL's updates coming out than we think. I feel like there's newer content being brought to TNL, like housing raids, etc. Interesting. Interesting. Hoofsy's 17.5. What the helly? Are you really? I thought you were like 15 the other day. Hoofsy, you've grown. I've been busy, I can tell. What the helly? Did you get on a mob grind? I was 12 Saturday morning. You grow up so fast. I'm hoping the gear helped at least a little bit. Have you been able to find good groups like earlier in the morning? I know Cats UA was getting active as shit. I think they were in Forge with Zop and the gang like way earlier. So I popped on and I was checking some shit out. I saw them grinding over in Forge, dude. They were fucking pumping. Fun a few pumpers. Absolutely massive. Yeah, the early morning crew is huge, dude. I think the EU guild's actually all filled up right now. Cats UA is currently fighting Polar in Steel. Do they need help? Like, is it an 8 versus 8? Or should we go up and help? They're fine. Okay. If they need us to go help, we will absolutely pull up. But if they're handling it, then I will keep pumping people's XP. That's the big goal for today, was XP pump. But if we need to divert, I can fucking divert. New crafter grievance processing, anything related to halcyon is 30 minutes per item. Oh no. 30 minutes per item? That's not good. Wait, but who from Polar though? Because I think most of their demons are on like a very fucked up sleep schedule. Godchi came in at midnight last night and said good morning. I think half of Polar's asleep, but that's good. Good, good, good. I'm glad the EU guys are fucking cooking it. That makes me happy. I'm glad that we have them, man. They have been working very hard to gear out. They got some people that are incredibly geared. Their top end is more geared than our top end is. So we just got to keep getting the levels up. Hopefully we can get raids together early in the day for us, late in the day for them. And then we're able to just go down and hold down some areas. Because like right now, people aren't going to have a lot that's actually, you know, here early in the day, especially returning to work and shit like that. So if we get on and just immediately hit like Forge, whatever we need to do with a big ass raid, you know, midday and then do one later at night, 2 raids a day, it's going to be so much gear. Polar has like 2 groups that are scary. Yeah, I was going to say, what's God Cheese gear at now? Motherfucker was like 240 power 4 days ago. Probably like 245 now. DRs are a bitch. The craziest thing about it is all of that. Devlin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. The craziest thing about it is all of that work just for Mage to struggle against a tank with no gear. You're gonna have a god-geared Mage piloted by a very good player, and then tank shows up with Reflect and Mage loses to its own abilities. It's such a sad time to be a Mage. We'll run up the duels once I'm not at fucking 10% magic, man. Dude, I hate heavy armor. I hate it. I genuinely, I can't wait to be back in medium and light. If I'm just sitting here, my magic mit's fucking, I guess it's 26.8 right now because of my chest. But if I take that off, I'm 21.9. I'm getting fucking almost 6% mitigation. because of my, well, actually 5% mitigation, but just from my chest piece. I need that shit. That is a whole lot of magic mitt that I'd be losing. Only I punch myself hard enough. Bro, all I have to do to beat a mage in a duel is just wait for a cast bar and go. As soon as a cast bar finishes. GG, I win. Start pulling out a healer. We don't have a bard. I need a fucking mana bot over here. Any bardos 21 plus 4 XP pump. I posted in Discord as well too. Fucking need XP. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I also need it. Well, actually, I don't need XP. They all need XP, but they don't have mana. I don't really need the bard for mana purposes, because I'm just gonna sit here and probably press Intimidating Aura the entire day, if I'm being honest. I'm a very simple man with a very simple plan. And that plan is to hold threat on things in the middle of this island area. Should be easy enough. I don't think it'll be too deep. But I would most definitely like the healers and the caster DPS to have a good bit of sustain. Because if they don't, things might get hairy. And I don't want things to get hairy. I don't want people to go, I just want to sit here, 2 hours tops. I want to get everybody's fucking XP done. If I'm being honest with myself. I don't want to be power leveling people for long because this means that I'm not farming up gear while I'm power leveling. And I want to farm up gear, dog. I really want gear. As much as I love doing this, it's very fun. I don't want to be in my Steel Bloom set.
Like, why does Sword and Board have the best ability in the game now?
Preach it to me, Chris.
Why did Firestaff get a 20% plague on the easiest ability to use?
Right.
Why the fuck did I lose my grit?
Right.
Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
It is true. It is true. But everything will make sense once we're on that gear grind. 1893, 195 max health. That's a lot of max health. That's a lot of max health. What armor do bards use? Lighter, medium, or heavy? Really whatever you can get that's the most magic power early on. Like that's whoa. Whoa. What the fuck? The biggest difference between light, medium, and heavy is that you get different mitigation splits with each class. So light armor is magic mitigation only. Medium armor is split between magic and fizz. Heavy armor is only fizz mit. So it can be a little weird to like play as a caster with heavy sometimes, or you know, as a tank with light if people don't realize that. But yeah, once you get that, then you have the element of like 5 pieces of the same weight give you an additional mitigation bonus. So like you'll notice these are heavy gloves, so these have all fizz defense on them, and then this heavy 5 piece gives me an additional 11% fizz defense. So that's all going to go into stacking this, but you'll notice I'm 59.4% fizz defense. If I go down into my magic, I'm 34.1. So I need a few pieces of light armor instead of having 7 pieces of heavy, so that way I can even out my mitigations. Now, I would personally like to run 5 medium or even 5 light over the heavy, and then complement with heavy because tank generates a little bit more physical mitigation than we do magic, just from things like grit. It gives us 20% fizz and 10% magic. So trying to keep that in mind, I really like to build medium or light as a tank for my primary 5, and then kind of like diversify from there based on my mitigation needs. So that's just a big thing of it. Mixing it up is a benefit. It's interesting and different than most games I've played. Yeah, so Steven didn't necessarily want things to be like all locked into kind of like a class armor restriction system where it's like, oh, you're tanking, you can only wear heavy armor. He really wanted to keep it open to people's decision making. That's the same reason every weapon has, you know, a physical and a magical version. You've got your bows and your spell bows, you've got your wands and your energy wands. Like, you got a lot. So Alwyn, what up, my dude? I hope you're having a beautiful heckin' day. I hope you got a wonderful sunshiny day near you. It's 60 degrees, cloudy, and looking like some rain here in Maine. But it's still nice. Just getting out of bed. Dude, I don't know what it was. Today was a sleepy day. Yeah. I was sitting out on the porch, nodding off in a chair this morning, man. It was most definitely a sleepy day, and I slept good last night too. I didn't even wake up that much or anything. I was chilling. It was a vibe. But I don't know. Today was just an eepy day. 90 here and rain coming. Fuck that. Fuck that. I like the 60 here. 60 is peaceful. Like, it's nice sweater weather. Very, very, very nice sweater weather. If he's that open, we should be able to switch class and weapon instead of being locked to one class or relevel. So it's still a class system, but every class is supposed to be able to kind of like, you know, use what they want to use within that system, right? So you do still have that traditional class system in a sense, but it's not like, oh, you're a tank, you have to wear, you know, sword and board, heavy armor only, or you're gonna get one-shotted, right? It's things like that. I think that, you know, the level of restriction and guidance is kind of nice because you do have your general archetype that you're gearing around. Different people do gear differently for different purposes based on their archetype. So you will have secondary archetypes that are a bit of like an augmentation to your primary. Those will unironically give you a little bit of that, like, I want to switch stuff around and not just be locked to one class, so to say. Because your primary archetype just determines, like, the template, right? Why is it green? Why is it green? What in the green dark is going on here? Chat! Is it green for you guys or am I having stroke? Scary. Are you tripping? Are we... If I was tripping as a streamer, would you guys also be tripping? Because I feel like if I was tripping and putting out content that I was tripping, like, making, you guys would also probably trip from the content, right? It's like secondhand smoke, but for tripping. I've never tripped before, but June Dark at this time gets green and purple. The Northern Lights? Yo, Pollock, what up, dude? Thank you for the 5 months. Much love. I think it's the Northern Lights. I'm going to go out on a limb. As someone who lives in an area where the Northern Lights have been sometimes, I'm gonna say this is the Northern Lights. Is this what the Northern Lights looks like? Nope. Is this in the north? Nope. Are they lights? Yup. See, now we talked about them too much and they got shy and went away. That's kind of fucked up. You guys made the Northern Lights sad. What the hell, man? I don't know why you guys had to talk about the Northern Lights like that. They were just trying to have a good time and vibe, and you guys fucking made them all self-conscious. Kind of rude. But hey, man, do whatever you bullies need to do to get by and get through your day-to-day life. I was having fun. How do you get to the islands? They're a ferry or you build a boat? You can swim, you can ride a mount, you can build a boat. There's not like a ferry or an autopilot or anything like that. So you just kind of like swim. Everything in the world is navigatable. But if you're in the water swimming, like outside of the immediate, you know, the rivers and stuff, once you go out into the oceans, it's a forced flag, lawless PvP area. Did I turn my... Oh my god, I turned my fucking action combat off. So, just keep in mind, if there are people around you, you may get got a little bit because of that lawless PvP in the ocean. There will always be people lurking. There will always be people running crates and stuff out there. So, that's always important to keep in mind. But, in terms of getting out to the islands in the tropics, you can typically just swim out there. You can also, if you're trying to get out here, you can like run along the land and then swim out. But all of these islands are going to be lawless. This island, since it's like a town island for Brine Barrel, that is going to be a safe spot. So, you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. So, can you explain how resonance works? Resonance is basically a stack on cast of an ability, and then on your finisher and your extended finisher, you can dump, I believe now it's like 3 stacks or 4 stacks, 3 stacks, I think. It's changed a few times since I leveled a bard a little bit back in the day. But I want to say it's like 3 stacks on each one, and then it's a large chunk of damage when you do spend those stacks. So like in between your weapon combos, you want to build your resonant stacks, and then you want to maintain stacks enough to use on your finisher and your extended finisher. And then that basically just gives you 2 big dumps of damage on those with the proc. Unless it's changed. Keep in mind the last time I played a bard was phase 2. I try to always stay up to date, but basically it's just a builder-spender system of sorts, where your ability spends are your builder, and then your finishers are your spender. So if you're on those like finisher procs and you notice that you just have this big chunk of like, once I got my resonance, it was like 300-ish damage, but that was also back with old scaling, so I don't know what it's hitting for now. But it used to hit hard as fuck at very low levels. You would proc it with max stacks and it would just decimate shit. So, nothing makes sense. Literally nothing makes sense, yes. Yo, Panda, what up, dude? I have one of your goons in my party. Which one of my goons is it? I need to find a bard to come out here and sustain mana for everybody so that way we can Omega pull. Because, like, this is still, honestly, better XP than nothing. But people's mana is getting cooked. Everyone except mine. And we need a mana bot. Oh, hey, Locke. What up, dude? How's your Oaken farm going? Do we have anybody that wants to bard bitch this? I don't know if anybody's on in second guild, crafts, or EU guilds. But like 20 plus is bis. 20 plus is okay. 21 plus is bis. Anybody that's that level is set. We tried chopper like 5 times, didn't work out. Did you get chopped? I'm highest bard in second. I'm almost 20, but another 30 minutes or an hour before. That's okay, that's okay. Once you are up, we'll be able to get you in. 20's good enough for here. It's just the level 30 mobs give no XP because they're 10 levels above. Any of like the 29s will. So this one would give you like 12k XP. So you will level fast as shit. You just won't get anything until 20. So once you hit 20, let me know. We can get you in this group and just pump you up. And then my goal is today have another batch of 20s, like just pushing up like to 25, get some really good XP out. And then tomorrow probably start on like a 15 plus group and try to get like another push up to 20 plus, so that way our other 25s can then come here and help people level. So that's the big goal, is like I just try to get some more people leveled in my time, so that way they can help other people get leveled and it snowballs. Because right now, if there's one of me that's just, you know, sitting here helping power level, and then we immediately get, you know, 2 more DPS that are willing to do it, that just sit out of a group and help groups pump, that immediately means that we've got, you know, 3x the workforce out there power leveling. So it gets so much more efficient at that point. That's my big goal. My gear's good enough for now. I'll get the best gear once we get our raids going in like Carfin and in Forge and shit. My biggest benefit, I think, for the community right now is just pumping for people at least a couple hours a day. And then after a couple hours of pump, we probably just try to get a gear farm going somewhere and see what we can do. So if I can get, you know, an entire group of people a few levels a day, that's pretty huge. And then we have a couple more people that are also willing to do that. And out of nowhere, everyone's 25 before we know it. And that will be huge. I just slammed my finger on a door. Jammed? Oh, are you okay? Ow. Poor Pookie. Oh, yeah, that hurts. That doesn't feel very good. Oh, you should get ice and put some ice on it. Oh. Yeah, that's never fun. I hope you're okay. I'm in so much pain it comes into Twitch chat. When do archetypes come out? Archetypes will probably be early 2026, if I had to guess. We haven't heard directly which milestone they're being planned at, but there is a leveling expansion that's being planned for the milestone after November. So basically, we had the big milestone with Phase 3. November 18th is the date for the next milestone as of right now. And then after that, it's looking like November for the subsequent... after Jesus fucking Christ. Thinking about Carla's broken finger. The November 18th update is the milestone subsequent to phase 3 start, and then the milestone subsequent to that, my guess is probably gonna be like March, April-ish. We haven't heard any information on that yet in terms of like a specific date for it, but Steven did say in one of the interviews that he did recently that the level expansion, the first level expansion, is planned for the update after November. So the big milestone update. So that, again, that'll probably be, you know, early mid 2026 if I had to guess. But with that, we could also potentially see our first secondary archetypes coming in. So every archetype will get access to cleric and tank secondaries first, and then more will be added from there. So you know, just made an excellent list of excuse. It's it. No, it's not an excuse. She'll get over it. Pain is temporary. Yap is forever. Always, 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 always. We can't forget. Her pain doesn't pay the bills. The yap does. Actually, not that much. She's also working right now because the yap doesn't pay the bills enough. Not an excuse for you? It's not an excuse for me. I can't stop the yap. I can't get concerned. She can't stop selling those phones. She's got enough fingers to type in chat. I'm not concerned, and neither is she. She's good. She's got fucking 9 more fingers. Unless there are 9 more doors around and she hasn't learned her lesson yet, she's good. She's good. Cat has 9 lives. Carla has 10. We're good. Are you gonna double down on tank to get dual shields? The Omega shield. See, I personally think that should just be a tank cooldown, right? So it's like a shield wall, but instead of like just a shield wall where you can still attack, you stop attacking for X amount of seconds and gain like an absurd amount of mitigation, and then it replicates your shield in your main hand for the visual, and then you just have double shield main hand visual. That's my proposal for double shields. I'll be completely real. Like a tank reflect mitigation or something like that. I don't know. That would be kind of nice. But unironically, I plan to go tank fighter, I think. I've said tank rogue for a long time, but I think I've shifted my attention to tank fighter just because tank fighter seems like it's going to be very, 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 very bruisery, which is kind of what I like playing. And I think that would put a lot of pressure on backlines like crazy. So I'm kind of thinking the tank fighter. Also, what are you guys getting for XP? Because I'm not getting any. Oh wait, no, I am still gonna get some, right? Oh, I'm getting 7k. So you guys are probably getting a whole shitload of XP per kill. And once people get down here, we'll be fine. 9k a pop. Yeah, and like it's really not a bad farm even without a full group. It's just with a full group, we AoE pull everything and just pull everything through in a circle. But yes, I'm assuming this is better than anything Carfin related that we did XP wise. You've probably already got more XP here than you did our entire time in Carfin. So, do I have to craft or get lucky in a drop for a basic bow? I mean, like, crafting is gonna be your like guaranteed output of it, so to say, but you could get lucky with a drop along the way. I think in terms of a starter weapon, taking the time to craft your starter weapon, even if it's not efficient at this point with everything that's available, simply taking the time to craft that so you have an understanding of like what to actually do with gathering, refining, and crafting, that I think is a huge thing that would benefit pretty much any player. So I would always go like, you know, a longbow and maybe like a great sword or something for most starter classes. That's always going to be a very, very, very tried and true combo. You could also go short bow, fucking book, whatever you wanted to. Crafting is going to be definitely way more consistent and reliable than like waiting for a drop, but you can always get super lucky with a drop really, 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 really early on. I DM'd you, I'm in so much pain. Yeah, ice on it, love. Did it happen at work? Because, like, you could always just cut the finger off and then be like, oh my god, I lost my finger in a work-related accident. Was it due to unsafe working conditions? Should we call OSHA? I have a plug. You know what time it is? Bong time? What time is it? What time is it? Is it possible to solo level or not? Wait a second. Wait a second. The good old days are here. They're here right now.
Back when
This is the bestest of the
was a
days.
bruiser. Clumps were clumps.
I'm gonna
Everything was
reinvent the bruiser. No, you're not interrupting me. I'll give you the floor for that. If in terms of like if it's possible to solo level, possible, yes. But everything in Ashes is kind of like structured around a multiplayer input to a certain extent. Now, that can be anything from mob grinding to gathering, refining, crafting to even certain quests really being best to complete with a group to help you kill the mobs. A lot of stuff in Ashes. Z-Zoom, yeah, I'm not pulling. I'm not pulling. A lot of stuff in Ashes is very intended to be that, like, that social, massive multiplayer experience. And I think that people definitely have to embrace that. I suppose crafting can be good for a solo. Until you hit the point with your crafting that you need multiple high-level inputs of materials. That's where it probably becomes less than ideal as a solo. But you could probably craft pretty well early on as a solo. Yo, Jazz, what up? Forget the game today. How long till I can do the content you're doing? I mean, that depends on how quickly you level, really. So, like, in terms of hitting stuff, and just mob grinding up, like, we're gearing out and shit like that. It's probably gonna take you as a first-time player 100, 150-ish hours to just get yourself all situated, especially, like, towards level 25. It is a pretty solid leveling grind, to say the least. Now, there are also a lot of systems on the way up that you can take part in, from gathering, refining, crafting to questing to pretty much everything, right? So, it's a pretty deep game. I would say, like, don't hop into Ashes with just the intent to get to max level as quickly as possible, because you will sell yourself short of learning, like, some of the core aspects of Ashes. But either way, which is better, solo XP or group XP? Always group. Everything in Ashes is always better in a group. It's really, really, really favoring, you know, that MMO grind. So everything Ashes-wise. Are you guys using refreshing follow-through on your weapons? Wooden in. If not, why not? But yes, everything in Ashes is meant to be group-based. So it's a max party size of 8. You can have 5 groups of 8 in a raid, so 40-person raid. A little bit different of a group structure, though. Traditionally, you have 2 clerics, 2 bards. So clerics, your healers, bards, your supports. Then you'll have 1 tank, 3 DPS. You can change that up however you want to if you feel comfortable with stuff, though. But yeah, it's definitely group-based, definitely grindy. You can quest early on, but questing right now, with everything being in development, it is far from, you know, finished in any aspect. So questing will continue to get better. The mob grind will continue to get more fun. Gathering, refining, and crafting will continue to get more fun. In November, we have the kind of like the sport fishing mode coming in. So that's going to give more of like an active fishing mode to the people that do want to get out and fish instead of just AFKing. So you'll be able to do that in the open world. You'll be able to do that, or sorry, no, everything's in the open world. You'll be able to do that in the open sea, or in like the riverways and stuff like that. But if you're in the open sea, those lawless areas, then you're going to have, you know, more risk, more reward associated with that. So pretty cool system coming in. Hunting is slated to get a rework at some point as well, to have more of like a sport-based mini-game type mode. So all of the systems, from questing to combat to, you know, fucking lifestyle skills, all of those things will change over the course of, you know, the remainder of development. 1000%. There's no way that things won't. I always tell people, don't get too attached to the things you like the most, and don't get too against the things you like the least. Because very simply put, everything's going to change whether you like it or not. We just simply provide feedback on systems, and we're really just here for the ride of it all to see where it takes us. So, I just say, like, strap in, enjoy it as it goes. We're here to see the world develop, and it's gonna develop a whole hell of a lot. So don't necessarily rush up to 25 your first time playing. We're gonna have probably fresh starts throughout phase 3 multiple times, and then you're also going to level again on launch. So like that explorative state really only comes in at, you know, a certain point. Yo, what up, Zodiac? Need heals? I mean, do you need XP? If you want to come through and you need some XP, I'm 25, so I'm just trying to get people all pumped up. Also, 245 magic power? What the fuck are you guys on? Jesus. If you guys need XP, come down. We need a healer and a bard. And I think that would be Biss, because we don't have a bard for this group right now. So if we have somebody that wants to come down, I can get 2 people in, and then I can leave this group and tank from outside the group. Because I'm 25, my weapons are leveled. I don't really need anything. So let me know. Getting ready to print gold when the first T3 node in the anvil comes online. Oh God, what are you planning? Is that because of your investment in animals? Yo, Jazz. Thank you for the gifty. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. But yeah, if you have any questions, always feel free to ask. Swap your weapon with someone and level another weapon. That is true. I could always like put an axe on or something. Also, Prey, why don't you come down and get your level 25 taken care of? I see you're level 24. It would take you like fucking 10 minutes down here. It's so fast. I'm just saying. We need mana. I'm 24.9. Oh, that'd take you like 3 kills. Where are you grinding at, Carfin? Stocking up crates in nearby harbor nodes for quick turn-ins. Oh, that's smart. Like in your cargo storage? Oh. Wait. Low-key, high-key, is that really smart? Now, is that going to give you the distance modifier from the original crate point of, like, origination? Or is that going to give you, like, that harbor to... Yes? Oh. Oh. So, mayhaps we should take some time and run some crates as far across the world as we can at some point. That'd probably be pretty cool. Sounds like easy money. Yeah. So, what would we do? Just launch from Mira? And then walk all the way up. Soar here, and then once this opens, we drop crates off there for money. I wonder if cities won't feel unique and memorable, and wow, you can even recognize the vehicles of the cities, let alone their architecture and ashes. Doesn't seem to be a focus with the node system. Static cities being set and memorable, much less of a thing than like walking into Stormwind, but you will still have a feeling of walking into a large area and seeing that level of like, oh shit, right? One thing right now that devalues a little bit of that, like, you know, that flop of the Mandingo out of the pants level reveal walking into areas is that the map is really small, so we see it all happening, right? Now, architecture is also just the baseline, like the Kalar human architecture right now. There will be more racial architecture that's also reflected, but that's not just going to be like biome dependent. You could have human architecture in the Anvils. You could have dwarf architecture in the Riverlands. So like, if you are a part of the map, you know, say you live in the Riverlands and you go over to the other continent because you heard that they just got one of their cities like fully built up and stuff, and they're having a big event in the city to bring people out there and giving a bunch of shit away. So you and your friends go over to check out that city, and you walk in and you see all of the housing plots. You see all of the nodes, not all of the nodes. You see all of like the buildings within the node. You see all of the like, you know, the actual things in place outside of just seeing an encampment. And I think that's going to be a big feel with cities, but a lot of what is meant to give that, you know, Stormwind level appeal I think is meant to be a lot of the grand dungeons and like the set architectural areas more than the towns. So like the wreckage of Carfin, if you ever run through this entire wreckage, it's a very large area. Most people just swim around and hit the skip to go to the tower. But like going through here and finding your way through the wreckage and fighting your way through everything, it does take a good amount of time. And it's a pretty cool area. So there will be more of those areas. And Steven's actually talked about this before because people basically say like, you know, I want those areas where I can recognize like, excuse me. I want those areas where I can recognize this is Ashes, right? I want to look at it and be like, oh shit, I know immediately what this game is. Want me to pull? Yeah, if you want to. We need a bard. I don't know if anybody knows a bard that needs some XP or wants to help people get XP in the guild, but we very simply could use one. I don't even care if people are 25 at this point. I just need people's mana to not go down. But yeah, so like with Ashes right now being in that, you know, that alpha state, I think, as Steven had said before, we're gonna see a lot more of that recognizable, you know, Ashes of creation environment building in the future. So it'd be nice, for example, to have some cities embedded in the cliffs, in the desert, this type of stuff. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, we also only have 3 types of like node quirks, they're called. So in terms of like city types or town types, there are 3 base like layouts that are then changed up from there. So we have in the Riverlands, this is shown off really well. So you have the non-river quirk, and then you have the river quirk, and then you have the harbor quirk. So those are your 3 different types of like settlement arrangements right now. But as, you know, as they get more, ow, my wrists are crampy today. As it gets more implementation to it, they will have more types of nodes as well, more, you know, varying node quirks, more aesthetics within those nodes. So I definitely think like it will get cooler. It definitely will. I absolutely get what you're saying though. I definitely feel that. Like, I remember my first time, you know, I spawn in Northshire Abbey, I go down to Goldshire, I do some quests, and then I get the quest from the inn to go up to Stormwind into the trade district. You walk into Stormwind and immediately it's popping with players. But also a big thing about Stormwind was that a lot of your primary incentivization early wasn't interacting with players, but was interacting with NPCs. So like Stormwind is honestly going to be like your main hub on your server here. So that's a really cool thing to consider, is that like you will still have your Stormwind cities, but like when you walk into it, you'll probably have players there that are selling stuff. You may have people that are like standing in the middle of the city / yelling and being like, DustyWhy's Armor Emporium, you know, open trade to see what I've got, or go over to the player market and search up DustyWhy and you'll find all the best weapons in Winstead. Shit like that. You're literally gonna have that same experience but with players. And hopefully there will also be some quest lines that do bring people throughout the world and give them a little bit of that, not even the full world, but like the immediate world, and give them a little bit of that varying journey so they can see less populated areas, more populated areas. I think there's a lot that they could do with it. So there will be real shops people can own besides the TM. Yes, in economic nodes, much like higher level. So if there is an economic node that's higher, I don't know if it's a T, I think it's like a T4 benefit for an economic. But that will be like the player stalls and like the actual standalone player shops. And then you'll also have freeholds that could have player shops on them. So different players will have different utilizations of their freehold. Some will use it entirely for crafting space. Some will use it for like player shops. You'll be able to put up buffs if you have a freehold as well. So say, you know, I have a freehold that's out in the middle of nowhere, but there are a bunch of hunting spawns nearby. I could put up a bunch of hunting buffs, and then I could use my, you know, my sale areas in the freehold to sell hunting related consumes. You could play entirely around your freeholds from a functional standpoint, or you could play around it as a complementary standpoint to like what you want to do. It's a pretty cool system, and it's all a real estate system. So say you get bored of your freehold, you're not stuck with it forever, you can just resell that bitch, cash out, get some moolah for it. Look up Amulet as Aaron. Isn't it just like 1400 fizz power or something like that? It's pretty beefy. It really is. Now, I do really like Steel Bloom necklace, but yeah, Zaren's juice, it used to be just tank amulet with like mitigation and evasion rating, but getting that much fizz power rating on something is, it's pretty large. Pretty large. Yo, Strad, thank you for the 20-day streak, dude. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a beautiful heckin' day. I think it's 1400, right? It's nothing more insane than that. But Epic is a big jump off. Wait. So at Epic you get what? 2,000? You mean? Like 2K fizz at Epic? I mean, that's great from a crafted standpoint. You're never gonna fucking drop an Epic one of those. But I don't want to say never. Justin Bieber taught me that I can never say never. He gave me some valuable life lessons. $200 fizz. Wait, what? Epic is a big jump off 200 fizz. Are you talking about Zaren still, or what are you talking about? The gains. Am I missing this, or is this not English? I'm so confused. Like, when you go to Epic, you get less of a return, or you get more of a return? From blue to yellow, it gets a gain of 200 instead of 100. Oh. Okay. No, that makes sense now. I was like, Meta, are you on Fent or am I on Fent? Turns out we're both on Fent. Either way, yeah, no, so that's something that's also illustrated with long sight bow. So long sight bow is really fucking strong this patch. I personally, I don't give a single heckin' toot about a hawk bow. I don't know about no hawk tua. I don't really give a shit. Hawk bow is ass this phase. I don't even know why people are farming it. Everybody, in my opinion, that's farming hawk bow should just be sitting in Carfin trying to farm up a long sight bow. Why, Dusty? Why, oh why would we want a long sight bow instead of a hawk bow? Hawk bow is so good. It's got a whole lot of fizz power and fizz speed and fizz chance. Why? Why wouldn't I want that? Well, because you're sacrificing so much goddamn fizz power comparatively. Let's go equal rarity. And real quick, I'll show you the differential between a hawk bow sitting here at a nice healthy 2570 to 2742 fizz power. And then we'll go next door to long sight bow. A humble 3422 to 3651 fizz power. It is not close. Eye level 29 is king. Now keep in mind, as you go up in rarity, this only gets more pronounced. Legendary, you have 3791 to 4315. Legendary, you have 5047 to 5746. Item level is king. Item level 29. Item level 23. Item level is and always will be king of everything. As long as it is in this game in these brackets. Fuck a hawk bow. I don't want it. I just want a long sight bow. I'd rather have a heroic long sight than a Lego hawk. I'm just saying. Yo, Pac, what up, dude? Good morning. Will there ever be a reset in Ashes that comes from level cap increase? 750 to 60 in a patch? Have they said anything? Post-launch, they aren't really focused out that much. Because, like, we still have so much on the way through development, right? So I think their biggest focus isn't necessarily, like, what are we doing after we launch? I think their biggest thing is, like, let's get to launch. So we don't know too much, like, of the post-50 plans. All we know is that 50 is going to be present before the end of phase 3. Scrolls? Oh, I also have scrolls, yes. Yeah, anybody that doesn't have scrolls should probably pop a scroll. And that will save you a substantial amount of time. I'm also wondering, once we hit 25, what if the 25s drop out of the group? Because it's just me and the clerics right now. That would give them a shitload more XP and would funnel a lot to them. And then if we can get more DPS down here, they will kill way faster. So, yo, Ron, what up, dude? Oh, what's 25? I got my 25 yesterday. Yes, 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 yes. And what we're trying to do now, leave party, is power level. And the power level is going to go very fast. No, 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 you join my group. So me, Merc, and Z all join a group. And then the DPS stay in a group. And then it should all be fine. Because we're not going to be doing much damage to the mobs. They should be pumping enough damage and getting the tag on the mobs. So, like, I'll just sit here and tank. And then they should be able to, with 4 DPS in that group, get credit for the mobs. And if they want to get more damage down here, then they can also do that. I think this is the tech. Because we should be able to sustain mana pretty easily, I would think, from this group. Ron, are there any Duneholdians that want the fastest choo-choo train to level 25 possible? Because this is going to be an absurd amount of XP. If anyone is 21 plus, we got you. When you stay in one area like that, there should be an AI patrol mob that comes in and red rums you guys. See, that's actually like, not necessarily like a big bad patrolling mob, but there will be more. Why is it less? I'm getting 5k. Did you level? That's weird. Hold on, invite me back to the group real quick and see if that changes it. That's very strange. Ace, come down if you need XP. We can literally just slam anything in this group. Yeah. Come down this way. I don't know who got lead of that other group, but work down this way. Scroll? Yeah, I don't know. Did you have a scroll wear off or wear on? We're checking to see what's going on with their XP, Merc, because it's getting a little weird for some reason. Their XP went down when we left. So I don't know if it's like a group percent contribution thing or what, but that seems weird if we left and it went down. I don't really think that's supposed to happen, but we shall see. We shall see. It honestly may be good for me to stay in this group anyways, because I'm going to be giving them a big damage buff. But, Nin, what do you get now? 6.9k. What? So do you get an XP buff for being in a group of 6? What? Is the 6-person group the meta? So what if we invite Z back? What does that do to the XP? Have one of the clerics join back and see what that's doing to it. We have Ace on the way down as well, so that'll be good. What the fuck? Ace, you know how to get down here, right? Pass him around. Yeah, fuck it, just get him back in here and see what happens. Because if that's 6.9k XP for you, that's... This is weird. This is very weird. Okay, I'm perplexed. But yes, so more patrolling mobs, more behavior of mobs, you know, variants and spawns, stuff like that. That's all planned for the future. Right now, some areas like this can just be very, very, very good, as you notice, to just sit here and grind. We have a lot of mobs that spawn kind of in a circle around us. So what we're going to be doing is just pumping these bad boys the entire time and trying to level some peeps. So that'll be good. I think it's the level average. Oh, like the level average of the group? 10k. Wait, what? You just got 10k? Or was that because multiple died? What? It's more with you here. That's weird that you guys are getting more per kill in a group? Maybe it's because of the level average, like you said. That's really peculiar. That's really, really peculiar. Yeah, that seems like it might have been multiple mobs. See if you're still getting the 6.9k that you were getting, like, when we were a 6-person group. Because we gotta see what's up there. Are all the mobs same? They're level 19s and level 20s. Sorry. Level 29s and level 30s. So it may be because we're bringing the level average up instead of everyone being like 22. It could be considering them like higher for the XP distribution. I'm not quite sure how that's working. What are you getting now per kill? Because that's very hecking intriguing, if I do say so myself. Less now. What? So one cleric drop. Yeah, kick one of the clerics. Less. Alright, maybe Merc's the problem. Oh, he knew he was a fucking rat. Can never trust Merc. Coming in here to sabotage our goddamn experience. Alright, so let's see what it's at now, because this is 7 people. Roughly same average level distribution. And should be pretty similar? If not slightly more? Also, I will literally power level the first bard in chat that says, I am a mana bitch. I swear to God. If you were 21 plus and you want to just come throw that Manosi around for us, that would be wonderful. 10.2k from 1. Weird. Zine, what level are you? You need to be level 21 plus. And if you're 21 plus, I can power level like crazy. Oh, Nana, why don't you just bring your bard out? Do you hate bard that much? Just the lack of damage with it? Yo, Victor! Oh my God, perfect timing. Wait, get on. We need you. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Fucking massive. We got XP scrolls and we got everything. You need to be able to drink? Fuck a drink. Fuck a drink. Anyway, just being a mana battery. Yeah. Yeah. Probably, scroll me. We have a lot, so you can pop it whenever. I would wait to pop it until, Victor gets here, though. Because then we'll have, Bard. So that'll be huge. And then we also have Ace coming down. So at that point, we could have... Like, I can go outside of the group, and then we can keep the clerics in group. And see how the XP per kill is. But you guys should be good if Victor and Ace come down. That can take me out of the group and fill the last spot in the group, because I don't really need mana sustain to hold this, especially if I have a bless on. Should be just peachy there, and we should be good to go at that point. Victor will be here in like 5 minutes, he said. So everybody get their scrolls, and then we should just start pumping. How much XP have you got since we've been here, though? The people that are actually pumping XP. Because I'm assuming even just being here for a little bit, hitting mobs pretty casually, we've got a solid amount of experience. 30% of level 22. And that's without even AoE pulling. At a fast cadence. Yep. Yep. Okay. Over a quarter. Yep. Alright. 15 to 20% of 24. Alright, this is the juice. Everybody just hits 21 and then comes over to me, and then Papa Dusty's power leveling service is fully in effect. CBBB Jesus, wait, where's Ace? Ace, where are you, buddy? Ace, follow the sound of my voice. Ace. Where's Ace? Oh no. Guys, I have no idea where Ace is. It might be a search and rescue. Just trust the water, Ace. Oh, he made it. I ran the wrong way. All right, he made it. Look at that little thing. That thing fanging. That shit cute as hell. It's Dwippy. All right, get Ace in the group, and then he'll pump because he's 21, and then we'll get Victor in the group once he's here. I'm gonna fill up my coffee real quick for the grind, so that way I don't have to fill up my coffee in the middle of this once we start. I'll be right back, lads. Good day. Good day. I have returned. I took a pee. I did a lot. We're up. All right. Pinky, hello. Normally I play healer, but I'm noticing for streamers lack of bards. Why is that? Bard requires a brain and most streamers fucking suck at video games. Let me know if you have room for one more. Do you need XP? Get over here if you need XP. We have a couple of 25s that are just helping kill stuff. If you need XP, we'll get you in. And we will have a lot of spots opening up. But yeah, there are 0 or 24. Okay, yeah. Work your way over. Because I can always just drop out of the group and get people XP. Like, all I have to do is tank the mobs. Which, sometimes easier said than done. But yes. So, always remember, streamers are bad at video games. Bard is a class that does take at least a tiny bit of a brain to actually play. So, not a lot of streamers will play Bard simply because streamers don't have brains. Now, other than that, I also think it's because Bard is something that's very traditionally like just the Omni support type beat. And I don't know why, but a lot of people just like seeing big number on screen and not the satisfaction of like, you know, everything's fine, nobody died. And I think Bard is another one of those very unrewarding roles where it's like...
Marvin Creek. That fucking idiot.
Exactly. But with Bard, it's kind of an element of like, if I'm doing everything right, then nobody notices and says, wow, really good job keeping my mana up. Well, the second my mana drops, everybody goes, oh no, what the fuck is a Bard doing? The fucking Bard isn't pressing his fucking button. Fucking announce your sagas. Like, Bard is a very unrewarding thing to play. I will say, nobody ever thanks the Bard for having the mana. Typing saga. Yeah, the Bard's skill ceiling is typing that you're casting saga. Yep, that's the biggest thing you can do right now. But more like a fighting him. But yeah, no, Bard's also, I think, one of the lesser played classes. Although, I don't know, because it seems like a lot of people really want to play Bard. And then I feel like a lot of people also switch off of Bard. Now, the people that like Bard really love Bard. But I also think Bard has probably the highest switch off rate that I've seen out of any of the primaries so far, like out of any of the archetypes. I'm not necessarily sure why that is. Maybe it's because Bard takes like a little bit to come online before you actually feel like the power of the Bard, but anyway, please have no idea where it is. Go to Hakriba and then west of it. We're right along the coast. Nin can always invite as well. But yeah, Hakriba, MB, or south of like the harbor. Basically just triangulate off of that, but right on the little tip of like the middle island. Oh, someone asked earlier, by the way, if we were in like a force flag area doing this, if we're in a lawless area. So basically this is a part of a town. So this is like the Jundark, which is, you know, this entire biome, the jungle. We call it the Gundark here. And Hakriba is one of the nodes, settlements, towns, areas within that biome. So Hakriba, since it is not, you know, out in the wild, like this is all safe area. If we went to this island off the coast, we would actually be flagged for lawless PvP. If we swim into this water, we'd be flagged for PvP. So you can definitely find those lawless areas out and about here, but anytime that you're farming within like, you know, the safe boundaries of a place, excuse me, you can always count on just like, you know, that node protection, so to say. Zombler, what the hell's he doing out here? Why do we have so many people? Invite Victor in? Nice. All right, the mana has arrived, boys. We're gonna have like a fucking power leveling raid out here, dude. What the hell? Let's say. But you've been yelling at DPS all weekend. Dude, I yelled at DPS a lot while I was leveling. I'm so glad I don't have to worry about it anymore. But I yelled at DPS a whole fucking lot while I was leveling. I was like, bro, I just need y'all to use your fucking abilities right now. I was like, why do I see so many of y'all auto-attacking? And then when my DPS were like, oh, we're using our stuff, I'd be like, all right, why are the healers not pumping? We deserve it. You guys do. DPS don't do shit. DPS don't seem to do a single goddamn thing. What gear are you using? Right now, I have 6-piece Rosarium Guard for the Fizz Power set bonus. I have 1 piece of the Acaderia Valerion set, so that's going to be the Siphon Heavy set from Carfin. I've got 1 junk chest piece that I'm looking to switch out, but I need more light gear to do that because I don't want to nuke my fucking Matic resistance too much. So then from there, I've got Hollow Shade Cape. This will be replaced with, honestly, a lot of other capes. But the one that I'm looking for is Stone Glen as my end game. And then full Steel Bloom Jewelry set, double level 20 weapons, nothing too crazy there, but then we have an Adept Shield that's apparently a Scepter. So, you know, a little bit of an identity crisis there with my shield, but all is well. Yo, Demon King, what up, dude? Top up. What are the forms of PvP in this game? So there's the entire open world PvP system, where basically you can come up to me, hit me, you like have a little purple indicator showing that you're flagged up for PvP. If I hit you back, I also have my purple indicator, we're both PvP in, and then it sticks out until one of us dies. That's consensual PvP. From there, you can kill someone 100 to 0 without them flagging up. But then instead of turning purple, you turn red, which is corruption. Corruption is very, very bad. You don't want to be corrupted. Corruption, when you die, you drop pieces of your equipped gear. That's the only time in Ashes you'll ever drop pieces of your equipment. Other than that, you will drop materials on death, and you get a little bit of experience debt that you have to grind off. But grinding mobs can get you a lot of experience really quickly. So, outside of that open world system, you've got caravans. Caravans, you put shit on the caravan, you drive it place to place slowly. Victor, I see you, the alley and the oop. So caravans, you push it on the caravan and then you drive that caravan place to place and you get more shit when you sell your stuff in the other area where you drove your van to. So when you're driving your caravan along, as soon as you summon it, players can opt in to attack or defend your caravan. And if someone attacks it, they kill you, they can then kill your caravan, take your shit, drive it themselves, and becomes theirs if they turn it in safely. So, you need to be able to protect your caravan. That's like a full, you know, opt-in PvP if you are running a caravan. But you can opt into multiple caravans into one convoy as well to make like a caravan raid, so to say. So that's a pretty cool economic system tied in with PvP as well. Then from there, you've got your guild and your node systems or your towns. So guild systems, you've got, you know, multiple guilds in the game. Guild versus guild declarations are when I take a guild versus guild deck scroll and I basically type in another guild's name. That starts a war between my guild and the guild that I declare on. So that war is open for 2 hours or up to 100 kills, whichever comes first. After, I believe, an hour, you can surrender the war, but 2 hours or 100 kills. Either way, that enables PvP between those two guilds out in the open world all the time. Well, for the duration of that war, that is. Then on the town side of things, you'll hear me call these nodes a lot because that was what we used to call them back in my day. Now they're called settlements. That changed a fucking week ago. So I'm still trying to retrain myself. I'm actually wearing a shock collar, but I have it wrapped around my balls. So I'm really trying to retrain very quickly, as efficiently as I can, to get out of the whole saying nodes. Nodes. Anyways. Sometimes I just need to feel something again. So, if two nodes declare war on each other, then citizens of those two towns can fight each other within the boundaries. So say we are citizens of Hakriba, where we are right now, and Nuela declares on Hakriba. These two areas, citizens of these two areas would be able to fight each other within these two boundaries of these areas. So those are your, like, you know, your pop-up modes, so to say, where it just kind of pops up and you're like, oh shit, guess we PvP in now. Long term, there will be arenas in the game as a more, you know, queuable form of PvP, more accessible form of PvP. And then from there, you also have the sieges. Sieges are, again, parallels between the, you know, settlement side or the town side, node side, or the guild side. So on the settlement side, town side, you have your settlement sieges. That's basically leading up to the death of a settlement if one fails to defend. So say there is a settlement that gets a siege declared on it, they will have a spin-up process where you can get attackers and defenders to sign up before the siege actually starts. Attackers siege the town, go through the gates, capture respawn points outside. We go a little bit more inland. Yes. Yeah, you let me know where I can stand. I'm literally just a moving pylon for you guys right now. So you let me know where I need to go, and I need to chain you. You let me know where I need to go, and I will just go there. So, with the sieges, if, you know, my town declares on your town, and we're attacking, and we win the siege, then that means your town would get completely de-leveled down to level 0. All of your, like, player storages would become lootable in your town, so nothing is safe anymore. All of your buildings are cooked. You would have to basically start over from scratch with your town. So that is the largest risk, largest reward, like, town-based mode in Ashes. Then from there, you'll have your guild versus guild mode. So there are about to be 85 towns on the entire map. Now, when that full map is in, that's going to be later down the road. But there will be 85 player-ownable towns with the full map. Not all of these towns will have active elections due to a system called vassaling. We'll get into that in a little bit. But basically, out of those towns, you'll have a whole lot of player-ownable towns, and then you will have a certain number of guild castles. There will be 5 of those. Each guild castle will oversee 1/5 of the map, and once weekly, you'll get taxes that go out from, you know, your area that you oversee to the guild castle within that area. So if you're a guild castle that, you know, the people around you don't really like, you may see people attacking your automated tax caravans that are bringing out your hard-earned moolah. You didn't do shit for it. But you as a guild castle owner would want to escort those taxes as safely as you can, because you would use those taxes to upgrade your castle, your guild castle. There are 3 small, like, settlements outside your guild castle that you can also level to aid in the defense, because once a month, your castle will get sieged. And if guilds... Oh, welcome back. If other guilds are able to, you know, capture the throne room of that, then they take over the castle. So, pretty cool system there. Castles will exchange hands on a lost siege. Towns do not. A lot of people think that towns on a lost siege are going to exchange hands to, like, the person that sieged it. It's not what happens. The town is completely nuked. It exchanges hands, but it goes back to no hands. So that will be the long-term mode of the town system, or like the settlement system, and then with the guild castles, those will exchange hands on a lost siege. So those are basically like your rundown PvP modes. Arenas, again, those are going to be added at some point. I can't fucking wait for arenas. Simply because, like, as cool as the open world stuff is, sometimes you can't just go out and conveniently find open world PvP that's going to be, you know, 8v8 PvP. And sometimes I want to do 8v8s without an 8v8 turning to an 8v20, and then me having to call in 12 more, and then them seeing that I'm calling 12 more and calling 10 more, and then me calling 10 more, and then them calling 10 more after my 10 more. Like, that's how the open world cascade can kind of happen. And it really is a domino effect. So definitely looking forward to, on my end, having those arenas where I can be like, oh, we got, you know, 5s. Cool. Let's get our 5 stack together. Let's queue that. We got a 3 stack. Awesome. Let's queue that. And those different modes should give a lot of different playability in them as well, functionally, which should be quite nice. Arena will be my home. I will play a lot of arenas. Also, Rated, how you doing, my friend? How's the PvP on this? Is it just Zerg vs. Zerg? Like, kind of to an extent, yes. Kind of to an extent, no right now. So, like, everything is open world right now. So everything is susceptible to Zerg, but there are anti-Zerg measures in the game to prevent Zergs from getting, like, completely out of hand. So you can just make multiple guilds and coordinate those guilds. We have 4 right now with our community. Basically, each guild at its highest level can hold 200 players. Right now, most guilds are probably going to be level 1 unless somehow people have been pumping their guild levels. Every level you can expand plus 15 players. So you start at 50, and then you go up 15 players with every single one of your levels if you choose to use your guild levels for that. So right now we can have 65 people in our guild. That's the cap. So Rated, thank you for follow. You can always isolate parts of communities from those like guild versus guild declarations, but most PvP minded communities are always going to Birdie. How the fuck? What up, Birdie? This snail is so clean. I got a parcel for Z. Wait, Z, you have a special delivery. What the helly? What is this? Oh no. This is turning into like a fucking Roblox roleplay. Birdie, be careful. Not going down that route. Sorry, Axe, I'm trying to get this mob off you, but I'm getting fucking actual, like, Michael J. Fox levels of Parkinson's because of this poison. And apparently my hit rate is also that of, like, fucking Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, or whichever one of the Paul clones he fought. It's quite rough out here. I can't land shit. Every time I go to trip something, it's either like, or I just miss. We're down horrendous. We're trying to get there. Okay. So, guild size cap, an anti-Zerg mechanic. The world is also large as fuck with no fast travel. So that's another thing that's meant to kind of like de-incentivize Zergs to a certain extent, at least globally, from having an impact. There will be a certain level of what I call light tier content that you can always seek out within Ashes. And keep in mind, as the map expands, there's more validity to finding that light tier content in both more and less competitive areas. When I first came into Ashes, we had the Riverlands, and we had these 3 nodes settlements in the desert. So it has come a very, 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 very long way in terms of the playable area. So now you've got the Riverlands, the entire desert, the June Dark, the Tropics, and the Anvils, with the second starting area being up here in this big mountain. So as the map continues to expand out even more in the future, we've got to remember that there will be areas that are, you know, very large, you know, important areas that have a lot of progression, a lot of people focusing there. And then there will be areas that are just kind of forgotten about, more or less. And they're not really leveled because, you know, everything levels at a different rate. There's a system called vassalling, where you'll notice if I hover over this settlement, all of these areas are also highlighted in red. That doesn't mean that they are all one area. That means that they are a vassal network. So basically, each of these individual networks, or each of these individual settlements, are tied together in one network. So with vassaling, right now, a tier 4 node up at the top, I'm gonna keep saying node, a tier 4 has 2 tier 3s under it. Each tier 3 has 1 tier 2 under it. So you have your tier 3s controlling your tier 2s, and from there, you've got your tier 4 controlling your tier 3s up at the top. So it's like a 1-2-2. So basically that determines some lockouts within the server, like setup, so to say, like the tile set, I call it. And no 2 servers in the long term, once that node death system is in from the sieges that we talked about, no 2 servers will have the same tile set, so to say. Because you'll always have an element of different things leveling at different paces. You'll have things getting sieged and losing sieges and de-leveling. You'll have some areas that are more naturally going to be like further progressed early because they're starting areas. You'll have areas that'll take a little bit longer to come online. So that'll all depend on, like, you know, player behavior, what happens on your server. RIP Ace. Dude, it's gonna take you actually 32 seconds to farm off that XP debt. That's so sad. Brother's gonna have his debt farmed off before he fucking reses. So every server's gonna be in a really unique state. But not only does that determine the tile set, that determines the functionality of the server. So right now, if a new player was to be like, Dusty, I'm level 11, where should I go? I'd be like, get into Oakenbane Keep. Oakenbane is in Miraleth, west of the town, right here. It's kind of like a 2-part area that unlocks as Miraleth actually progresses and grows and increases its level. So when this is Wilderness, level 0, Oakenbane Keep has no mob spawns, it's not accessible. Once it levels to, I believe, 1 or 2, it gets the bottom portion. I want to say it's 2 that it gets the bottom portion. I think it's 2 and 3. I might be tripping though. Either way, the bottom portion opens early, and then the level after the bottom portion opens, you get
Well, I should say the top portion opens first, and then the level after the top portion, you get the bottom portion. But it opens in 2 separate chunks that are dependent on like the level of the town itself. So if that area does not ever like get leveled the entire way to have those POIs open, a server may never have those. So when the game launches, say there are 8 servers, right? One of them may have a lot of people that really want to get Mirrorleth leveled super quickly. So they may be telling people on one stream like, hey, go to Oakenbane Keep, go to Oakenbane Keep, go level here. And then you come into my chat and you're like, Dusty, why are you not in Oakenbane Keep? What are you doing? The drops are so good. And I'm like, brother, we don't have Oakenbane Keep. Like, that's a very valid thing within Ashes. So everything will be very, 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 you know, dependent on where your server's at progression-wise, where everything is shaping up with like your players going to kind of like a heat map of distribution. But while it may be possible, because you originally asked about Zergs and I got into the entire fucking infrastructure of the game, while it may be possible for Zergs to exist in a certain capacity, time is a measure of like safety, right? Time and distance. So the further you are away from those Zergs, theoretically, the further they have to extend, the less power they should have as they extend and reduce their, you know, immediate heat map density coverage, right? If you take 1,000 trees, but you spread them out, it's going to be a lot less dense of a forest. So the more they try to cover and extend across a map, the less dense they become and the more easy it is to pick off parts of that Zerg. And since it's a social system, say there's a Zerg that's really well liked, and you know there's a Zerg that won't just over Zerg shit and be douchey about it. They're actually a pretty chill community. People tend to like them. You may not see many people going after that Zerg, and it's a lot of like consensual, like fun stuff that's happening, blah, 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 blah. You may see a Zerg that a lot of people hate on your server. That's just like the complete opposite, right? They will show up with, you know, as many people as they can to kill one low-level player's caravan. And they will do anything they can to stop other people from playing the game because their numbers say they can. It's very likely that you'll have your entire server unite against that really big bad Zerg and try to stop them. Because if someone's not well liked in Ashes, it's a very social game with a lot of very social systems. It is apparent, and believe me, you will know if you're liked or liked or not liked within this game. So, there's a pinching rock in the anvils. Any idea where that is? A pinching rock meta? What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean a pinching rock? But yeah, so if you're a Zerg that's not well liked, you're probably going to get pushed by a lot of people very, very frequently. And it's not just going to be one guild, so. Are all the PvP systems you explained in the game other than arenas, including Siege? Castle Siege, no. Everything else, yes. Caravans in, node sieges as a system in, node death with node sieges is not in. So like you can siege the towns, but they don't die and D-level right now. That's going to be added early 2026. Potentially, my guess is with the milestone patch that's coming after November. So November is our next like big patch with a whole lot of big things planned, from lifestyle skills to just a lot. We'll talk about that in a second. But after that, I think we'll have another patch probably in like March, April-ish, 2026. And that may be where we see node death coming in, that big thing tied to the sieges where the towns would actually just completely die. So that's going to be the huge like risk with the sieges from a defender standpoint. But yes, other than arenas and the castle sieges, the guild-sided ones, guild castles are not in yet, but we have a theory that they're getting ready to put at least one in the game. So guild castles, like I mentioned, will have 3 little mini settlements outside of it, 3 little mini towns that aid in the defense. So you'll notice you have a neutral area here, a neutral area here, and there would be just enough space for another neutral area right here. And then you could put a big guild castle right smack dab in the middle of this. And this area is called Crucible, according to Steven. But I think the Crucible is going to be our first guild castle area in addition to whatever else it may be. So I think we'll see that probably also early 2026, maybe later on. but I think that'll be one of the next map expansions that we see is the Crucible being added. We didn't have these neutral area outlines defined previously, like last phase, so that's a pretty new change to the map as well. So we see the world growing and changing a lot. So we don't necessarily know exactly when those systems... Oh. How did you guys just lose a mob to me? Or did that open up? I'm hoping you guys didn't lose a mob to me. I think that might have gone public. But if you guys lost a mob to me, I'm fucking kicking all of you. I'm sending you guys to the EU guild and taking all their players instead. Let fucking Eerie whip you guys into shape, man. You guys think I'm mean? EU guild's at home. Bruh! Pick up your shit! You guys have a group of fucking 8 people getting power leveled. The least you can do is loot, so I don't have to. I swear to God, if I get an item that goes public, I'm keeping it. I'm not letting y'all motherfuckers roll it off. If you have a group of 8 people getting the fucking actual backpack right now and you can't loot, and shit drops, your shit drops. I don't want to fucking hear it at level 24. It's all initiate stuff. Oh, is it? Well, don't make... No, I just got a fucking Radiant Belt, you Goomba. I just got an eye level 29 belt recipe. Too scared to get in there to loot? That's fair. That's fair. Send in to do it. Zom, dude, you passed everyone yesterday. What do you mean? Brother got in a fucking hyperbolic XP chamber. Brother thumed. I was just chilling in my like little Carfin go-kart, and I saw Zombie ranting about XP per kill, and I thought he was memeing like he usually does to try to bait me. And I was like, yeah, Zombie, I hope it's good for you. And I thought it was just another one of his like his little ploys to get under my skin. Much like, you know, his other ploy of existing on a daily basis. That one's really good for annoying me. But, you're 24.5 and I was 22.5. Dude, I didn't think you were actually getting XP like that. I was just like, I had the fucking like elevator music on. I was like vibing. And then Zombie's got like the fucking double bass death metal with the fucking heel toes. Brother was actually just pumping this entire time. I didn't even know that you guys were down here until I knew. Jesus. Yo, Musa, what up, dude? In your opinion, what's a good class / role to start with in Ashes, beginner friendly wise? I would say it really breaks down to... I feel a sneeze coming on, so sorry if I sneeze in the middle of this. I think it breaks down primarily to like what role you want to fulfill. Ashes is something where a lot of archetypes or classes will like fulfill a very specific role. So you got tank. Pretty simple. I like that. It's an easy definition for me. Very easy to get through to people. Tanks. Tanking, I wouldn't recommend for most faint of heart players or new players. Shit hits really hard. Tanking in Ashes can be a little bit of a bitch. Sometimes. You are always going to be the first person to die in any normal sense. And you will have experience debt every time you die, and you will lose money every time you die. Not gold, silver, copper, but you'll notice I have a bag full of glint. Glint, I can put on crates and make money off of those crates, or I can just sell it to vendors to secure my gold, silver, copper. If I die right now, 25% of my glint goes onto my body, and 25% of it gets fed to Fupo Headhunter. He makes cookies out of it. So, I try to keep my glint, but with that on death penalty, sometimes it's hard to be a tank. Sometimes that shit sucks. So, leveling, I spent a lot of money on repair bills. I had a lot of experience debt, and I lost a lot of potential money because the more glint you have in your bags, the longer you're out farming. The better your farm goes, the longer you're gonna farm, the more glint you're gonna have. All it takes is one fuck up, one mispull, one healer going, ooh, shiny, for you to die as a tank. So, why am I not dancing? I don't know, you're just sniffing Z's butt. I don't know what's up, but you're getting in that thing. Smells like pizza, probably. Z loves pizza. Z eats so much pizza. Glint cookies are bomb? Yes, absolutely. And they make me think of my repair bills. It's a familiar smell. Smells just like the blacksmith I used to take my armor to back in the day when I was still living with my parents. For cheaper rates back then. Musa, thank you for the follow, dude. Flex player, play all roles, but until I learn everything, which roles recommended to start with? I mean, it just depends what you're looking forward to. And like, there's nothing really that's like a recommended every player start. From the support standpoint, Bard is very complex, but can also, honestly, like you said, fit flex players really well because Bard has multiple different builds that are all supporty type builds. It's also got very good 1v1 PvE and PvP capability. Your 3 primary builds as a Bard, you'll be either increasing your group's mana sustain, increasing your group's health, damage output, or being like a spot healer for your group. You have Gambit, which is an incredibly cool ability. Gambit swaps your HP with your target's HP, can be a lifesaver. And honestly, one of the most understated things about Bard is Nimble Dance. Nimble is like a little AoE dance that goes out that purges multiple debuffs off of you and your allies each time it pulses. So like, it's very strong to rip debuffs and get your group out of CCs. There's also some intriguing tech with Nimble Dance right now where it's pulling off the absorption field debuff, so it's letting absorption field stack multiple times. That's not intended. But Nimble Dance is an incredibly strong ability as well. Bard, however, isn't necessarily the most new player friendly if you're not... I say things pretty straightforward. If you're not good at video games, I wouldn't recommend playing Bard right off rip. If you're coming into MMOs because you really like the cozy side of MMOs, and you're not really the best with the hands, I wouldn't necessarily recommend a Bard. Bard has a lot of things going on to play it properly. A lot of situationals that you've got to be ready for. A lot of split-second decision-making once you get into, you know, PvE, PvP, anything. Like, if your tank goes low and you swap your HP with that tank's HP, and then you end up taking AoE damage and dying because of it, you're cooked. That's going to cost a lot. If you go to swap with someone that doesn't need the swap, and then you get nuked mid-swap and then nuke their HP and they die because of it, that's going to be you throwing. If you nimble too early and you don't have your nimble anymore, and then CCs come in on your group, that's going to be difficult. So, Bard is, I definitely think, one of the more, like, the more complex of the supports. Cleric is heals very through and through. So if you do like that supporty type fill, you know, Bard can fill any role, but it's also going to be a bit complex. Cleric heals. From the very simple, safe, straightforward DPS standpoint, I think Mage or Ranger are probably the 2 comfy ones. Mage being pretty straightforward, caster, you know, cast spells, do big damage. Cool thing with Mage is if you freeze a target, then hit them with lightning damage, you hit a shatter proc on them. So shattering an enemy does 225% bonus damage to them. So if you're going through your rotation properly, then you're going to put like Volatile up on them, and then you'll freeze them, then you'll shatter, and Volatile reduces their magic mid by 15%. So if you have all of your like minus mid up, all of that shit, and you get your shatter combo off, it can hit really hard. You see it even harder, but it got nerfed. RIP shatter procs. But Mage tends to be pretty straightforward. Sit in a safe place, do a lot of DPS, and watch big numbers pop up on your screen. Caveat with Mage is you tend to be quite squishy, and your one movement ability, which is Teleport or Blink, is tied to your CC break. So in PvP as a Mage, if you get CC'd, like crowd controlled, tripped, stunned, any of those, your only way to break that is to use your Blink ability, which just moves you in a straight line forward. So say you are facing, or your group is over here, I'm facing this way, and I get stunned. That's going to make it so I have to like blink forward further into your group to actually get, you know, out of the CC, and then I'm gonna have to peel off of that. So that's the biggest thing with like Mage survivability. Ranger has disengage from movement. You get 2 charges of it, and it's like a little backflip type shit. So that's decent movement as well. Ranger is a lot more like single target burst than it is like AoE. It does have good AoE, but like Mage is definitely king of AoE. I think Ranger is good single target burst and has some good utility. Ranger has good movement. It's got good snares for like kiting people or mobs around. It's also got its AoE root, so it's got vines. You drop vines, it goes in a circle and just roots everybody in the circle. So super impactful ability there. PvP, PvE, all of it very, very, very incredibly useful. But as a Ranger, you're primarily going to play around like for single target burst damage, like your snipe and your headshot. And with that combo, you can do a whole lot of damage to a single target incredibly quickly and efficient. So, there's a lot of variants, but in terms of simplicity, Cleric, Ranger, Mage, probably like the big three. Melee can be punishing because there's a lot of AoE, like, just AoE spread damage that goes out everywhere. So, first time playing tank or fighter or rogue, probably going to be a little bit harder, especially with how much mobs can chunk now. They have definitely made true on their words from a few patches ago that said, hey guys, we're going to make elites feel more like elites. And they told us it was coming. And by fucking golly, it came. They were not lying about that shit. So, I still think that's a bug. What's that? Oh, the Mage Blink thing? I'm just hearing all this stuff. Yeah, I mean, Ashes is still in development, right? It's still got a long way to go. But we already have a lot of, like, very solid core foundations to build upon. And I'm not someone that just, like, sits here and tries to say Ashes is perfect. Ashes is the best fucking MMO in the world. It's an alpha, dog. Not everyone's gonna like it, right? I just happen to like it a lot. So, you know, I enjoy the systems. I enjoy the social aspect of it. I've played tank since I was a kid, and I used to tank dungeons day and night all the time when I was home from school and practice. So, like, me grinding mobs is nothing new to me, and honestly is like that very familiar form of progression that I actually like. So questing aside, I mean, even if questing was good, I'd probably try to find a way to AoE grind mobs with a group. I just think it's more fun. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not going to be for everybody right now. It might not be for everybody in the long term. It definitely won't be for everyone in the long term. There will be a lot of people that don't like Ashes in the long term. But I can definitely say that I like Ashes in the current state, and I also see like where it wants to go into the long term. And I'm here for it. I think there's a lot of good with it. I think there's still a lot that needs to be improved with it. But all things considered, it's in a pretty fucking good state for, you know, being in the alpha that it is in. I think there have been a couple decisions recently where we're like, ayo, but Intrepid always hears us out on those as well, and is very responsive to the community. They goofed up and had some vendor things come in recently in an unintended way, and in a not good way, according to a lot of the community. And fortunately, the developers were very quick to like pick up on the fact that we weren't vibing with it. Steven was immediately like, hey, we're having a meeting with the econ team. We're going to talk about this stuff. And then they figured out that it didn't come in the way that they wanted it to come in and be implemented. So as a result, they rolled back that patch, and they're probably going to look at that, and hopefully it either comes in a better spot or doesn't come in at all. Because that shit was pretty rough when it did come in. It was one of those like immediate log in and see it and just go, oh hell no, this is not good. This is no bueno, boys. But I definitely feel as though we tend to be pretty spoiled for an alpha. I think a lot of people are holding Ashes to the expectations of what like a live service game is, in terms of execution, in terms of iteration of completed content, in terms of, you know, the pieces of the puzzle feeling clicked in. I don't necessarily think that's a fair thing to hold them to, since they're very communicative. Like, this is an alpha. This is, you know, work in progress. Everything is work in progress. Everything's in progress. Everything could change at any point. Like, they're very communicative that it only gets better. So, Stun over on YouTube. What up, dude? What gear do these mobs drop? These mobs drop dog shit. Absolute butt cheeks gear. The thing about these mobs is they are up to and around 10k plus XP per kill. So while dropping absolute dog shit, this is the Power Leveling Institute of America that you're witnessing. So what we have here is the greatest power leveling tech known to man. This is the Dusty tech. I've been doing this since I came in phase 2, and I'm sure someone was doing it before me, but nobody claimed it. So just like Mark Zuckerberg claimed Facebook, I claimed this power leveling tech. So basically, you sit outside of the group, and you have the other group grab mobs and pull it into you, and our other group is filled with 8 level appropriate players that are all getting experience from this in a very large capacity. I, as a tank, sit outside of the group, and I just simply grab the threat on all of these mobs and hold threat on all these mobs and help damage them. because the kill credit goes to the group or the person that does the most damage to the mobs, and you get a little bit of a bonus for the first hit on the mob. But the first hit is not deterministic of who actually gets the full credit. So, I sit here, I grab all of the aggro that I can to make it nice and cushy for them. They stack as many level appropriate people that still need the experience in their group as possible. Right now, I've got 2 healers in my group and they've got another one in theirs. Everyone's just sitting here pumping and they are getting probably the most XP that they've ever got during this leveling process. So, I'm already level 25. My weapons are leveled. I have nothing at this point, unless I like switch weapons to level something else, that I need to worry about leveling. And it's not really that important for me. So, Sevo said he's gained 35% in 20 minutes at level 23. So, yeah, we're doing like a level an hour pace here with this power level tech for 22 plus. So we could bring over 8 level 21s, and probably, I would say, because 21 and 22 are going to go a bit faster, we have XP scrolls over here in Bolt too. So we could probably just pull people over here and pump them out quick. Yo, Slim, what up, my dude? You seen any of those wild walls popping up lately, dude? That was just fucking crazy. I went back and checked the weather for that day. They did call for incoming walls. I don't know if you just missed it or what, but it's fucking crazy. There's random sporadic walls popping up everywhere lately in the Tri-County area. Not recently for some reason, huh? Dude, I hope you keep avoiding them. It's just fucking crazy running. I'm glad we caught it on camera so we could like get your workers calm. Yo, bad dad, I hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. 1 hour, 20 minutes until the work week is over. What is the first thing you're doing when the work week is over? Tell me it's the grind, because brother, the power leveling session is fully in effect. It is happening. Everybody is getting juiced. Can I get your boosting service as well? Or are you gonna quit your community and join cats? This is a cats trade. Choo choo. How do you level in this game? Grouping and farming mobs still cap, or do you also have quests and dungeons? So everything in the game is all open world all the time. Right now, there will be some light instancing in the future, but in terms of dungeon content and stuff, that's going to be more like narrative and less like farm up your best in slot repetitively. They want a lot of the emphasis to be open. So, questing is always getting improved, as is like every system in Ashes, right? It's an alpha, so we continue to change pretty much everything up. The questing process has improved a lot since phase 2 and continues to get better. Right now, it is kind of really viable. Level 1 to, I'd say you could probably quest up to like 12 plus at this point comfortably with what people have sourced. And then after that, it kind of falls off. Around level 15 becomes a little bit of an inconvenience. But you can also gather, refine, and craft your way up through the adventuring experience that you get there as well. So if you hit a tree, you get character experience, and you can boost your character off that as well. If you refine that tree, then you get, you know, experience for refining that. So you can level doing pretty much anything, but the most efficient leveling route right now tends to be early questing to get set up. And then once you're set up with your early questing prog, that's when you're going to go into more of the mob grindy stuff. Get back here, bitch. So mob grinding is very, very, very like safe and consistent, simply because of the fact that show where this spot on the map is. No, it's my spot. Seth, are you playing on EU or NA? What server are you on? Who are you looking for the information for? I'll charge for it. Seth's EU? Okay. Okay. You can know then. Everybody from NA, close your eyes. Hold on. Everybody from NA, close your eyes. Nobody from NA gets to look. All right, hold on. Everybody, no cheating, guys, please. Honor system. Honor system. All right, blindfolds on. All right. 3, 2, 1. It's here. It's here. All right, nobody from NA was allowed to see that. If you accidentally saw, please forget that you saw. That's for EU players only. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, there are a lot of spots like this, though. This is just one of many where you can pump like this. This just has a lot of snakes. It's not even a point of interest. It's just populated with, like, a circle around us. He would be so mad. Are those the abilities of max level class? Feel like there should be more. So yeah, for right now, keep in mind max level right now is level 25. It's gonna be 50 in the long term. So like max level currently, yes. Max level long term, no. We will have more ability choices, but you do also have a pending rework coming in where you'll also have ranks to the abilities. So basically, instead of just, you know, the current system where it's like I select or deselect this, it'll actually be like I select and can put ranks in both my actives and my passives for my class. So that's going to give people, you know, if you want more abilities that are kind of like more evenly powerful for you, then you could go something that kind of like fills more buckets, so to say, with more abilities. If you want to really specialize in like damage or area control or something like that, you could also do that. Dude, I'm sorry. I literally, Axe, I can't cast a fucking thing. I literally can't function with this poison on me right now. I don't know what it is, dude, but it's like 100% proc rate at this point in time. I've been getting full fucking stun locked by these mobs for the past like minute. I couldn't even move, dude. It was so terrible. Holy shit. All right, thank God. Anyways, so some people will have, you know, more abilities that kind of have fewer ranks in them. Some people will push fewer abilities up to a higher rank, so that way they get more impact out of that. And that's kind of where the player decision making comes in. And then we'll also have our secondary archetypes that'll come in that will then augment our like primary abilities. So like I play a tank. I'll always have my tank abilities, but when secondaries are in, I will be able to augment my tank abilities with some elements of that secondary. So if I play a tank cleric, I may be able to put some like, you know, life augments on it that would do some healing, or maybe some death augments. Now, every secondary is said to have 4 different augments that they're trying to hone in on. I don't know that 4 are necessary for everything. Like, I don't know what the fuck a cleric is gonna have, like life, death, sustain, and protection. I really don't know. I don't know if 4 of everything is a play, but I do think that the secondaries will add in a lot of customization, and hopefully not all feel washed out and feel way too similar between them. So between ranks coming in for our trees, between those secondaries coming in, we should have a whole hell of a lot of customization. And you also will see like more consumables and shit like that on bars, of course, for situationals as it goes. But yeah, ability wise, like, it's really not that bad, at least in my opinion. I remember back in the days of playing WoW, I was mostly PvE in WoW. New World was where I really got into MMO PvP, because after WoW, I went to play Dota and Fortnite and all that shit. Really fell in love with PvP. So New World was really where I got into PvP, but I casually dabbled in WoW arenas when I played there, but was mostly PvE because I was a kid. I remember my arena friends would have literally like 132 binds with like fucking Control Shift Alt modifiers, and they'd have to go to their fucking task manager and N6 tasks to cast some of their abilities because they had situational targets for everything. It was absurd to my little peanut brain how many different mods and binds some WoW fiends actually had set up. So for me, it's a nice little balance. It's enough abilities to where I feel like there's always ability econ. There are important cooldowns to look for. You can also tell if somebody's using an ability that's like not that good pretty immediately, because there aren't just enough abilities where everyone's spamming everything and just kind of like button mashing. Some people do, but you can always tell what someone's doing because of that. So it tends to be a pretty cool balance, at least in my opinion. The ability space is also filled with weapon combos going out. So weapon combos have their finisher and their extended finishers. So those are like your last 2 hits of your weapon combo. Those can put up buffs on you, debuffs on enemies, status effects, trigger a lot of things. So weapon combos are very important to see through to completion. You'll notice as a tank with my class resource, my courage, on those last 2 hits, I get a big chunk if I can actually get those off. But those are pretty important for like some classes to get off through to completion. Not every class has the same importance on it, but I had so many modifiers for my Warlock pet macros. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. I played Paladin, so everything was simple, but I remember some of my friends that played like Druid, played fucking, oh god, even mages, bro. It seemed like so many people had so many fucking mods for everything. Worked, what up, dude? Gonna try out Season 10 on New World. If they pay me. Like, I don't really have myself in a spot where I need to, right? I think a lot of people go back to New World because they try to make it out and then don't make it out. I personally have made it so far out of New World that my channel has surpassed what we were doing in New World at any point and on a consistent basis without relying on, you know, seasonal hype in a post-launch environment. So I don't really have any incentivization to go back to New World. I don't plan to check it out. If Amazon runs a sponsored campaign and they were like, we want to bring back some old New World streamers, and they're like, let's give old Dusto a couple grand to come stream for a couple hours, yeah, I'd pull up. But I'm not actually gonna like go over there and play it in any capacity. I don't care that much about New World anymore. I hope it does well, but like it's not really providing much of anything. Famous Wars. I mean, I think that's the only part of New World that is worth missing, in all fairness. And that's honestly the thing that makes me the most sad about New World, is that when people ask me like, are you gonna go back? What would I do if I went back all day? I'd queue 8 hours of OPR, and then I would go do wars. And at the end of the day, that's, you know, that's something that's present in a lot of MMOs, right? Like, what have I done this phase? I've hit mobs every day. But that's also what I prefer to do for my leveling prog, and you'd do the same thing on New World back in New World launch before they main quested everything. So like with New World, part of the reason why I don't really feel incentivized to go back, Ashes in an alpha state has a more like diverse gameplay loop for me than New World had at any point. Season 10 I hope does really well for New World because I have friends that are still over there, right? But like I said, my channel is doing more than well enough over here. It's not like I'm going down and down and down. We're also over in an alpha, so it actually makes sense if we were going down and down and down comparatively. But we're growing pretty much every single part of the content cycle. We just end up growing here, and it's great. So I'm at the part where I hope New World does well, but I'm not really about to go over there and try to help it do well myself unless Amazon pays me, right? I want to see it get numbers because I want the entire MMO community to do well, but like Ashes is where my community is. Ashes is like my home game at this point. I have put in well over 2,000 hours in this directory already, and it just continues to, you know, grow the channel and the community more in game. We got a lot over here, so. Amazon's literally paying you right now. No, Pusty's paying me right now. There's a difference. Choker, thank you for the hydrate, dude. Chat, if you guys do want to make Amazon pay me, Twitch Prime, show them where all of that Bezos buckaroonies are going. And if all of those buckaroonies come this way, maybe Amazon says, holy, we do need to pay Dusty. But really, that's your only hope. I think, like, of course, with Ashes being in an alpha, anything could happen. They could make 10 cumulative decisions that are so bad that it effectively kills all of the progress of the game. I always say anything can happen, right? From my perspective, I don't really see Ashes getting worse over time. Especially when you do like a line of best fit like year after year. It's definitely not going to be like just straight like this. It's going to be ebbs and flows and ups and downs. But I think we see, you know, after each content release, a higher peak than the previous content release. And I think we see our valley of players, like our low point, being less low than the previous low. So that's, you know, progress towards launch. And more people continue to come in and check out Ashes. And it's not perfect. It's not, I wouldn't even say it's great yet. But like, it is very fun. And I think that it only continues to get better in the future, which is really encouraging to me, simply because of the fact that, like, you know, I believe in the project. I believe in the systems. And part of what I missed about New World the most, honestly, was that element of it being an actual MMO, right? The combat is phenomenal. Like, you guys know me. I spent 7,000 hours over there. I'm not one of those people that's like, you know, I never loved it. Like, the combat's fucking phenomenal, man. It really is. But at the end of the day, the combat's all New World has at this point. And I hope maybe in time it gets, like, more for people to do outside of just, like, the forced on-rails loop that's valid for, you know, maybe a week before it just becomes QOPR and wait for wars to pop. But New World still, to me, seems to be in the same spot where it's like the new player experience is all they cater to. And they have Season 10 as a good chance to turn this around. I've seen the updates that are planned. They very frequently cater to that new player experience, but their new player experience lasts a total of an hour and a half, and then people are level 30. I don't really get that part of it. I don't know why they've invested years in the first couple hours of gameplay instead of the thousands of hours that come after max level, which is typically, you know, a very important MMO gameplay loop. But, you know, New World post-launch is trying to figure out the things that Ashes is also trying to figure out pre-launch. So, I like the system design of Ashes. I don't think that Ashes will also go to a spot where it's like, you know, changing from a very social MMO to a, you know, an ARPG. I think Ashes is going to stay very true to like what it's supposed to be and what it wants to be, which is kind of nice to think about as well. If the new player experience isn't good enough, people will never make an endgame. It's a huge problem that New World had on its launch, I agree, but you have to understand New World spent 3 years of progress ignoring everything endgame specifically to revamp their first time user experience and expedite their leveling process to about 8 hours if you follow MSQ. It's real fast now. And so that's the part that I don't really get. It's like, why did 3 years post-launch go into shortening the loop to max level when they knew that max level was also a huge neglected part of it, right? So basically they took kind of the opposite approach, at least I think, because they didn't have any actual gameplay loop for players that wanted a gameplay loop, and they took out a lot of the systems that people did. Like open worlders lost a lot of their open world incentivization through PvP influence pushes, turning into influence races. You know, just so many of the actual initial systems changed with New World, and they basically took out a lot of things that did keep players, you know, in the game post max level, and they shortened the time to max level. So once those players got through that new first time user experience, New World had a saying when I was over there: the more you play it, the less you like it. And it really is true. It's like you meet somebody, and the first day you're like, wow, this person's awesome. And then the third day you're like, what the fuck, I can't stand this person. That's New World. Your first 200, 500, maybe 1,000 hours. They'll be fun. If you like PvP, getting your ass kicked in OPRs will probably be fun for a bit if you're getting better. Genuinely, it's a pretty fun game for intro. But once you get past that, I think there's very little replayability that's established, and a lot of the replayability has been yoinked as systems have been compromised. So, stop playing mobs. We want to reset. We're here. So, XP check. How's everybody pumping? Because we are going kind of crazy. Cover, what up, dude? You made it 25? Finally. Finally. Now we get to power level everybody else, so they didn't have the same experience as me. Now we make it much, much easier for the rest of the community. We've got the power leveling group going, and hopefully 40% of 23 started at 10% 22. Savo got 61% in 38 minutes. Bruh. Okay, yeah, you guys are all hitting 25 today. Is there a crafting guide anywhere? I got the recipes I want, but can't figure out where to get the stuff to make the gear. So, in terms of crafting guides, any of your recipes, you can see them at the crafting benches, or you can go into your artisan menu, and you can see any of these and click the drop down. That'll show you what you need, and if you hover over these, it'll also show you, like, you know, requires novice stonemasonry. So stonemasonry is under your processing, and then you can go like, I need rough rime. Stonemasonry. We'll go rough rime. Whoops. And rough rime is going to come from rough rime, and that's going to come from the anvils. So you'll grab that. You'll put it through the stonemasonry stuff, make it into the rough rime, and then you use that. So in terms of crafting guides, a lot of the crafting recipes are changing and have changed a lot recently. So I don't know that any guides would be too relevant in terms of like, oh, this is exactly what you need to make this. But that UI, both in the actual crafting tables, as well as your crafting menu, I believe P is the default bind unless they changed it and I changed mine. Either way, that will be your best friend in terms of like what you actually need. And then you can play a little like investigatory work there and figure out kind of like the chain of events and what you kind of got to do to get the entire thing put together. And if you have any questions, we also have multiple crafters within the community too. So we're gonna go invite to the 25th. Stay in that group to help with DPS, so that way they don't lose mobs. I don't want to pull too many DPS into this group because then we'll actually just be competing for their mobs. Keep 8 in the non-25 group so they can... Oh, fucked. Keep 8 in the non-25 group so they can pump as fast as possible. And then from there, we're good. I just sit here and do this for a sec. Very easy. Very peasy. Very lemon squeezy. And then you come into the clump. Oh, that would have been too cool. That would have worked too well, boys. This is a big pull. So, oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! This is scary, dude. There's so many ditties coming at me at once. Oh, fuck. Oh, we're down horrendous. Everything's fine. I can't even get my grid up. Dude, I can't cast a single fucking thing. Holy shit. Alright, I'm gonna have to hit him with a circle tech, I think. And then not try to kill Wood and Sava. We got 2 fighters, so I gotta hit like the crescent moon. The forbidden tech. Yo, Birdie, I hope you have a phenomenal night. And I hope your trip back from the June Dark was pleasant. We need Bard. I would love a mana battery here. Alright, let me get to one chat. Sorry, they tried to kill me. Yo, Arimion, you playing on Shoal? We are playing on Shoal, yes. Exclamation Guild, if you're looking for a community. We even have the EU Guild over on Shoal. Literally everything over on Shoal. NA Guilds on Shoal ×3. EU Guild on Shoal. We're all on Shoal all the time, brother. You can get the early morning NA content, the peak time EU content, all on one server without having to play on the dead EU server that so many people in EU wanted really badly for some reason. Remember when so many people in EU were like rioting that they wanted their own server? And now the EU server has like 250 players on it. Pepperidge Farm remembers, chat. Pepperidge Farm remembers a lot. Pepperidge Farm remembers a whole lot. Thank you, Birdie, for my scorp. Wait, you got a scorpion? What the fuck do you mean? Really like how informative you are with your explanation. Discovered you yesterday in a few hours. I feel like I learned more about the game than I did in all of the streams combined. I appreciate that, dude. I still have a lot to learn about Ashes. There are so many systems that are like incredibly fucking deep, right? So I by no means know everything about this game. It just has so many layers to it. But fortunately, I'm one of the people who's like, I don't believe that I know everything, and I don't believe that just focusing in an echo chamber is smart. So we have people in the community that are very good at the things that I'm not that help me understand that shit. And as a result, we're able to just go deep in systems that I personally don't interact with that much. So I'm thankful for that. How are you seeing the pop numbers? Just guessing based on like what people are saying. EU, from what we've heard, has near zero mob competition at most points throughout the day. People that we've talked to over there are saying they can just go to pretty much whatever POI they want and hit 30 pulls because there's just like nothing going on. Sorry, something in my eye. Somebody in chat yesterday was excited because there was, quote, finally PvP on the EU server. Everything that we've heard has been indicating that it's like dead. That's not true. How many people would you say are over on that server then? Sublime has been contested in every spot all weekend. I've heard the contrary very heavily. I've heard multiple people coming in saying that they have been in an 8-person group just free pulling in Steel Bloom like crazy. Plenty there, honestly. I mean, I hope there are. But we also have to keep in mind, it's going to naturally be nowhere near what the NA pop is. Maybe if every EU player is active at once and no NAs are, but we have to keep in mind too, the split that Steven gave was 60% of the players, like the registrants, were NA, 30% is EU, and 10% outside of that. And we have to remember that a non-zero amount of EU also plays on NA in terms of like communities, decent percentage of players. I don't know many NA that play on EU besides Fire Software. EU says it's not true. Dead, maybe not, but is EU alive enough that people are not regretting throwing a fit about their own server? I guess that's my question. Because I've already seen people, at least this is just people that come through my chat, right? I'm not the oracle that knows all. I'm not actually on EU. But people have been coming through chat saying, I can't wait for the server mergers. It's done at certain times. Well, that's normal if it's like fucking 2 a.m. your time, but especially late weekdays. Well, that makes sense. But like, how is your peak time still healthy each day? Or is it like rough over there during weekday peaks? I guess that's the question. Yeah, peak is still healthy. I mean, if peak still feels healthy, then that's great. The big thing that like I had been hearing from people was just it was nowhere near what NA was, and a lot of people were already asking for a server merge, and I was like, where was this energy when Intrepid was like, hey, we want to put everybody on one server for dynamic gridding testing purposes? And EU was like, well, we don't want to. That's why there's an EU server, by the way. It was community outrage. Intrepid wanted one server at the start because they had the population, like, estimates. They knew roughly how many players they'd be expecting. Like, it wasn't like they were just making shit up. But, like, a non-zero amount of EU was just so outwardly vocal that, like, this is terrible. Boo, this guy stinks. Like, I just never understood it. I didn't get it. Are you still XP, or is this how you loot gear and ashes? So right now, I'm getting XP not for myself, but for everybody else in the community. So I am already level 25, and my weapons are already level 25. So I don't need to worry about XP at all anymore. I'm good. I'm set up. So what I'm doing is taking a little bit of time each day and leveling all of these goobers, all of whom are outside of my group. So in my group right now, I have me, Z, and Merc. We're all level 25, and I'm a tank, and there are 2 clerics. We're not doing too much damage to these mobs compared to that full 8-person group that's right beside us. So basically what I'm able to do is hold threat on the mobs, and we do as much damage as we can to help them kill it. But between them getting the first hit on the mob for that bonus kill credit percentage, and them just having 8 people comparatively and doing more damage than me, they get all of the kill credit for the mobs, and effectively, I just sit here, and I am essentially just a hireling. Like, I'm an NPC for them right now. If you were playing Guild Wars 1 and you had one of those, like, you know, those party NPC tanks, that's basically the role that I play for everybody else that's here. I sit here, they pull mobs to me, and then hope that I can not die, and hope that heals are out there enough to keep me up. And they hope that I grab threat. That's my entire role, my entire existence. And that's something like I don't have to do it all, but I hit 25. So I figure since I'm already 25 and I have a whole hell of a lot of time in my day, only makes sense for me to spend a little bit of time pumping some of this XP for people that aren't 25 and don't have quite as much time in their day. So, that's what I did in 11 a lot as a pally. Yeah, I'm a big fan of going back and helping power level the community, and like, honestly, a lot of people wonder like how Polar got so many level 25s. Well, because all you need is one level 25 sitting outside of the group to double the clear speed of any level group, and just make sure that you're not taking the mobs, and then congratulations, your group of 8 is now getting double the XP from having one level 25 there, DPS, tank, healer, or otherwise. So, it's definitely a matter of like having high levels helps high levels. Since getting people into the spot yesterday, I think we've got like double digits 25s that are like close to getting there. That entire group of 8, we've had a couple people get their 25 already here today. We've got another group of 8 with more people ready to get their 25 up. So over the course of being here for actually farming it for maybe an hour and a half so far, I think we've got 3 level 25s from it, and then more that are like a good percentage on the way. But Savo was like keeping track of the timing in the XP and got like 68% in fucking 31 minutes or something like that. This is well over 1 million XP per hour doing it this way. And you could do this in group as well with just 8 people. But having the, you know, the tank and stuff outside of the group is a huge thing. So as a result, now even on our end, we've got a lot of people, once they're 21 plus, that I can just bring over here. I can set them in this group, and that's just main guild as well. So we have second guild, third guild, EU guild, and I can just have people come over and one at a time filter them into that 8-person group that's getting all the kills, and they just get juiced all the way up. So it's definitely a very solid spot. 25, should I leave? Nah, keep that group filled until we get more people out here that need the XP. But like, if we have more people that do need it from like bards, tanks, DPS, anything, anybody in the community that's like in cats that needs the XP should come out and fill a spot once they're 21 plus. If we run out of people that are 21 plus, then we should go somewhere and gear farm. That's my thought on it. So I don't know what level everybody else is at, but we need to make sure that there are enough people in the 8-person group for you guys to be getting all the tags. And then once you guys get that kill credit, we should be good. I don't know what everyone else is at, but I'm fucking flying, and I'm not even getting anything. DustyWhy, what up, dude? I hope you're having a good day. We on that power leveling grind for the lads. That's really what it's all about on this end today. So just trying to keep that going as much as... Oh, shit. Wrong tree. Boop, boop. And then one-handed mace. I'm going to take that off. And then we're going to go inner fire. Then we're going to go there. All right, this. That might help with my solo sustain a little bit. And we'll also give consistent shaken debuff out, which is going to take away some Fizzmit from those lads. So it should be pretty good. Should help with my mana. Might help with a little bit of HP as well on all those finishers. Or mana. Yeah, no, you're chilling. You're chilling. You're chilling. You can auto as much as you need to. I know we don't have a bard, so you guys are literally playing your mana like crazy. I also figure I should play my mana like crazy too. Oh no, see, hiya. I threw an axe at it, and it did nothing. The axe did not get its attention. Yeah. And then I need to get to you, and we'll get the stunzy, and then I'll go back into here with all of these guys. Okay, this just seems to be going a little bit better. I actually have, like, net positive mana coming in. This is fucking massive. So I'm assuming Stavo's almost got a full level. We've got people that came over here at 22, and they're, like, 24 now, by the way. This shit is omega fast. And we have to realize, like, power leveling wise, too. If people are not streaming where they're at, they could literally put an entire guild through an area without anybody discovering it. Like, your guild just disappears from the Riverlands for a couple of days and then comes back with a lot of 25s. Like, brother, that's what we're going to be doing. The only difference is we're streaming this shit. So everybody's going to know where this spot is. And then once we, like, clear out of the spot, people will probably use this spot to level their guilds. Like, but there are so many of these spots around the map. It's not even just this spot where you can pull like crazy and have insane XP. It's just dependent on finding the right mob types, finding the right distribution of them, and going from there. So, I don't know. I think spots like this are just so impactful to get into. We have people that are working hard on crafting. I don't really do much crafting-wise, so I figure I can work hard on this route. And then from there, we get more people into our mob grinds that are 25, and we got higher drop rates from those mob grinds. That was a great get off the stage. That was so satisfying to actually witness. Won't be going EU server again. I'm way too far behind to catch up on NA now. I mean, define like catch up. Because you gotta realize, catching up on NA isn't really anything too deep. Catching up on Ashes isn't really that deep. Because there's always so much gear that exists, like, once the initial progression curve is done their prog, right? If you're behind right now, you're gonna level with more gear being available, more, you know, worthwhile spots being available, more everything, right? And then once you're actually leveled, sure, people are going to be initially, like, much higher power, but a lot of the areas are already gonna be on farm instead of having to go like through the full Steel Bloom grind and waiting for Steel Bloom jewelry to draw, populate, whatever it may be. You'll probably be able to get hand-me-down gear in any community, get set up a lot quicker. I don't really think catching up is that crazy at all, especially when you consider any community that's actually trying to juice people up is going to be doing exactly this. Like, they will have people sitting out here for fucking 12 hours a day doing nothing but what I'm doing right now. And you need to understand, I could probably, if I had preset groups of 8 being fed over to me, and we had 2 clerics and a bard in this group, we could probably get over 50 people to level 25 before I get off stream. And that's being, like, you know, easy on the estimate. That's easy on the estimate. We could pump out someone's 21 to 25 in 3 hours, 2 XP scrolls, and they're leveled. So that's gonna be what we're trying to do. Let's deal with the new mountain region. Still haven't even seen anyone stream it. The anvils. The anvils, you're gonna see me there a lot as, you know, we get more into like the citizen loop, I call it, and like get into actually leveling the node. I keep saying we're gonna go over there, but there's just so much to do to help the community, like outside of this immediately being there. Creepy, what up? I hope you're having a good day. So, we will be out in the anvils a lot, as Kaltorum is where, you know, we want to be as a community in the long term for this run through. And the anvil is being built up, you know, by multiple communities that are in our alliance or in, you know, the realm of people that we work with all the time. So, hopefully, we'll be in the anvil soon with a whole lot of fun content. Right now, we're trying to, like I mentioned, just kind of like get the guild as juiced as possible level-wise and try to help that catch up, because we have our EU guild, we have cats with crafts, that's our casual guild, we have cats with abs. All 4 of those guilds need to have as many people at level 25 as possible, so that way when we're hitting our big gear raids, we can hopefully get, you know, multiple different spots covered with 40-person raid groups, all of those raid groups being level 25, and then we'll have the best drop rates on the end game gear. We'll have the best chance to hold those, you know, those grind areas down and fight for those as well. So, this is something that I really enjoy doing, if I'm being completely honest. I love just going back and power leveling for people and tanking shit for people. I haven't seen a drop from this, but some people can definitely chip in if they want to pay for repair bills and shit. I actually haven't taken durability out here. I'm chilling. I only take durability loss when I die, and as long as people don't let me die, we're vibing. And I trust my healers a whole heck of a lot. So, no problems on my side. And I just healed for like 4K though. Everything's phenomenal. But yeah, we'll be going out to the anvils a lot. The thing with the anvils right now, and I think like why a lot of people haven't primarily been out there, is because it falls off incredibly quickly after that like true first time user experience. Gravon, what up, dude? After that first time user experience in the mountain, you immediately go down this descent into madness. You have your first questing hub that's going to be either Bonfire or Hammer Rest, but outside of that first questing hub, you're not going to have much quest support anywhere else in the anvils. There's not going to be much of like the story built out. There aren't going to be a lot of things to do out there other than, as Lesh said, try to not get your ass ate by birds. But there are some good pocket dungeons. If you're looking specifically to go out there with an 8-person group and grind, you can go out there quite well with an 8-person group and grind. It is really solid. But it just presents way less than the Riverlands does. And keep in mind, the Anvils is the newest of just one of now 5 of our zones. So there's not going to be a ton other than like starter stuff to do there. People will out-progress it relatively routinely. And then once people out-progress it, they'll probably be in higher level areas like the June Dark, maybe the Desert, Forge, Carfin. You'll probably see most streams being in like the Fallen Forge, in Carfin, or in Steelbloom right now. Just no matter which server you're looking at, so. I'd quest to get Magic Ring. Yeah. The Anvils also has like the Magic Ring quest at the start, so you can get a pretty good start there. You can get multiple ram mounts there as well, so that's a nice level of convenience too, until you start getting animal husbandry mounts, but poop. As long as they're not my birds. I would actually love it if you went up to the Anvils to eat some of the burbs there. Those burbs are assholes, and I think they've got it coming. They wander too close to the road, and I understand that, like, cars haven't been invented yet, so they don't really fear the motor vehicle as modern birds do. But maybe we need, like, a good old, you know, a Ford F-150 or something up in this bitch, just smacking some birds off the road real quick, and then they'll learn their lesson. I don't even think it needs to be fewer birds. I just think the birds need to learn some goddamn respect for roadways I think that's the biggest immediate thing. They're assholes. They're the birds that go where they want. They shit on everything. They're not nice burbs. And they'll kill people's mounts in one shot. But yeah, Merc said Anvil is hella good from 12 to 17. We had groups start out in the Anvils, like Zom's group started in the Anvils with the intent to level. They did great out there. We started in the Riverlands, and honestly, they were getting better drops for a lot of it than we were in the Riverlands. Because in the Anvils, you could just go out to those pocket dungeons, and those were definitely worth farming. So, they kill Fran, and ate Fran's cookie. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Frans are being hurt. Cookies are being taken. The birds are conspiring against the void. We can't stand for this. We must fight back against the burbs and reclaim the Anvils. That's honestly the true storyline of the Anvils. Fuck like it was taken by these, you know, these other dwarves or whatever. Wait. No, it wasn't even revealed that it was taken by other dwarves. It was like solve the mystery of like, you know, reclaiming the Anvils and who pushed people out. What if the birds pushed the people out? What if it wasn't even like other dwarves or anything? What if it was just birds? Alfred Hitchcock just came through. And then it was all shit. It was all downhill. Football death to all burbs, please. Especially those on the roadways. The ones that exist that will help for poop farms, those can stay. Those can very much stay. We doing anything after this? Yes. I want to gear farm today. Like, I don't want to sit here for an entire fucking, you know, 10-hour stream and just do this on loop. Because I also don't think we have enough people 21 plus. I think I can probably do like a few hours of this, try to get a wave of 25s up or close to. And then I think we should go somewhere to maybe gear grind a little bit. I'd be fine to help people if they still need Steel Bloom stuff. I'd be fine to go carve. I'd be fine to try to get a small group together to go into Forge. Really whatever we want to do, but with, you know, Carve and Forge, you need everybody as close to 25 as possible, or you're going to get substantially reduced rewards. So, we just want to keep that in mind as we go up, but... We have Steel Bloom rate at 7? Oh, do we? I didn't look at Zombie's post. I don't read what he says. Cool. I saw he posted the calendar. I didn't fucking look at that shit. I just figured y'all would tell me where I need to be. Alright, so we can probably do this until like 6. And then head back up to the Riverlands and get ready for that raid. Because that'll be a good gear grind. Hopefully. I don't know what else I need for loot from there. But I'm happy to help everybody get their loot. I'm trying to think. How long is that? An hour and a half until Steel Bloomington. I need XP from there, from Steel Bloom. Would I send someone Steel Bloom for XP at 15? Yeah, you could probably do it at 15. Especially if people have some baseline gear. Because, like, we could also... It's not just going to be 15. It's like, we'll probably have, like, level 15 to 18 people in groups together. Well, honestly, 15 to 20. And then everybody tries to get to 20 so we can then get them into this fucking vacuum that is an XP pump. I think we're trying to essentially facilitate, like, waves where everybody moves up, like, 15 to 21. And then 21 to here is just your 25, right? So, our goal, I think, will probably be, like, giving people the tools to make groups as much as they can up to 15 to 21, and then from there you're good to just juice. Now, you can very much so go, I don't know, Steel Bloom to fucking 17 if you wanted to, and then go Epstein. But I also think a good Steel Bloom group's probably more XP per hour than Epstein. Steel Bloom if you get a good spot to pump. Very, very, very good spot. Any artifacts in the Anvils? Not that we've seen yet. No world bosses or anything like that. No build, no like big grand dungeon build outs. But I mean, loot tables could probably be scoured a little bit more. I'm sure there's something out there, even if it's like a low percent artifact. We did learn something about artifacts yesterday though. Apparently artifacts now spawn in the same way as crates do, and they don't need to be picked up by a caravan. And you need to corrupt to kill the person that's carrying an artifact. So that I would expect that to be changed. I would very much expect that to be changed extremely quickly. Because the 2-mock totem dropped yesterday. And 2-hour knowledge that was just picked up like a crate and fucking waddled back. Which is kind of tragic. But I'm sure that'll get changed. Hoping those still have to be brought on caravans, or at least if it is a crate, flags the person up that has it. Just makes sense. Or not artifacts, sorry, relics. I don't know why I said artifacts. Anyways, what's the guild name? Cats with Abs, brother. The name comes from a legendary democratic guild vote back in the days of New World, where we had a tie between stray cats and dudes with abs. And in that moment, we were tasked with one thing and one thing only as leadership, coming up with the greatest fucking name in all of human history. So Cats with Abs was born. Now, Stray Dudes is also on the back burner for one of our secondary guilds at some point. We don't want to have to bust that one out until absolutely necessary, but it was combining them one way or the other. It's between Stray Dudes and Cats with Abs, and as you can tell, Cats with Abs won up. So, found some level 23 Dunehole, level 23 minnows in Dunehole that give 5k per. Can AoE pull? I feel like minnows are a harder AoE pull, if I'm being real. Those shits hurt a fucking lot. These guys are only, These guys are only a tough AoE pull because of their actual, like, diddler levels of poison. If it wasn't for that shit, I think they'd actually be quite easy. And, like, they still are pretty easy, but, like, they're really fucking annoying. It's like, it's blood boiling to try to tank these guys. Because you just try to cast something, and it's like somebody is stopping every other one of your actual inputs. Anytime you get fucking bopped, the paralytic poisons, they cook you. Bards need a nimble on cooldown? Oh, that's good comms. Yeah. But what if I don't have a bard? It's me and 2 clerics right now in the group power leveling. Savo leveled? Savo, what was your time? 23 to 24. Savo was timing this entire thing. I don't even know if I want to know. 23 to 24 in 67 minutes. How much XP was that? That had to have been almost 2 mil XP per hour, right? That includes that break to unflag? Right. That has to be bordering 2 million XP an hour, right? It's 1.65. Jesus fucking Christ. So we're pumping almost 2 million an hour, and that's without a bard in this group. If we had a bard in my group, we'd be able to pull more without stopping as well, because my clerics are getting a little bit low mana. Like, dude, this is unfucking real. Yeah, bordering 2 million XP per hour. And people still think that exploits were had. Nah, bro, you can just level fast as shit once you have any level of 25 support. You can just pump. Per person? Yes. So I am outside of the group holding threat on all of these mobs. They are pulling the mobs to me. I have clerics healing me. I grab aggro on all of the mobs and then bring them over to my clump of doom. Come here, buddy. And once they're in my clump of doom, everything just dies. They get the kill credit for everything. And then from there, they juice all of the XP. So the biggest thing is, like, my group is just around keeping me alive. They throw as many DPS as they can in their group. And as a result, everyone in their group gets a mondo amount of XP. Also, Nin, if you're solo, you can pump the mobs. We just don't want to have you in this group pumping mobs because it's, like, per group. So, like, if you're hitting mobs outside of the group, you won't, like, break into any kill credit stuff because you'll just be a solo entity. If we had a group of 4, we might accidentally outpump them, but do you know where Church is? Church is right here. It's gonna be the elite POI. If you look at Avon's End or Lionhold, you just go southwest. So it's that elite point of interest. It's up on the hill. The entrance for Church is gonna be up on the north side of it up here. So just make sure you go to, honestly, there's an Ember Spring right up there. But I would also grab the Second Sword Outpost MB. Other group can nibble at that word. Are secondary archetypes active for the tank? Secondary archetypes are not yet active for the tank. That's probably going to be 2026, early 2026 based on what we've heard. Now, some people think that tank and cleric will get all of the secondaries first. I actually think that like tank and cleric are the secondaries that are going to every primary first, and then they add more secondaries to every primary after that. At least that's what I've gathered. I don't think tank and cleric are just gonna get like the run of the mill on picking every single secondary. I think they'll do it kind of like per secondary in terms of the development process for it, and then just deploy it to each primary from there. So you look like a non-scuffed George Kittle. I have some good hands. I do have some good hands, I will say. I can catch football. I can do a lot of things. Would you start me in your fantasy lineup if you had the choice? Think about Ranger class and raid group, good or bad? Ranger and raid, PvP or PvE? I think good in either. PvP really good because you have AoE vines. You drop vines on ground, everybody walks in and gets step broed, and then you jump in on people, and then you're good. Then you're good. Will you be able to respec secondary? Yes, through testing for free. Long-term, you know, launch plus, there will be a substantial investment to respec. It's not going to be free by any means. We don't know if it's just going to be like monetary, if it's going to be a quest chain, what it's going to be. But we've been told you'll be able to respec your secondary with friction. But through testing, you'll be able to respec just completely for free. So that way you're able to test whatever you want to. They don't want people to be like, oh shit, guess I gotta remake this character. So. This coffee's so good. What coffee you got? Wait, sell me on this coffee. If you say like some Folgers shit, I'm gonna ban you. I don't know what you guys in Canada are drinking. But between your craft dinner and your Folgers, I'm convinced it's Folgers. Or just mac and cheese water. Lion's Mane infused local Caribbean. Arabica? Are guilds per character? Yes. Guilds are per character, but having a lot of alts is also tough. Just because there are so many things going on in Ashes that require like a long input. So wouldn't necessarily recommend being a part of multiple communities. Plus, sometimes if you're a part of multiple different communities, it can come across as like trying to get information, this, that, the other. So always be careful with that stuff. There is a lot of spying and stuff that goes on in communities. But yes, you can join different guilds per character. I could have my own guild on my alt character that I use specifically for storage. I don't currently have one, but I may in a later spot. But give a slot for 18 plus character. In guild, yes, absolutely, always. In terms of this like XP grind, this is level 21 plus, 20 at the absolute worst. But 21 plus, so that way you can get kill credit and XP for all of the mobs. So, I'm a Rogan one, but I'm thinking of having my healer in Castle Crafts. Where's your rogue at? Because we could always just absorb that entire guild that your rogue's in. We could always just nom them. I'd be fine with that. What guild? Anyone know where you can get some low level gear? Level 6 currently. Player markets in any of the towns, you could craft it, or honestly, like, if you can get to level 10-ish and then get into an Oakenbane group, you'll probably find so much from your Oakenbane grind in the first place that you won't be too worried about gear for long, if I had to guess. Who shall I whisper? For a guild invite, exclamation Discord. We run everything through the guild Discord, so we have a ticket system to verify who's active, who's who, what's what. So, exclamation guild. My fault, wrong one. I have two different Discords. Also, that link might be broken. Exclamation guild, I'm so sorry. Discord.gg/catswithabs. That is the guild one. I got too many links in this pitch. It's like I went to pull out the business card and I pulled out like the DustyWhy Arborist card and I went to pull out the DustyWhy Attorney at Law card. So, exclamation guild is the guild Discord. Once you are in there, you'll see the public channel with the request to join. You can just type in there, an officer will get you the roles when they are free. And then from there, you'll have your roles to create a ticket. You'll see the create your ticket channel, and they'll post a little reply to your message. Make sure you read their reply and actually create your ticket. If you don't have a ticket created after a certain number of hours, a certain amount of time, your perms will be yoinked. So that way we can make sure everyone's active and a part of the guild. So no ticket, no invite, no ticket, no perms, but get your perms, make your ticket ASAP, and then you're good to go. It's a way for us to track everything in terms of each guild, in terms of organization. And keep in mind, since we do have 4 guilds right now, the Discord is always very active for finding groups. If you post in just your like /G guild, you're not accessing the entire community, but the entire community is very active in that Discord. So you can always find that. 4 guilds are up. We've extended the leveling deadline and cut tax for the first few weeks to allow people to get and catch up. That being said, you must be in one of the 4 guilds by Wednesday, September 10th, as the officers will be going through the list and closing tickets and removing perms. Perfect. September 10th is the cutoff to be in a guild and all set up. Otherwise, if your tickets aren't made, you're not in a guild at that point. Your perms will be yoinked, and then you'll have to just go through the process again. You don't get banned or anything, but you will lose all access to guild-related channels if you're not verified in one of our guilds on the roster by the time. So, I would say get all set up as quickly as you physically can. Just save yourself the trouble of having to go through the process again and being like, well, I thought I was in there and all set up. There's always one, don't let it be you. I try to, make the process as easy as we can since the start of Cats. It's just been join the Discord, we got you with perms, and then it's all in your hands. So, as long as you guys do that, we'll get you all squared away. Are you EU or NA? We play on NA, but we do have an entire EU guild as a part of our community. So Cats UA is our EU section over on this NA server. So very, very, very active community over here. And you can play from NA, you can play from EU, you can play from quite literally anywhere at all times. I'm gonna apply soon, but not yet. We're not gonna make it anything too restrictive for people though. Like, our goal isn't filtering people out of the community. Everything is always with Cats going to be an entirely inclusive process and very user-friendly, but streamlining it from officers having to cook everything in Discord very reactively is in our best interest. So yeah, don't get scared by the application process. We'll keep it very user-friendly, but yeah, for organization purposes, expect things much like Ashes to change. We want to make it as easy as possible for leadership to process stuff. Zom and the rest of the leadership crew's been working crazy hard to try to keep all of that, streamlined and optimal. So things will change up, but it'll always be open to literally everyone, everywhere, at any point in time. How many NA guilds you got? 3 NA, 1 EU, but again, all on the NA server. Our top 2 are PvP focused. The top one is obviously the most heavily focused on PvP, has the highest expectations. Second one, regular Cats. Those are still PvP focused players, but not ready to make the jump of everything, like full Guild 1 related, anything like that yet. So we make it accessible for multiple levels of PvP. Then Cats with Crafts is our casual and crafting guild. And then, again, Cats UA is our EU guild over on the NA server. So, regardless of, what guild you are in, all of the community events are open to the entire community. Even if you're in Cats with Crafts, you can still show up to PvP Scrim Nights. You can still show up to every event. It is for the community to play together, but it's a lot of different, specializations within that. So, that's the big thing. That's the big thing. Already at 10%. Fucking massive. Absolutely fucking massive. But yes. So we are truly up tremendous. What you mean had? Pew! So, we're growing day by day. We're just trying to keep everything growing and progressing for people. And if you are a part of any part of our communities, you're a part of all of it. The very same. So, we play on Shoal, will always be based out of NA, but having those, just having those extended chapters of the guild really increase the accessibility for everybody. Even if you're not PvP focused, we got you. Scouts across the one without a fee. Yeah. And we have waived taxes for the first few weeks as well, just to let people get all squared away. Realistically, the first few weeks, everybody was down terrible, econ-wise, gear-wise, everything. So even main and second didn't have to pay taxes to get started. Everything was just kind of like people helping the crafters out of the goodness of their hearts. So once that does start, keep in mind that's all for, main and second guild only, like the PvP guilds. And that's all for getting our guild crafters on the highest level possible, paying fees for guild versus guild decks, sieges, all of that stuff. Look at the leechers. I know, where are all of you guys casting your abilities? It's fucking despicable. Explain taxes for me. We just gotta give gold to someone. Yeah, so when taxes are active, you give your gold to me, and then don't tell anybody that you gave your gold to me, even if they ask. Yes, guild taxes, give all of your gold directly to me off stream, and there will be no proof. Yep. No other questions. Officers, please. What do you mean? I literally outrank an officer. Do not give Dusty your tax. Give Dusty your taxes. Meta mistyped. Meta's in a rough spot right now. You heard him earlier. He was speaking a bunch of like hubbub and hullabaloo. He was talking about 200s and gains and this, that, the other. I will take all of your taxes. All of them. No, actually, don't give me your taxes. I will steal your taxes. I may technically be the guild leader, but like if there was a role that was like Chief Embezzling Officer, CEO, that would basically be my role. Don't give me your tax money. I will take that shit. Really. I will steal it. Devil, Singer 70 Street Dog. Do you speak with the devs much? How accessible are they? They are very accessible. I do not speak with them much. I don't really have a need to hit them up. But if I ever did have a need to hit them up, I or pretty much any other player could reach them directly in the Discord. They also lurk in the communities as well very frequently. But I try to be like as not annoying of a human being as I can be. Because I would assume a lot of content creators hit up every single dev that they know of all the time to just bug them for the dumbest shit. And I'm sure the devs want to be like, oh, we care about everybody hitting us up. I'll speak for them. Just because you can hit a dev up doesn't mean you shouldn't hit a dev up. So, from my perspective, I try to stay in my lane. If they need me, they know where to find me. If I need them, I know where to find them. I'm not sending them good morning messages, but honestly, I bet if I did, somebody would reply. They're very accessible. I bet if I messaged Steven like, good morning, a few times in a row, he'd see it eventually, and then I'd at least get a react. Like, they are very, very, very rooted in the community, and that's not even just because I'm streamer, man. I'm not an important streamer. I'm not large. I don't matter. Like, I'm not a fucking Asmongold or a Summit or anything like that. Like, they care about their community. They interact with everybody, whether you have fucking, we hit 9K followers, by the way, whether you have 9K followers or 0 followers. They don't really care about that. They've essentially told much larger streamers than me to get lost, and they've told much smaller streamers than me, thank you for being here, we value you. And they say that same thing to a lot of people in the community, so I really do like how accessible the devs are. It's a big point of, you know, green flag for me, just because they are incredibly accessible, incredibly involved with the game directly. It is genuinely like, it's a very involved sense from them, and it makes me as a player even more, dude, I can't even cast anything. Jesus fucking Christ. It makes me as a player even happier to be here in the long term. Dude, I'm fucking perma-stunned. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Thank you. This is awful. It just reapplies so much. Holy shit, I hate tanking these mobs. Dude, it gives me a headache tanking these mobs. I'm not even gonna fucking make it out. It really gives me a headache tanking. Wood, what are you doing? I see a fucking leech on the battlefield. Saw Steven organizing a game marriage for a random couple that told them they were getting married soon. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Steven was in-game yesterday just putzing around. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Or the day before. I don't even remember. Might have been yesterday. But Steven was in-game yesterday, and we were over at Carfin, and he just fucking struts on by, so I follow him, and he's like, oh, hey, congrats on day 800 in a row, by the way, because I passed 800 days in a row on stream recently. So, like, they're very involved, even if they're just not out here, like, fucking watching everything and typing in chats and stuff. They truly do see a lot within their community. They are active in the Discord. They always have people that are out there lurking. And like, we have to realize there are so many more people that are involved through like the community team, through multiple layers of the development team. Like, Intrepid has 250 plus employees working on this project. If you think that you have never interacted with an Intrepid employee in this game, you're probably cooked. I will say. A quote that I once received from them when I asked them how many communities they're actually a part of, and this is an anonymous quotester, but the quote word for word was, "We're in the fucking walls, brother." Just for perspective, they are everywhere. They are probably so deeply infiltrated into so many different communities at this point that it is impossible to tell who's them and who isn't. Like, it's kind of wild. Steven himself has been caught trying to, like, play in communities incognito. Have they made any statement or indication how they're feeling about this phase? Like, are they happy with the players? They said specifically they were very unhappy with you in particular, yes. They said you were a very naughty boy. So, like, in terms of player base, like, retention and stuff, so sorry. One thing that they say a lot is that, like, retention is not the emphasis. Working through the development process is, and they'll kind of, like, get there, you know, with their vision in place. So, like, if their core emphasis was retention, then that would lead to probably changing up a lot of the systems at this point and listening to feedback from players who aren't, honestly, let's be completely honest, we don't see the completed systems or the completed vision in their entirety. We just see the parts of the system that they show us. And we very frequently don't have the total picture. So, from my standpoint, right? One thing that they talk about a lot is, you know, retention is in our emphasis. And of course, if the playtest has 0 players, that's going to be an indicator that things are bad. Retention is an indicator, but their emphasis is just continuing on the development path, and anybody that happens to be retained along that path is, you know, retained along that path. So that's one thing that I really like. They're just like, trains moving. If you're hopping on, hop on. If you're getting off, get off, but it's not going to stop moving. And they're not worried. Like, phase 2.5, player retention was probably by the end of that around 10 to 15%. And that's factoring in new players coming in, old players going out. I mean, total player loss was immense over phase 2.5 before phase 3. And we saw that in the Twitch directory between active streamers, active players. There were days at peak time where I was the only streamer at peak time for NA in this entire directory. There were whole days where I was the only person that would go live in this directory. So it truly was at a point of, like, you know, bare bones. You gotta trust the process if you're over here. And Intrepid says the same thing. Like, you may have a partial vision on things right now, but if you trust the process, things will click in. And so from that standpoint, retention, just from my personal view, seems a lot better this phase. At this point in phase 2.5, a lot of players had already left because the servers were so bad. Phase 2.5 was a global stress test server, and that global stress test server led to naturally what a stress test does. The servers were fucking cooked, brother. Absolutely cooked. They were burnt, they were overdone, they were in a million ways bad. They were trying to force as much population into one area of the world as they could, and they did exactly that. We had one starting area, we had 8,100 plus concurrent players out of that starting area. Steel Bloom was so populated that you couldn't move and mobs weren't responding, but people were still farming it because there was nowhere else to go. It was bad for playability. And a lot of new players hopped in for that May 1st launch thinking, oh, this is the Wave 3 launch, this will be great. So, dude, let me tell you, population tanked in phase 2.5. So, I think comparatively to 2.5, it's already day and night better. Way more noticeably smooth. Of course, the DDoSs don't really help. Whoever's DDoSing the servers, your mom's a hoe. And I wish you would stop while I was playing and maybe do it while the EU streamers were playing. Just food for thought. They'd probably give you more of a reaction and they'd say it funny. So just consider that. But they have been getting hit by some DDoSs. They typically mitigate those in like 30-ish minutes. And they had one yesterday that was even faster. So that's cool. You're gonna make more than one character? No, probably not. I mean, actually, like, yes, because when Renkai comes out, that'll be nice. I will re-roll a Renkai tank. Renkai is gonna be like the big Brawlic orc. So I will re-roll a Renkai tank. I will level that 1000%. But that'll just be another tank. It'll have my tank gear, it'll have all that. Oh, Wood, congrats on the level that you don't know you fucking got because you've been AFK for 30 minutes. I hate you, piece of shit. I hope all your mounts die. Fuck you. I've literally seen fewer leeches at spas. I should drag all these mobs to him to celebrate his new level. Oh, he's 25. He's not worried about XP debt. Nobody heal Wood for a sec. Nobody heal Wood for a sec. He's level 25. He doesn't care. Surely the cleave will take him. It'll set him free. Come on, take him down. I don't know if I actually want to kill him all the way. We'll just leave him close. Oh, there he goes. He hasn't grabbed any loot anyways. He hit 25, he's good. I haven't seen him move in 10 minutes. He won't even know what happened, bro. He's been taking a fucking snoozer. Dude's been asleep in his chair. But at least he got 25. Zeno! Uh-oh. Come. All is well. Alright, big clutch. Okay, honestly, I'm glad they're getting DDoS now. Hopefully that'll help them handle it when launch comes. Exactly! Honestly, I think I should be rewarded for DDoSing the server. I think whoever's DDoSing the server should be rewarded for giving Intrepid the extra practice. Yes, thank you. Nobody sees them as a hero that they truly are, and I think they should be heralded as kings. Who said they aren't using white hats? What in the fuck is a white hat? Is that what I think it is, or is that like a computer term? What in the goddamn heck? Kill Nin. Why kill Nin? Does Nin want to fast travel? Why kill Nin? Are we sending Nin home? Computer term? The fuck is a white hat? White hat hackers. White hat hackers are the good guys. Oh! They're like, wait. So do you have people that are bad hackers in like black fedoras, and then you have white fedoras for the good hackers? Oh shit. Wait, so like the bad hackers have the really like unkempt neck beards, and then you have the good hackers that have like the twisty mustaches, and then it connects down to their twisted neck beard in like a full circle. Holy shit, they're elegant. Okay, I understand. I understand. Yo, Ronan! Thank you for the raid, dog. I appreciate you. I hope your stream was phenomenal. We're talking about, well, Hackermans. We're talking about fedoras, intertwined, twisted, braided mustaches and neck beards. It's a beautiful time. Farmed a bit of forage. Ooh, any good drops out of there? We have been farming this XP spot, and this shit is unironically upwards of 2 mil plus XP per hour if you were truly pumping. We have got multiple people to 25 off of this. People came here at 22 and are now a good chunk into 24. We're about to have an entire batch up to 25 before our Steel Bloom gear farm tonight. Truly fucking up tremendous. What pirate claims to be. Oh, right, because he hacked for, like, the Department of War or something? Didn't he, like, fucking hack missiles or some shit? I was at Crab Island earlier with 800k per hour. First time, it was good. Dude, if you get any drops along the way, you're set. But this area gives no drops. No, he didn't. That's not a thing. Hacking missiles? Well, you don't know it's a thing until the missiles actually get hacked. That's how the hackers get you, Zom. It's a hacker and mouse game. And you're the mouse and they're eating you. Energy? Oh. He hacked solar panels. But what if there were like renewable energy missiles? Oh wait, a missile with a solar panel on it. So that way it can fly around forever until it was time to actually drop. Why don't I work for the Department of Defense? Or Energy or whatever it is. Holy shit. Wait, it's actually like a collaboration. Because then they could have like cool shirts. That would be like the Department of War and Energy. I might be cooking. I might get my own government position soon. What did he hack? Didn't he like win black badges at DEFCON or something? DEFCON? Is that the hacker one? Or is that a concert? What's the hacker con? Department of Offense. The best defense is a 60-point a game offensive unit, brother. What are we talking about, that greasy dweeb? Well, because most of us are also all greasy dweebs. No, we were talking about Hackermans. Because Intrepid's been getting DDoS'd. Like Ash's servers have. So we were discussing who it could potentially be. And the odds of it being a white hat hacker, I believe it's called. Which is a term that I just learned. So we were discussing how he could possibly be the mysterious white hat DDoSer that's giving Intrepid Studios practice around DDoS responses. The potential is out there. But yeah, we're all just kind of greasy dweebs. I just happen to use like herbal essences shampoo daily on my hair. So I look a little less greasy. That's all. Until I don't get a shower. Those Iceland streams, I was looking a little greasy. Daily? I know, it's fucking crazy. I don't want to go out on a limb and say that I might be the cleanest streamer on Twitch, but you guys ready for this? I take soap and a loofah, and I bend down and I wash my legs and my feet and the underside of my feet. That's fucking insanity. I know, you've got to add water. Why? I save time on air drying if I don't have water. No, just dry soap my shit. It's like those people that brush their teeth without getting their toothbrush wet first. Cause like I'm a toothbrush wet, then toothpaste on top. But I've seen demons that just like dry brush that shit. And I'm assuming that is just like steel wool on your fucking teeth. Now you're just covered in dry soap. Wait, hoofs. Hear me out. A little car wash unit, right? But it's for people. So you go in sideways like this, and you kind of go through here. And you get to the first spot, and it's a quick like a water spritz, right? And it gets you very damp. And then you maintain this, and then you get to the next area, and poof, powdered soap comes out, dry soap. Gets you nice and clean and smelly, and then you go to the next part, and you stand on one of those spinning things, and it goes, and then gives you a nice pressure wash to get all of the soap off. And then you go to an air dryer, spread eagle, air dryer on the bottom, 2 on each side, 1 from the top. The first human wash. Powder soap is gunny in jail. Gunny or funny? What are you doing with powdered soap in jail? I would invest. That kind of sounds like it fucks, no? I don't know like where you'd put those bad boys. Oh, maybe like outside of public pools and stuff. When we were in Iceland, there was like a whole thing about how like tourists were fucking hated anytime they went to pools because motherfuckers wouldn't shower. And you're supposed to get bare ass naked in like public shower before you go in their public pools to get all your like ass off of your ass because they don't want your ass in the pool. And there was a whole thing where like tourists were afraid to like get naked and shower in public. So it was very bad. So maybe that's the application. It's like the tourist trap. The one thing I hate is when showers don't have water pressure. Oh, dude. No water pressure is an actual fucking like depressing factor if you try to take a shower anywhere. If I were to like, I don't know, I rent a fucking apartment. But if I were to buy a house and like my water pressure sucked, A, I'm not a plumber, so I don't know what the fuck to do about it. B, like, I'd probably try to call a plumber to do something about it. But if I couldn't do something about it, I'd be fucking livid. Bad water pressure. Awful. Awful. And honestly, the second worst thing is going to somebody's place that has better water pressure than you because you enjoy the shower over there, but then you're like, God damn it, this is what I'm missing out on. Like your standards raise at that point. It's fucking dog shit. Like my older brother, he's pretty well off. He does great for himself. He has a graduate degree. He works high up in a fucking medical company. He does awesome. He travels. It's great water pressure. This house that he owns with his beautiful family. Me, I get okay water pressure in my apartment. Above average. Better than normal, not as good as his. Money does buy happiness. I'd never go to a public pool where tourists frequent. Public pools scare me. I will say, like, we went to, like, one of the hot springs that was there, and, like, just sitting in, like, this hot water with my group of friends, or, like, well, Carlos' group of friends, honestly, and then a bunch of people that I've never seen before, also just sitting there, like, stewing in this, like, human soup, was kind of uncomfortable, I won't lie. Like, I went in it for the tourist experience, and I tried to relax and forget there were other people there, but bro, it was literally like, the space you can see on camera, there were like 12 people in a fucking hot spring. Hot tubs are the worst thing to be in. Dude, it's just, it's all just fucking like human broth and not the good part. Like, it's all just, it's all sweat and dirt and farts and fucking human leaks. Going in the ocean is another one of those things. I'll have you know, like, I go in the ocean when I go to the beach specifically to piss. I'm not about to go, like, find a bathroom when the water's right there. I will literally go into the ocean, I'll piss, and then I'll walk out of the ocean. I have no fucking shame. If you say you've never done it, you're a fucking liar. The ocean water is literally just a bunch of pee and poop. I swear to God, the salt's just there to throw you. How do you think it got salty? Ocean was fresh water before humans started pissing in it. And we learned how to swim. Salt water. Hot tub's like rolling around the champagne room floor naked. Is the champagne room where people just orgy? Didn't you say there was no sex in the champagne room? So what happens in the champagne room? A bit goes back in when you do that. What? The saltwater pee? That's fine. That's fine. I just hope I got, I don't know, somebody, like, somebody rich or something, maybe. Maybe get some of that DNA stuff. Capitalize on it. They come up. Ooh! These mobs do not want to see me fucking live. They really do not want to see a Dusty winning right now. I was gonna take a break. They'd bring out my coffee. Because it's 6 p.m. and I probably shouldn't have coffee anymore. But there was no break to be had. And we do have a guild gear farm in like an hour, but this is gonna be impossible. Yes, we may want to get more people down here, but also we don't want to have more people come down here just have to go back up to Steel Bloom for the gear farm. Yes, 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 yes. I agree. What are you doing right now? Just grinding? I am power leveling people. No bard? Oh wait, where's our bard? Oh no, Victor's in the other group. So this spot has a lot of level 29 and 30 mobs that just slap in terms of their XP. You can also pull a lot of them if you have the right group set up because they're very, very, very killable. And then from there, see, actually, hold on. Who's in that group? Put Nin in my group and then you go into the bard group maybe? Or like, is there a 25 that doesn't need a lot of mana? Because, like, you can join the bard group. Time to head back. I want to finish up a few more 25s. Maybe, like, go till 6:30 and then have everybody head back. Because it was about a half-hour run. It was about a half-hour run. So, we should be good. But, yeah, so I'm sitting outside of a group. I have a lot of people. It was 45 minutes. Oh, okay. With all the detours. Word. Maybe we pump. Maybe we go back then. And then after Steel Bloom, we can just come back tonight. Because we could just set our home down here for now. And then we could just Death Warp after Steel Bloom. Like, set our home here. Run back up to Steel Bloom. Get set up for Steel Bloom. Because we're going to want to repair and store. And then after Steel Bloom, sell, repair, Death Warp back down here and level people. Get 25s. Because I would assume Steel Bloom's only going to be a couple hours. If I had to wager. So, that's probably the play for right now, so that way we have time. So run through a Cribba. We'll make that our home. I think, how many 25s did we get from this? Like, just even being here for like fucking an hour and a half of actual grinding. Because I think we got a lot. But yeah, so power leveling is a huge thing in Ashes. Once you hit level 25, you can go back and just accelerate experience for people. Very, 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 very hard. So as soon as people get level 20 to 21, 21 preferred, I can bring them out here. And as long as we have clerics and bards, I can have the clerics and bards that are 25 sit in my group, just keep me up. I grab threat on everything. The group kills the stuff that needs the experience. They get the kill credit, they get the experience, and I help my community level. So that's like one of our big emphases right now. Is just trying to get people leveled, try to get people pumped up. The double back isn't necessarily the most like personally efficient thing. Like I'm not getting anything from this. Everything that I did get was from them for getting to actually loot stuff, or the little bit of time that I was in the group at the start of this. But even with that, I mean, just from this, I did get over a gold worth of glint. And if anybody tips me out for tanking, then that's a bonus. So it all just breaks down to like what you want to spend your time doing. I really like trying to help the community level and get squared away. So, you know, it's been a very good use of my time so far, just trying to help the levels out. Now, since we do have some more good levels, we're going to have even more people that can have a really good impact in our Steel Bloom raid that we're going to go over and do. So we should have everybody like level 15 plus, level 15 to 20 in groups leveling during this time. And then we'll have everybody 20 plus coming over to the gear raid and hopefully getting people geared out in a baseline. So we've got, at least on my end, really good gear already. I'm not too worried about a lot of Steel Bloom stuff. I would love a level 20 shield, like a Radiant grade shield with something cool on it. But, you know, other than that, most of my pieces, I think at least are quite solid. Nothing leaving too much, you know, concern on the table. So we'll pop over here. We're going to set Acriba to be our home. We'll death warp back here after the gear farm. Power level people probably a little bit more at the end of the night. And we should have people getting gear, getting XP, getting money, getting pretty much everything, just because we finally have this level of like, well, levels. We finally have enough people that are actually 25 that can double back and make stuff happen. Hoofsy, I thought you said there was no sex in the champagne room. Was this like a don't talk about Fight Club level thing? I enjoy watching people walk through the world of Ashes. It's a fucking cool world, I will say. And one nice thing about Ashes too, I'm not someone who's like stopping to gather everything, you know, get every tree, get every rock. But you could be running along and out of nowhere see, bam, rare spawn material, like super high tier tree, rare metal, whatever it may be. And you see that and you're just like, oh shit, I gotta divert for this. You hop off your mount, you grab it, it's a legendary. Highest rarity. And then out of nowhere, you're set. You've got a lot of money coming in. Something like that could be very simple to actually like achieve. Doesn't really take too much. You don't have to get too lucky. And all it involves is running around the world looking for trees and shit. Wait, you're zoomy. Oh my god. That thing's actually fucking thumbing. And it has 1100 HP. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on, let me get the auto follow real quick while I bring my coffee out. Because I shouldn't be drinking coffee this late. I'll be right back, chat. Twitch Prime.
fine, good day. What the fuck happened? What? We didn't even make it far. Bro, we made it like 10 feet. Z, what the fuck? What? Is my horse dead? It's okay, I have a ram. I have a ram. And you have my ram from yesterday. Yes, yes, yes. Alright. We got 2 rams up in this bitch. As soon as you left, Z whispered me and told me she was gonna get your mount killed. Honestly, that seems realistic. I would believe that through and through. Z's been plotting on my life for a fucking while now. A while. Just starting, what zone would you guys recommend? In terms of the Divine Gateways, I personally, I would go Ayla. Ayla is the Riverlands one. That just gives, like, more opportunity for players to actually play the game. The Anvils can be good. That's like your Dunes and Kill one. But that spawns you up here, and it's the lesser developed of the 2 areas. You're also going to have, like, fewer points of interest to grind at, fewer people playing through that area, fewer just, like, general structure points with it. And it's definitely less optimal than... Uh-oh. Is Z dead? Z, you good? I can't stop moving or my mount's gonna die. But anyways, the Riverlands just, it kind of has more. The Riverlands is the OG biome. So that's had the most time in existence, the most, you know, progress with it. So it's definitely more developed. Do you know of any good spots in the Anvils to power level? I've heard of a few good spots in dungeons. Now, power leveling versus leveling efficiency are two different, leveling efficiently are 2 different things. Like, I think the Anvils has plenty of spots to level well. I think in terms of, like, power leveling, like, to the extent that, like, this spot is, I don't really know that that exists in the Anvils, at least that people have found out yet. No 20 plus mobs in the Anvils. Somebody found 21 minnows, I think, was what we were being told. But it could also change as some of our towns level. That's one thing we have to consider too, is that a lot of things could change as levels happen in the areas. So hopefully we get that, because Steven did say starting zones were supposed to support up to level 30. But yeah, right now the Anvils gets a little thin after the starting area. Like, once you get out of Bonfire or Hammer Rest, it tends to get a bit thin in terms of what to do. So I would definitely say just start out in the Riverlands, give yourself the best opportunity to get everything in place, drop group and X up. Me and Z, if you would, sir. But yes, the Anvils, it truly just, like, it's a great start, really fun, really immersive. The mountain's fucking beautiful, but trying to convince people to level Dunehold to get Underhaul depths. What's Underhaul for a level? Because, yeah, that's the thing, like, Miraleth isn't that fucking great before Oakenbane. And then Oakenbane comes up and Miraleth just, pew! And you also have to wait for Carfin to get all established. So, like, it genuinely just, it fucking thooms. It really does once you get those certain POIs unlocked. So, also, if you're coming to the raid, make sure your settings check real quick. Gameplay, combat, you should be check, uncheck for PvE. And then when you are PvPing, you switch these 2. This is PvP. This is PvE. Essentially require forced PvP to use harmful abilities on combatants. If this is unchecked, you can accidentally target somebody that's flagged up for PvP and hit them, even if it's an AoE. Tab target, whatever it may be. So you check that, so that way you would have to hold your alt. And then include untargeted combatants with area of effect abilities. So if you have this checked and I put up like Intim Aura, it'll hit anybody around me that's flagged up for PvP that's not like on my team, of course.
If I have this unchecked, it'll only hit the targeted person. So I want this on and I want this off, so that way I have to be targeting someone and I have to be holding my forced PvP to be able to target them. So you made a grave mistake. Did I... What'd I do? Did I leave my food unguarded? What happened? Is it my Ben & Jerry's? What the fuck happened? You left your food unguarded. The rest of my wrap, or was it my Ben & Jerry's? Because my Ben & Jerry's was safe in the freezer, and you going to Ben & Jerry's house and killing them in the house is violent. The rest of my wrap was fine. I was full. Your epidermis is showing. You left Mr. Ben alone. Did you go into the fridge and eat my fucking Ben & Jerry's? Bruh. Go to the store and buy 4 more if you're gonna be chowing Ben & Jerry's. They're on sale. Go get the value. Why target my Ben & Jerry's? You have your shitty, dumb, stupid mango ice cream because you're obsessed with fucking mango. Stay out of my chocolate stuff. You don't even like milk chocolate. I'm gonna start getting caramel everything because fuck you, that's why. That's the safe play. She hates caramel. I'm just gonna get caramel everything from now on. Fuck it, I'm gonna get chocolate therapy, but get like caramel chocolate therapy. Be nice? No! Dude, she has mango mochi. She has mango ice cream. And then yesterday, I was brewing some tea, some fresh brewed tea by hand. And she ate my ice cream. Mr. Ben is gone. Bruh, go to the store and get more if you're cooking my fucking ice cream. I'm gonna eat all 3 of my remaining pints tonight. I'm gonna fucking starve. Carla, this is unfounded. This is ridiculous. I'm literally, Carla, we have no more ice cream. If that pint's gone, we're out. Other than my 3 other pints and my cookies and cream mochi and my other backup tubs of ice cream. But Carla, we're almost out. Go to the store and buy 4 more. They're on sale. All the chocolate ones. I mainly played fighter last phase, gave tank a go this time, felt way better than a fighter. What do you like about the tank versus the fighter? Thumbs down? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean thumbs fucking down? You're leaving value on the table. Which one of the Ben & Jerry's did you eat? Was it the chocolate therapy? Cause like, I'm gonna start putting really slippery things at the top of the basement stairs. If you ate my chocolate therapy. And you're very clumsy. Everyone knows you're very clumsy. Couple rollerblades, some marbles, maybe a couple Legos to get you on your toes. Murder? No, I'm so disorganized. I'm just such a messy streamer. I don't know how to keep a house clean. I don't know. I'm such a messy, sloppy piece of shit streamer. Can't clean my floors. I don't know, man. Ben & Jerry's is way too expensive, not valuable at all. Right. So that's the thing. Every Friday, my grocery store, like my local go-to store, has sales in their app. The sales in the app are the S-tier sales. The sales in store are A-tier sales. So this week they have a limit 4 sale for pints of Ben & Jerry's. They're like $2.27 per. So it makes it very worth it for a pint of Ben & Jerry's. Like for $6 a pint, not worth. For $2 a pint, oh, I'm getting the limit, and then also sending Carla back to the store to get more Ben & Jerry's. Did you try the sandwich yet? Wait, which fucking sandwich? Refresh me on this. Refresh me on it. Which forbidden sandwich was this? Find a bunch of AFK fishers, then pull them into the water with your grab and loot the dead body. You shouldn't be able to grapple non-combatants anymore. I get a gallon of ice cream for like $7. Yeah, but is it Ben & Jerry's? Peanut butter and Miracle Whip. Oh, that sounds disgusting. That sounds absolutely fucking awful. That actually sounds fire. No, Bad Dad, you should actually reconsider the next breath you take. What do you mean that sounds fire? No, don't support him. What the fuck do you mean? Peanut butter and Miracle Whip? Hopefully, don't LOL Miracle Whip. I have Miracle Whip in my fridge right now. Don't fucking LOL Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip goes hard as fuck. I call that Miracle Butter. It's great.
What? Is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Dame, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I was thinking of Cool Whip. Yeah. Cool Whip in peanut butter would be like a peanut butter dream whip, and then if you freeze it, you have like a peanut butter soft serve ice cream that's low cal. Yes. Now, it's even better if you slightly heat up the peanut butter before incorporating it with the Cool Whip, so that way it fluffs up a little bit easier. But yes, then you can freeze it and you have like a peanut butter ice cream type thing. Yes. Yes. But Miracle Whip is like the mayo alternative that's more like vinegary than mayo is. And I don't think that that would be good. This conversation is blowing my European mind. You eat beans and toast. Or at least someone you know does. This isn't the fucking most confounded thing you've ever heard. What's wrong with peanut butter and eggs? I didn't actually touch Mr. Ben. Just wanted to see if you love me more than the ice cream. You don't? Oh no, I'll defend Ben with my life. Yeah, no, I've actually like... I remember all the hats you threw at me. Those will all be at the top of the basement stairs soon. And then when you walk by, I'll jump out of the hats and push you down the stairs. Say you tripped. You watch yourself. And you do not pull up to Mr. Ben's house. She got shit. I've been telling her to go to the store and buy 4 more anyways. This is just my chance to get her to go buy 4 more. I'll be real, I still want her to go buy 4 more, even if she didn't kill mine. We have room in the freezer for 4 more pints of Ben & Jerry's. He hates me. I hate the fact that you got that mango ice cream like 3 months ago and you haven't eaten it. Also, she eats pints of ice cream really fucking weird. Chat, when you eat pints of ice cream, do you eat layer and then layer and then layer? Or do you tunnel? Because she tunnels like she's a fucking ant through the tub of ice cream, and it creates a really weird freezing pattern within the ice cream. Because if you go like layer by layer by layer, it keeps everything smooth. Tunnel. No, you guys are fucking disgusting. Wait, what is this? Start at the edges and work my way to the middle. Right, you start at the edges and then you work your way around and then you layer. You guys tunnel all the way to the bottom and then tunnel all the way to the bottom again? Do you love the taste of freezer burn? Yeah, that's how you get freezer burn. That is legitimately how you get freezer burn, because it freezes unevenly. Layers is the fucking meta. What do you mean? Layers is so fucking good. What do you mean tunnels? Because then you have an empty spot that's just like an uneven freeze. I eat it at once. Yeah, but do you tunnel through it or do you layer it? Ben & Jerry core, tunnel, layer, everything else you said. Okay. I haven't tried the cores. They also have a new Ben & Jerry's flavor that's like Vermonster, I think it is. Hold on. Ben & Jerry's Vermonster. This is like a sundae in a pint. The first Reddit post I see says, Ben & Jerry's Vermonster, a far worse version of milk and cookies. So, it's the only size that isn't actually a pint. Because it has like a whipped cream topping in the top third of it or whatever. So it's the only Ben & Jerry's flavor that I could find at the store that doesn't actually like have the 1 pint. Which was kind of disappointing. But Everything else Ben and Jerry's was full pint. Those shits can get cooked in one setting. I actually got myself in trouble once. Not in trouble. I had to buy my friend a pint of Ben and Jerry's. Because they had a pint of Ben and Jerry's in my fridge. And I was like... Well, in my freezer. And I asked Carla, I was like, is this one of the pints that you bought me? Or is this one at Doug's? And she goes, I don't know. Eat it. Yo, El Flaco. Thank you for T1, dog. I appreciate you. Much love. Scaper. Thank you for the 380 streak as well. Much love, dude. But yeah, I'm like, Carla, is this my pint? Like, is this one you bought me? And she was like, I don't know. Just eat it. Worst case scenario, it's not. It was not my pint. And I one-shotted that entire fucking pint. But I found out that night that I really liked Tonight Dough. I hadn't given it a fair shot just because chocolate therapy is such a go-to. So, shouldn't do this since you're a layer eater, but I'll let it slip. Like, I start at the edges, and I basically put my spoon at an angle against the wall of the tub and scrape inward so it kind of like scoops over itself, and then I eat that. And then I do that all the way inward, basically like scraping it off the top into like, what's the culinary term where you do the really fancy shit with the butter? Where you like do the scoop over and then the scoop under and then you put it on the plate and it's this neat little like dollopy type thing. Yeah, Kegel. Yeah, thank you, Zop. Yes, yes, yes. When you Kegel the butter. Yeah. Little scoop under. Yeah, exactly. A canal? Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Either way, canal, Kegel, same thing. Either way. Yeah, so I basically like, I do that with my ice cream and it makes it, I don't know, because the spoon's gonna be hot coming out of your mouth. So it almost like melts that first top layer and gives you like a nice smooth outer layer and like a little mini scoop. And it's like you're eating a little scoop of ice cream every single time. So you can get the toppings, you can get everything in, you can get it rolled all together. That's kind of how I go about it. My ice cream comes in a square. Do you work in ice cream? Because you said you could get a gallon of ice cream for like $7. But is it like, is it good ice cream? Because like a gallon of ice cream for $7, reasonable. Reasonable. If it's bad ice cream. Run the spoon under hot water for the first entry into the ice cream. What the fuck do you mean? Just lick your spoon like a man. Why do you need hot water? You're wasting water. Brother, literally just give that shit the old and then dip that right in there. You're fine. Lick before entry. Now, what are your guys' thoughts on holding the pint of ice cream? Because this is also a very valid thing. Because, like, if you're holding the pint in different ways, it's going to impact the melting point of the ice cream. It's going to impact where it's melting. If you're holding from the side, then you're literally going to have that one side melting previous to, or like earlier than the other sides. So you're going to have to like rotate the ice cream. Hold it upside down. Just fucking drink that shit. Usually make it at home. Ayo. Homemade ice cream can fuck. Homemade ice cream can go hard. Actually, like, the ice cream place that I like going to in Maine, they have a few locations in Maine, but it's called Fielder's Choice. They do, like, all their own ice cream, so I guess it's technically homemade, but now it's made in store. But that shit is fucking good. Dude, it's really good. Like, better than Ben & Jerry's if you're going to get it from the ice cream shop, of course. But, how's Fighter in this game? Are you looking for PvE, PvP, or a little bit of both? The thing with Fighter is, like, the ceiling of Fighter is high, but the brain of most fighters is low and small. Fuck you. The brain of most fighters is very small. So, like, I play a tank. Tank essentially, you know, it's the same melee type vibe as a fighter, but has a little bit more forgiveness in terms of, you know, not getting insta-nuked. Fighter in PvP tends to be a very, you know, get in and stay in dependent class and a lot less of a, like, hop in, hop out type shit. So, is that the wrong RAM? So, essentially with Fighter, too many people, I think, play Fighter with an element of like, I'm going to jump in first, I'm going to make a big play. Fighter tends to be that secondary follow-up in PvP where like the initiate happens and then the fighters jump in and then they're able to do damage without getting got. And that's a big thing that, you know, fighters I think can play around in a better way than a lot of fighters currently do. So as you go up in numbers in PvP, it's obviously going to be like the melee dilemma where more people hitting me means I die quicker. Tank, fighter, rogue, any of that. So you got to be a little bit more cautious as you go up in numbers. But they do also give us a melee and a ranged weapon at all times on every class. So even I as a tank, in most PvP instances, I sit at longbow range and I'll try to like get poke out and trade out, and I'll basically prep a target. So in your like weapon trees, you can put out different debuffs, give yourself different buffs. So I'll prep my targets before I go in, get my class resource up, and then I look to go in off of that. So in group stuff, a lot of the time you're waiting on large macro calls. So fighter can be good. It PvE wise activates for leveling around level 12. I think level 12 is where fighter gets blood fusion. Blood fusion is a huge like sustain for fighters. Very good for leveling, gives them a lot of life play, makes your existence just a lot smoother. So fighter can be a little tough before then, but the ranged weapon helps out a lot, especially if you're good with kiting. So I think fighter can be good. You just have to be, you know, timing and tempo based. You got to read fights a little bit more than certain other archetypes do. Something like a mage can just cast shit from far, find opportunity to go in, and then and it's pretty simple. They can get in, get out relatively easily. But fighter needs a lot of time to actually operate, get that combo going, and pump that combo out. So just keep that in mind. Can someone from main guild send me screenshots of members? Do you want me to just scroll it real quick? I can just scroll it. And then you just clip. Woodles needs that power level. We must get many people leveled, because us having this few people and them being not leveled is a recipe for disaster in main. We need to get the rest of the main slots filled, and then we also need to get everyone, once they're actually into guild, leveled. But I'm sure we'll see slots fill up very quickly, given the fact that in 3 days people lose their their perms if they're not in a guild. So we should be balling. Oh shit, wait, we got another XP. Yo, good shit, boys. We got 4 XP points now. This is fucking phenomenal. You can almost see the bar. If you zoom in enhance a couple of times, there's probably a little bit of a bar there. We will soon be level 2. Need some so I can let people know that we're clearing perms of anyone not in a guild. Yeah. I mean, I'll scroll through it, just clip it. And then just go through. And like, reach out. That's easy peasy. And then you're good. Because you can go through that as much as you need to. But yeah, we need to get everybody like actually into the guilds. We have a lot of people that are still floating, and a lot of people that have just been chilling, like hanging around. So I gotta grab a drumstick from the freezer. We have Kit Kat drumsticks. They go so hard. But Carla also eats those weird. So not only is she a tunneler in pints, but she also eats drumsticks like corn, if that makes sense. Like, she eats it like going down the side, so she gets like the top of it, and then she gets some of the cone. Yeah, we're talking about how you eat drumsticks like a fucking squirrel. Yeah, no, that's actually it. She will eat like half a drumstick like sideways, and then will bring it into me and be like, do you want the rest of it? Do you want a drumstick? Why? Do you want to eat the side of a drumstick? If you were offering me a drumstick, I will eat a drumstick, because I have to go. Yes, Jesus fucking Christ, what have I done? You stay away from Ben while you're in there. He didn't fucking do anything to you. He didn't do shit. It needs to be over here before we get to Steel Bloom, though. The Steel Bloom raid is the priority. Actually, I need to stop over in Jova. So I need to go Jova, detour there, and then I need to hit Steel Bloom, because I want to sell before this actually pops up. I would really love to sell. So we're gonna do that. Do I want the 322 Fizz Power? The 322 Fizz Power is so nice. It really is so fucking good. These have like no main stats on them. Like the 100 HP is nice, but I'd also lose my 6 piece. I cannot switch that in. I just want another light. Wait, a siege on Jova is about to begin? Wait, what the fuck? Jova's getting siege now. Who is Jova mayor? The fuck? Jova. Soul Feast. Who's that? Oso? Interesting. Interesting. Is Soul Feast from Oso? Where did they come over from? I've seen a lot of them around, but I feel like they've just been kind of vibing. I haven't heard them getting like too involved in like any drama. I sniped them off their dragon last night. Nice. Arcage? Oh, what? Like they were playing Arcage this entire time and then came over from Arcage to here. Oh, they're probably having a fucking blast. Oh, goddamn. Hopefully they're having fun. Cool. I didn't know where they came from, and I just saw them popping up a lot. Look at the level 1s on the defenders again. Again? No, it's not that bad. There are a few, but server wipe, please. Yeah, no, seems like it's mostly all slotted. What is this? Chat. This is unacceptable. Like, what? In what world? Eat it while I'm going to. There's a free drumstick, but like, in what world? Is this the logical progression? Half a drumstick. Yeah. Yeah, it's valid. Z, where are you going? Do you pay a price for it? We got it on sale at Sam's Club. So realistically, we probably paid like under retail. I have no words. Yeah. I had to travel with her and expect her to not fucking murder me. Do you understand? The first time that she did this, she walked in offering me a drumstick and like turned it towards me so I didn't see the bit part. And I was like, oh yeah, I would love one. Thank you. And I grabbed it and I was like, what the fuck? It was literally like the first time seeing Harvey Dent. Like post Two-Face. Why is the northern map so unpopulated for towns, etc.? I feel like starting at the anvil is such a disadvantage. So, the anvils has less development than the Riverlands. Fewer places for players to do a lot of stuff. And as a result, will level slower. It's got fewer points of interest where people are just grinding out constantly. It's got less sustenance for players as they level, and just fewer experience opportunities in each area to actually hold those players there. So, as the anvils continues to come along more, it will be way better. But in its current state, the Riverlands just tends to be a bit more, you know, further along. So, chose the anvils. The anvils is still workable, especially if you find like guild groups that are up there around your level. There are a lot of grindable areas. It's just the questing, excuse me, the questing experience doesn't really exist in the anvils. Outside of that first initial area, you have the mountain out into your, you know, your bonfire and your hammer rest. But other than that, there's not a ton. I hope there are surprises that open up in the anvils later on. Oh, I'm sure there will be a lot. I'm sure there will be a lot. Different areas of maybe pocket dungeons could open up as areas level, as towns level out there. Keep in mind, no other area other than the Riverlands, like no other zone, has grand dungeons. So we're still waiting for those in the desert, the Jundark, the tropics, the anvils. Those will bring a lot of playability. So keep in mind right now, you're seeing a lot of things in like the lowest common denominator form, as Phoenix said. And it just continues to get better, right? Everything will eventually be a fully functional zone. Starter zones will support up to level 30. You'll have a good mix of stuff to do between your, your mob grind areas, your points of interest, your questing hubs. You'll have dungeons on the higher level area of that. So there should be a lot of playability coming to every area yet. And as Phoenix said, certain areas do also have those elements that open up later as progression happens. So you don't have in Miraleth all of Oakenbane Keep available like right at the start and unlocked right at the start until Miraleth actually levels a bit. So Hammer's about fire of all the crafting. Yes, for now until well actually Kaltorum does also have some crafting, but it's only lumber, milling, and carpentry and stonemasonry and jewel crafting. But once Kaltorum levels to tier 3, we will be able to have all of the apprentice level crafting right out there. So we'll have all of these tables out in the actual, like, the marketplace. I have to sell. It just needs to level the city. Exactly. Exactly. So, as towns level out there, we'll potentially see, right now, they don't have all of the points of interest and stuff, so it won't be like at peak development. It's still going to continue. But it'll definitely get better out there. As, as it levels, you may see areas expand and have more things open. You can see mobs level up, however it could be. But yes, leveling the area will definitely help. Leveling the area, though, is, however, one of the hardest things to do. Simply because you need people out there hitting mobs, hitting trees, hitting everything. There's a good amount of the Ozo guys just chilling around here. Pretty cool to see. I love having new communities coming in, man. Like, just seeing more Life in Ashes is so fucking good. Yo, Phoenix.
Good to be back.
Thank you for the 7-month streak. I appreciate you, dude. You are a legend. Watch over, Scotty likes Lego. Is that who got your Lego? Scott the storage man? I try to not put anything too important in there. Anything very important goes under the mattress. Death number 3. Wait. Wait, look at the little scorps with the crates. No, that's insane. That's so fucking good. I love this. We need to get mounts, and then we need to just send crates like that, and we need to park them in a harbor. The scorps are zooming. Those puppies are working hard, dude. Hopes, did you lose Lego loot again? Cyborg, don't run it in. Rub it in. He's trying his best. Oh, so what did you lose this time and how? It's a safe place. It's truly okay. You're forever in our hearts. And we can only hope that you stay forever in our presence as well. You need a shoal skipper? Oh, shoal skipper for crates? Wait. Fucking SEAL Team 6 the crates? That would go so hard. Because, I mean, even in the Riverlands, you have a lot of transitability. Or we get, oh, see a Shoal Skipper first transport. But Shoal Skipper crate team sounds insane, no? I think that's like hyper efficient. Wait. Hear me out. What if we just get a boat? Right? And we have people make their crates. Would this not be worth it? Maybe when Sunhaven levels, if Sunhaven levels, we could make a boat here, pick people up outside of Sunhaven, and then bring them all the way around up to this harbor. And then ferry stuff from KT. They come to the harbor, we bring them all the way back. And we just put a bunch of people with crates on a boat. Like, am I crazy to think that? You don't need the crates on the boat, you just need the people with the crates on the boat. And if you have that, then you can have an infinite number of crates on your boat. Anyone else crash Unreal Error? If not, what graphic settings are you guys playing on? I do not get many crashes on my end. These are my graphic settings. I run medium global loom, epic view distance, and then low, 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 medium, medium, medium. So depending on what card you are running on, like what your specs are, there could be some crashes related to that. I run on a 4080 Super and a 7800X 3D. But if you are experiencing a lot of crashes, I definitely recommend reaching out in the Ashes Discord, discord.gg/Ashes of Creation. They have people from the community team there that are looking for people with like very bad crashing issues that are replicatable. So that way they can get more data from like your crash logs, more information on all of that. So I would reach out in the Discord and go from there. I would agree, but mine's not crashing. Well, so you also play on a fucking spaceship. Brother plays on fucking cinematic. Oopsie's got the actual juice and the sauce. But I mean, I guess maybe most cards are created equal. Can I get in on that raid? Everybody except Teshi. Sorry. Go make us more bags. You can come out when your fingers are swollen and bleeding from all of the tailoring. You must be crafting. And then when your fingers are swollen and bleeding, we'll have you make bags using your toes. And those bags will be Carla's bags. Carla loves toe bags. I have a 5080 and I crashed a ton. Have you tried expelling the crashes from your daily life? I am a firm believer in manifestation. And I also used to watch a lot of like Ghost Hunters as a kid. And I learned that if you tell the spirits that they can't be there, that the spirits won't be there, and you have to say it with conviction. And if you say it enough, and even you start believing it, then it'll become true. So all you have to do is wake up every day with your affirmations of, I will not crash today. You walk up to your PC. You will not be a piece of shit today. I bring up my OBS studio. I say, you will not have the stream key not found bug today and kill my viewership. In most days, it's all for the best. Some days, still awful. Have you tried walking from top to bottom? Like as a general walking style or like in Ashes? Are we talking like IRL walking? I'm assuming you mean in Ashes. Okay. I was like, what would a top to bottom walk be IRL? Am I like stepping differently? I'm like backpedaling. So if you were going Kaltorum to the Riverlands, you could get there in as little as 45 minutes, as much as 7 hours, depending on how much the birds love you. For perspective, we left over here, Hakriba. Why the fuck did I say Corin? Corin's in the tropics. We left Hakriba at what, 6-ish, 6:10-ish, and we've been running pretty much non-stop to get up to Steel Bloom. So in the time that we went from here over here to here, it was about 45 minutes, and that was with a quick stop to repair. So the entirety of the map is going to be even fucking larger than what we have now. So on the large map, we essentially walked from like here, right down here, over to here, and it took about 45 minutes with a base mount. It's a big world. It's a very, 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 very large world. It's meant to be like on a base mount multiple hours to traverse the entirety of one of the continents. And keep in mind, there's a lot of functionality outside of just like on the continental land itself. You've got the entire sailable ocean. There are no load screens where you're just blipping over to somewhere else. You actually have to run. You actually have to sail, swim, whatever it may be. Part of the Ashes gameplay loop is simply going place to place. How you move, how decisive you are. Something I say a lot. Black Ball, what up, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful one, dude. Something I say a lot about Ashes is as this map expands, right? If you were based out of Frostgrave, and then you go to the Riverlands, and then you get what you need from the Riverlands, and then you go back to Frostgrave, and then you go out to Pelagora, and then you go back to Frostgrave, and then you go back to Sandsquall, and then back to Frostgrave, and then over to the June Dark, right? That's going to be way less efficient than going Riverlands to June Dark to Desert to Pelagora, you know, up back to Frostgrave at the end of it. And simply plotting that out, and instead of having it be like, you know, today we're going here in farming and then we're going back, people will commit to legitimately this week we're going to be going to the June Dark, finding where we want to stay in the June Dark for the week, and then we will be, you know, very active there for the week, and then going back. I remember playing Alpha 2 of Albion online when they changed the map to make it huge. Felt like you saw no one. I think Ashes will come to the same conclusion that having a big map is content denial in itself. I mean, content denial to a certain extent. It is dependent on population, but also most systems in Ashes are also kind of dependent on that population. It's a very social MMO that doesn't have instancing to get away from stuff. If you don't have population, you won't kill world bosses. So there's definitely a lot that's hinging on population, but we also have to remember that a certain percentage of the map will be like playable but not preferable, right? You'll naturally have player heat maps and how people spread throughout things, but with the vassalling system and like what we currently have right now, not every town will reach the highest level. Not everything will be parodied. So you will have some forced regionalization. I don't know how Albion does it. I never played Albion, so I can't really like talk much on that sense. But in the Riverlands, for example, Winstead is your tier 4 node. So this is like your highest tier that we have right now. So at the top, you have your tier 4 node that vassals or takes basically like ownership of 2 tier 3 nodes, which are Miraleth and Jova. So these are now stuck at tier 3 unless Winstead were to no longer be T4, or it would, you know, level to T5, get de-leveled, whatever it may be. But these two are stuck at T3. Each of these take one node that can then go up to T2. So you have your potential T2s with Halcyon and 8th. T2 nodes cannot even have an election process or anything like that. And as a lot of these areas level, Miraleth, for instance, with Oakenbane Keep, Oakenbane is very popular for like the Diddy range grinding. Like once you get into the 12 range, if you'd go, you know, if you'd go Diddy, you'd go to Oakenbane. But before Miraleth is actually leveled, this top area isn't open. This opens first, and then the level after, this bottom area opens with higher level mobs. So you go from no Oakenbane to being able to do Oakenbane until like 13, 14, to being able to literally stay in Oakenbane until like 16, 17 if you really want to. It's very efficient. Now, that's predicated by these things leveling. Maybe if Miraleth leveled to level 4, we would see ongoing effects to the Tower of Carfin or the Wreckage of Carfin, this whole area here. So we don't really know kind of like what all of the incentivizations for everything are. But one thing that I will say is with the forced regionalization, surely if the population dies out, it's unhealthy anyways. But I do think forced regionalization will give some expectation and honestly some normalcy to like, I go here to see players or be in like the big populated city. So like if you go to Winstead, there are going to be more people there than if you go to New Ayla over in the encampment there, right? So that's a big thing to keep in mind. So if you are over here, you're seeing a lot. You're seeing a lot. You're seeing people, you're seeing activity, everything. As the map expands, you'll have T5s out there as well, incentivizing people even more. Grant, what up, you bald fuck? I love you. I hope you're having a good day. Made the journey to Bonfire. Where can I find the woodworking station now? Bonfire woodworking station. That's going to be at the trades outpost, and then that's going to be this back building. I believe it's this back one. But towards the back right. If population dies out, they'll implement fast travel. I mean, I don't think fast travel really helps if population dies out much. I think if population dies out, the game's just cooked, I'll be completely honest. Like, yes, you don't need a lot of populace. Like, you don't need 1 million concurrent players. Their goal for server population was 10k concurrent, 50k accounts per server. Like, as their initial plans. Now, we could always see capacity far past that, depending on what server infrastructure holds, or anything does hold, right? Future can always change. But their estimate originally was 10k concurrent, 50k accounts on a server. And that alone, I mean, 10k concurrent is not that crazy for an MMO for what they would want their server to feel full with. So I don't necessarily think, like, even though the world is large, I don't know that it's in a spot where, you know, if it's not at 100,000 players on this server, it feels completely empty. But we also haven't seen the full world build out. So it's hard to say. But I will say, I mean, even on these servers, 10k concurrent is very good for an MMO. 10k concurrent is great for anything right now. But I also think it's not completely unachievable. I think any MMO that farts right now and has any hype is going to hit 10k concurrent. I'll be real. Where we still been talking about the game pop frying and the game dying right now anyways. What up? They can tie the XP needed or gained to the median or average users per X amount of time. I mean, there are always systems that they could adjust to it, but at the end of the day, population dying out in an MMO is never ideal because it does force system changes. It's like what most popular MMOs get nowadays. 10,000 concurrent players? I mean, if you're considering, like, New World a popular MMO, sure. But I mean, New World also passes that, considering it has fucking console as well, but like New World peaked 24 hours at 12.5 on Steam alone. New World is like dead MMO, and even this is peaking probably between Steam and console 20k plus. Final Fantasy at 22k on Steam alone right now. Yeah, like 10k is not hard. 10k is not hard at all. It's definitely like not the easiest thing for a game. But if we go on Steam charts and we look at what's got 10k, we have Fallout, and this is in the 10k range, Elden Ring, Night Rain, World of Warships, eFootball, Squall, World of Tanks, banger, Don't Starve Together, holding up at 12k. So like, this is your, you know, your 10k plus range. I mean, even New World right now is 11k players. So I mean, Albion Online 10k plus. So I don't know if I would call those like the popular MMOs or anything. But yeah. I mean, I think again, keep in mind New World 2, if we go back to New World, right? That was what, 111? Found it. New World peaked at 913,000 players on Steam. And New World had a higher cost of entry than what Ashes will, first month. Now, of course, $100 now is a little bit more expensive than what New World cost was, but this also isn't launch. Ashes on launch is $15 a month, sub, no box cost, no DLC cost. So cost of entry is $15 when the game actually launches. So I try to keep that in mind too. I think the potential for any MMO right now is good, just because so many people actually want MMOs to do well. So many people are willing to simply play an MMO just to see if it'll fucking hit. Anybody wants an MMO right now. I know this current state, that's the issue. We try games like Chrono Odyssey or Bellator's, like they get you hyped, they might try it, but they won't hold it. This game will not hold 10k concurrent in its current state for launch tomorrow. Oh god, no. But they also don't pretend that their systems are in a place to launch tomorrow, in all fairness. Ashes isn't trying to be, you know, putting stuff out in the public as like, this is an early access, this is a beta. Like, Intrepid literally says, this shit's fucked, and it's gonna get better. What do you consider the popular MMOs today? I mean, in terms of the big three, you very much got OSRS, WoW, and Final Fantasy XIV, not in any order. But I think those are the big three of MMOs at this point that I would consider like the popular MMOs. And then from there, you go down to like the MMOs that exist, but not necessarily the popular MMOs. Like, you know, your, I don't know, I would say there's another tier over New World, probably like your Albion Onlines and stuff like that, that have like mixed platform player bases. Then you probably go into like your New Worlds, and then you go into your stuff like that. But honestly, New World is marketed as an ARPG now. Kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy XIV only gets like 20k concurrent. Are you looking at Steam charts only? Because I'm quite certain Final Fantasy XIV is a bit higher than that. But I could be wrong. I don't play Final Fantasy XIV. I'd be willing to bet 14 is getting more than 20k concurrent players total though. Maybe it might have fell off like super, super, super heavy. But most of Final Fantasy XIV play on launcher, not Steam. Right, yeah, Final Fantasy XIV has its own launcher, but latest expansion of 14 kill player base of it. That could have also happened. I don't really follow 14 very closely. That's just always been what's on my like top 3 radar. Personally, that's always where I've been at, but I didn't follow it closely enough to know like that the last expansion hit it. It could actually be that low, and it could have fallen off, but at that point, if it did fall off that bad, then it would just be a big 2 of like WoW and OSRS right now. But even WoW is down like comparatively to what WoW is, right? And that's also, I think that's honestly more of like a potential point of capitalization for the MMO market rather than a point of concern, simply because if WoW or any MMO gets to a point of it being good, word will spread so fast. So fast. Just saw cats train a group just to loot them. Where was this? Because most of the cats are right here. Steel Bloom? This group? Evidence and Lee's? Decadence? Are those EU people? I don't think they're in this group. Have Nin yell at them. Chat you, eh? Alright, have Nin go yell at those people. Nin! Do you happen to have a clip of it or anything? Because I do not. That's our EU guys. I do not like people mob training. If it's intentional. Who, what? Somebody said EU people are mob training. Like our EU guys. They said that a couple guys from our EU guild mob trained on a group just to loot them and then like run off. There now. Are they in a group grinding, or did they just go over their mob train? Because sometimes things can be like incidental as well, I will say, but like deliberate mob training we don't really support at all. At all. What is brother yapping about? What the fuck? Or zombie in this guy yapping back and forth? I love this. This is so huge. I can and will go yell at them. Yeah, definitely. If it was like they're training the group on purpose, oh, that's not good. Yeah, we definitely do not condone that. Thank you for letting us know. Yeah. I always try to say if it's like an incidental thing, like we'll definitely address that too. We don't even want people like bordering on accidental training on people. But yeah, if it's ever something intentional, let us know. I will literally. Nin is our like resident yeller adder of people. So, what do you mean with mob training? So, mob training is basically like rounding up a big group of monsters with the sole intent to like not kill them, but dump them on another group, have them take the aggro, and then once they take the aggro, they just die. That's essentially like it's pulling mobs with the intent to kill someone. So I don't know, do I still have my graphic on this? I made a graphic a while back. Let me see if I still have it. File open. I don't think I do. No, I don't. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. So, mob training, like, you know, say I went to, I don't know, like Highwayman Hills or something, and I ran past a bunch of mobs and just like grouped them all up, and then I ran past a group of low levels and I sat there in their abilities until they took aggro on the mobs, and then I just watched them die. And I just watched them die. Right? That would be kind of a circumnavigation of the PvP system. So they don't really want you using the mobs to kill other groups. If it happens, it is what it is, right? But people that do it like habitually, time after time, tend to kind of be dicks. And there are some people that will legitimately like follow C Money Baller Dog. That's a fucking banger name. That's such a banger name. What the fuck? I bet that guy sells like the worst weed at the highest prices. Fuck. Anyways. If you're rounding up a bunch of mobs with the sole purpose of trying to kill another group, that is a dick move. And will probably not result in many people liking you. So we try to, like, as our community, like, we get involved in shit naturally just from PvP and stuff, from yapping. Zombie likes to yap to people, it's his pastime. So we get involved in a lot of stuff just inherently through that, right? But we try to limit the actual, like, yo, your community has active griefers in it. Because we have a lot of people that have been griefed, and that shit doesn't really feel too good when it happens. So we very much try to limit that on our end of things, and as much as we can control, try to not have that in the community. So if it ever does happen, we're always very quick, whether it's like, you know, people just being griefy, people being weird in any sense. We always try to bring it up to people and just be like, hey, let's make sure that we're not being dicks. Thank you. That's all. But wonder how many ravens and hawks are in the anvils? Oh, like total spawn population areas? Oh, fuck. Probably a lot, if I had to guess. Because there are a lot of spawn pads. In terms of maximum spawns in the entirety of the anvils, Jesus fucking Christ. At one time? See, that's the thing, though. It's kind of good that there are that many experience opportunities there in the first place, simply because of the fact that, like, it will be easy to have a lot of people spread out throughout the node, throughout the playable areas, and actually just kill shit. There are a lot of mobs. I don't think it's the worst scenario, but I also think it's kind of fucking annoying. Kind of really fucking annoying. So I think it'll be good as people level. I think it'll actually make leveling the nodes kind of easier once we have people that can kill them. But definitely the amount of damage they do to like players and mounts, and just like how intrusive they are in terms of their location. Spots in the anvils where they just shotgun mobs into a field or area. Yeah, you have like the 2 humanoid mobs and then they're just surrounded by a sea of birds. I mean, okay, so you guys say it's unrealistic, but I feed pigeons every morning, and Carla counted 18 pigeons this morning. I will say, you guys say it's unrealistic to see a sea of 15 birds until I sick my pigeon army on you guys. You're not prepared. You're simply not. I fought for 30 minutes trying to get one treat because there's so many mobs. Oh, that's insane. A pigeon army is a load of crap. A pigeon army could take down nations. These things used to be messengers and now they're soldiers. You sick your pigeon army, I'm gonna be eating good. Brother, my pigeons are trained killers. And also, a couple of them are kind of getting really fat. I don't mean to like body shame the birds, But bro, I feed them every morning. I don't know what a pigeon's like natural eating routine is, but I give them sunflower seeds every morning. And like I have a couple really fat birds. The ground shakes a little bit when they land. And I'm convinced they have to sit on the roof because they get winded. I don't know if I have to stop feeding them, but bro, I got some beefy pigeons. I might introduce heart disease to the pigeon fucking population. When you escape the birds, there's a mountain lion. The mountain lions are fine. They just want chin scritches. From messengers to CIA spies. Well, isn't it that the CIA learned how to replicate the pigeon technology and use it to their advantage? No, I don't know if they can fly anymore, man. They might just waddle around. I think that's how dragons are created. Dude, honestly, more sunflower seeds. I put some Red Bull in the sunflower seed mix. And then we're good. And then we're good. Absolutely. How do you get the game to run so smooth and not blurry? Honestly, my game's probably running a little chunky right now. Here, watch this. Log out, switch character. My game's running a little cooked right now, I will say. I was only at like 60 FPS. So I've been in game for about 4.5 hours, and I've run across a lot of the world. So if I log back in, I'll probably have higher frames. There we go. Frames are on sale today. I don't know where the lights went, but frames are on sale. So I run 1080p and I don't use lights are on. I run 1080p and I don't run any of like the frame gen or anything like that. I run all of this turned off, and then I run medium global loom, epic view distance, low, medium. We need to update my settings here. But yes, so I run those. I always tell people try a baseline of that and then tweak your stuff to see how it feels from there. My settings are based around like trying to make the game look okay while lowering input delay and raising frames. So I try to keep it nice and balanced. It's definitely not going to be your best cinematic viewing experience, but it is going to be pretty smooth for you, hopefully. Everyone's build can run a little different, but exclamation specs, I have a 4080 Super and a 7800X 3D. So it's not like I'm running on like a god build by any means. It's a great build, but there are definitely much better out there. So how does it mess with some of those? Look at that 50 FPS life with everything on 4K Ultra. Oh god. How hot is your room? What the fuck? Brother, I'm actually convinced my Honda Civics fans would kick up if I was trying to run this game at 4K Ultra. Jesus Christ. That's a bold fucking strategy. Bold strategy. But I hope it pays off for you. I don't know, like, I've gone to run on like cinematic settings before, and it looks nice, but the game just feels bad at that point, you know? The game just feels so much better not on cinematic. Oh wait, I need to fix my weapon now. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. And we're back in the group build. Now everybody gets 15% more damage, yay. We're all pumping. Everybody should be absolutely juicing now. I forgot that I didn't have that shit. I run medium and high instead of 90 normally. Now, is that 4K? 4090, 7000 XD, and if I don't run 4K, it's all blurry. Weird. And mine doesn't look blurry? Like mine looks clearer than yours. Because this is just 1080. And what the fuck? Whose wall was this? Who the heckington? Looks clear. Interesting. Try, if you haven't tried my graphics settings yet, try those bad boys, take them for a rip and see if they work out for you. Mine gets blurry if I turn super res down. Just turn that shit off. Super res sucks. Looks like it's raining walls again. Brother, I swear to God, this place in walls, man, it's like that shifting staircase in Harry Potter. It's fucking crazy out here, Slim. You can never be too safe. You go to step somewhere and blammy, face first into a fucking wall. It's a goddamn crazy world out here. We're just living in it. Things are working on optimization via different specs. Oh, yeah. Optimization is gonna come a long way. It will come far from the point that it's at right now, yes, to say the least. I happen to run smooth. I consider myself lucky for that, but 5090 here, 4K, and running on Linux, everything on max. I don't even care if it runs at 100 FPS or around 160, and I'm happy. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Some people have like that goal of like, I want 60 FPS in the most like visual fidelity possible. Me, I'm like, make it look all right for the people watching at home, and then let's juice the frames so I can actually see more on my end. That tends to be my balance. That's solo PvP in Ashes. Solo everything in Ashes is much harder than group everything. There's not really like a set, you know, I go out and get a guaranteed 1v1 anywhere. It's all open world right now, so you can always get jumped. There will be an arena system that comes into Ashes in the future. 1v1s, 33s, 5v5s, 88s, possibly a larger team mode. I believe they're starting with, is it 1s, 3s, and 8s? Is what Steven said in the interview. Steven did an interview recently and talked a little bit about arenas and what their first implementation would be. But I'm really excited for the arenas. I think that's a huge replayable content point for people, especially those people that want to PvP. I would do multiple hours of arenas a day just as a part of my gameplay loop. I would hop on, I'd get, you know, my farming in for the day, and then we would just juice arenas. Oh, damn. We got some arcane Aegis bracers. That's fucking huge. I like to play solo. It takes a long time to do anything. Oh, yes. Absolutely. And there is no guaranteed spin up. 1s, 3s, and 5s or 8s. Oh, give us 1s, 3s, 8s. That'd be dope. That'd be very good. Oh. Onana, Fupo's on the case. Now Fupo's curious. You piqued the cat's curiosity, and you know what they say about that one. Fupo knows too damn much. Still, they should break the mold and do 4s and 8s. I mean, 8s are gonna be great, personally. I think 8s are gonna be the most valid form of PvP practice. I think 3s might be the most played in terms of like total matches queued, just because 3s requires way fewer people to queue matches. But like, I think 8s are going to be such good like repetition builders, such good practice for people. And honestly, like, the complementary state of builds and everything working together does come from 8s. So, I'm gonna find a guide for things though, because I'm lost as hell. Exclamation Guild, brother. That will absolutely get you started in a good spot. Let's see what you do on tank. Yeah, I'm just sitting here pressing fucking whatchamacallit, brother. I'm pressing into him. I'm sitting at the top of the stairs. We're balling. I got my Arizona T. I do probably need a quick bong Rapinski to lock in though. I didn't get one before the start. So I might be like 2 segundos in approximately 8 segundos. But it'll be worth it. I will give you all of the grind that you need. We'll be truly up tremendous. And we'll get all the RNG. I'm assuming we're already finding good shit. No? Yes? We typically have pretty good luck with this area. This was our phase 2.5, just gear everybody up spot, which was quite solid. It worked out real well for us. We came here for a few days and out of nowhere, everyone was pumped. Everyone was juiced. Hiya. Where are the rest of our tanks? Didn't we have way more tanks than this, by the way? What are your thoughts on gear eventually breaking? Higher tier gear lasts a lot longer, so the economy will always be alive with the need for gear. It's interesting. I've personally never played a game with gear degradation in that sense, other than not World of Warcraft, sorry, other than Diablo, where there was, yo, be eclectic. Thank you for the 7 months, dude. I appreciate you. There's so many more, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You do love to see it. You do love to see it. So the only permanent gear degradation that I've ever played with in that sense is Diablo 2, and that was with ethereal items specifically. So with those ethereal items, if you chose to use them and they didn't have the indestructible modifier on them, then that could lead to them permanently breaking. Those couldn't be repaired at all. So ethereal items were something where you kind of like opted into the risk reward of it. And I'm assuming at that point we would also see something similar where it's like, I've got my bad set and then I got my set that comes down to like, you know, the brass tacks, right? But I also think in that sense, if I'm using my best set in arenas and I die in an arena and my set takes durability, that's kind of cooked. I don't necessarily think a team deathmatch specific mode should also put permanent durability loss on a piece of gear when there's also going to be a ranked mode for it. So it seems like, you know, definitely I could see some changes to the durability coming in terms of like maybe PvP durability loss or something like that. So people could wear their best set in PvP without that durability loss towards like the full, you know, the full atrophy of the gear. I'm mixed on it, right? Because it's like, you know, you have the cool element of like something real goes down and you're like, boys, get on the good gear, right? And then you go out and you got your good gear on. It's high risk, high reward gameplay because that good gear is going to degrade. Which is cool. But at the same point, I'm like, I don't want anyone to not bring out their best shit for PvP because that best shit is going to get cooked. I want them to always bring out their best stuff so that way we have the best chance of winning regardless. And naturally somebody will be hesitant to bring out their low durability weapon that, you know, if they lose it in this PvP, in this guild war, then they're gonna lose it for good, right? And that's what I hope doesn't happen. But naturally that will, as pieces get closer to broken, right? So I'm a little mixed on it, but when they do throw it in, I mean, I'm gonna go into it with an open mind, right? I'm not rewriting the systems by any means, so there have been a few things along the way where I'm like, I haven't tried this before, but I'll try it now. So I'm just kind of here for it. Finally off dawn after a couple days, made the trip to the Riverlands, came to up my professions, but I instantly started my net quest. The Arlogian Collar? Is Collar still good or no? I don't even remember if it's still like worth rocking or not at this point. But maybe. We should probably look that up though. Do not recommend the solo crate trek to the anvils unless you're a rogue. Did you hear my thoughts on how we could run crates super efficiently? One person gets a boat, and then we like transport people on those boats like crazy. Would my mage get XP in this? No, raids are terrible for XP. It gets split so heavily by like basically a dampening coefficient. But we do have a lot of groups that are trying to pump levels right now that were like level 15-ish. So could always try to pop into one of those. I would definitely check. Definitely check. The recipe's insane. What are these? Oh, wait. Oh, damn. Those are the ward, the healer legs. Yeah, that's fucking huge. Ward is seemingly a pretty cool proc, but I think someone's already doing that. They're turning 50 silver to ferry people from the anvils to the Riverlands. There's no way, dude. I love that. Are you fucking serious? Oh, Riverlands to Anvil's Ferry.
We should hit it.
Like, maybe that was an intrusive thought. But like, if he's charging 50 silver a head, and we jump on the boat and say, yo, 30 gold, or the boat dies. Maybe. Maybe. Although I don't know if I want to go that highwayman route. I do also support him running his small business and see the benefit it provides. Just thinking about like endgame over time, eventually everyone has the best gear and there's no market for anything anymore. To a certain extent, sure, but I also think that getting something to like, you know, legendary rarity, max quality, and level 20 enchanting is gonna be a fucking years-long journey for one piece. Like, we've gotta understand, max quality on a piece, every single, like, rarity level has a quality range to it. So when a piece of gear is made, it has that like quality rating, you know, 1 to 100, we'll say. And when it's at 100, that's the max roll that something can be. But up to that, you can have something that's a legendary at less than 100 that just starts at, you know, whatever that quality rating may be for each rarity scale. So you have tempering. Tempering an item is raising the quality within the same rarity bracket. And then we'll have Ascension later on, which is bringing an item up to the next rarity bracket once it's close enough within that same bracket. So, you'll be able to push the quality up on a piece, and essentially you will need a shitload of deconstructed materials from items that are broken down using decon kits. And then you'll need to take those decon kits, take those deconstructed materials, make tempering kits of the like tier and rarity of the thing you want to temper the quality up, which tempering is in the game right now. Then once it's tempered up, you'll try to ascend it. Well, you will ascend it up to the next rarity. Ascension is not in yet. So tempering and ascension will allow you to juice gear up. That's going to take a lot of goods out of the economy inherently, just because you're going to have the need for those materials that come from deconstructing things, and that'll go all the way up to legendary goods. Then on top of that, you have your enchanting system. The enchanting system is like a 1 to 20 level scale, and starting at +8, you have a chance to lose every single one of your... No, starting at 8, you have a chance to destroy the entire item. I think it's at 5, you have a chance to lose every single one of your enchants, and then like 3, you have a chance to de-level or some shit, right? I've been enchanted some of this B2. It was expensive last phase. But basically, once you're past a certain point, you have a chance to destroy the entire item. And enchanting something up to +20 is like a massive sink, and then also has a chance to just brick the item as a whole. So enchanting will rip some stuff out of the economy. Deconstructing will rip some stuff out of the economy as well. So say right now we drop like a legendary level 20 bracer that has no good stats on it. Everyone's gonna be like, oh, what the fuck? We found a legendary. And it would be super hype, and whoever got it would be so happy to flex it. But later on, once people got legendary weapons, motherfuckers wouldn't want a legendary bracer. They'd want a legendary weapon instead. So they would probably end up replacing that bracer with something that had better stats on it, like more useful stats, something that's actually good and not just shiny, and deconstructing that legendary bracer and using the deconstructed mats to upgrade their bow. Pretty cool system. So they will have some form of gold sync to it. They have talked about, like you said, that permanent gear atrophy through like the repair system. I'm hoping they don't go to like permanent gear breaking, especially from PvP, where everything is so PvP based. But I also think player-to-player repair kits will be a huge thing. Outside of just like I run to a vendor to repair. Vendor repairs, I think, should be really expensive. Really expensive. You only get armor 7 deconing armor. Fair. Yeah, fair. Whoops. But like vendor repairs, I think, should be really expensive for the convenience of having the vendor repair. I think player-to-player repairs through armor kits and shit should be like a cool incentivization for people to actually repair. And maybe like taking that out in the field as well would be a huge incentivization for those, you know, those player-to-player kits. And then only being able to repair. Now, I think long-term, they don't even want vendor repairs. I think they want you to either have to have repair kits from players or repair at a table in a town with some of the materials used to make your piece, if I remember correctly. That could have always changed, but I believe the goal is no long-term vendor repairs and as little vendor interaction long-term as possible. All the gear you get when leveling is irrelevant at a point. There's no inherent things to push for. There's no reason to push for a large amount of people. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think in terms of like an evolving content state too, you will, to a certain point, also have... Who the fuck... Where is this wall coming from? Who in the goddamn hell is doing me dirty? But yeah, with an evolving content state, right? you also have things that are as simple as, don't even think as far as expansions, but think about Intrepid sees everybody rocking max HP scaling. So they say in a patch note, reduced all max HP scaling coefficients on gear by 25%. Instant regear. Instant meta change. Reduced all power scaling. Changed all power scaling to fizz and magic power. Increased crit modifier. Any form of change in the meta itself, from balance to content expansions to anything, could constitute an entire regear. And there will definitely be balance changes. Like, obviously you don't want to be whipping balance changes out left and right, but to a certain extent, balance changes are, you know, what predicates meta swaps very, very frequently, right? So, an ongoing state of balance shifts, meta swaps, keeping things fresh. I'm pretty optimistic they'll be able to find that. Nelly, what up, my friend? How are you? Larger expansions will add new content and increase various aspects of the game, including increased skill, increased level caps, new gear sets, zones, bosses, skill levels, and gear upgrades. There's one thing that said for post-launch to be a thing. Oh yeah, as expected in live service. As expected in live service. And I think that we'll always see an evolving meta too, right? Plus, no two servers ever being the same means there won't ever be like a set static, you know, you wear this on this class no matter what. There'll be general, like, architectural gear sets where it's like, you know, here's DustyWhy's tank guide. These are the numbers that I like to push in terms of my total stat output. Here's how I get there based on what's available on my server. And that may change a little bit with what's available on your server, but at the end of the day, the goal will be to illustrate, like, you know, what we want to get out with the numbers and the actual scaling of those things, and go from there to educate people on, like, you know, just the rough gameplay itself, instead of every single slot being, you know, inherently just told to. So I do like that system. I really do. Odyssey 25? Freaking massive. I just yossed a mob down the stairs with my grapple. What are your plans now that you're 25? Have you been on the husbandry grind? Or have you been on that level grind? We got a good amount of people to level 25 as well today. We found a really good power level spot. So we spent a little bit of time out there earlier and got, honestly, like, I think 4 level 25s out. And then I'm gonna try to go back down there after this grind is done and get more people up to 25 today. Because it's a really good grind. So, will Summoner Drop shock the economy? Ooh, good question. Like people wanting starter sets and shit like that? I think a lot of that stuff will be existent already. I think you could probably capitalize on economy by having, you know, starter sets ready to go, level 0 sets, level 10 sets. I'm also kind of shocked that multiple crafters haven't worked together to have like an entire character loadout that they sell for each tier of leveling. Like you just have a group of crafter and gatherer friends that are advertising in global and they're like, yo, DF, thank you for the prime, dude, I appreciate you. You just have a lot of people that are like advertising in global and it's like, oh shit, we're selling level 0 completed medium armor sets. Get your 5-piece set bonus and 2 weapons. These are the weapon choices we have available, you know, this price for the entire combo. Like a motherfucker selling plates on Facebook. It's that simple. Anything can happen. We're just told that a motherfucker will be running a ferry from the Anvils to the Riverlands, dog. Anything can happen in this game. It's really cool. Trying to make some money selling mounts. Ooh. Wait, what are your prices? Can I still have a base mount? I might be a customer. I may be. For you, Dusty, double. Takes a lot of talking and organizing and most people don't want to. Yeah, that is true, but I think Ashes is also a game that does definitely incentivize that extra level of talk and organization. 1000%. Now, you can absolutely survive without that, right? But keep in mind, once people hit level 20 as well, that's gonna bring in another aspect of, you know, just gear sets that you can sell. You can sell a full 20 set. People will be able to assemble Carfin gear, all of those active, you know, 3, 5, 8-piece set bonuses. Shoo! It's crazy to think about. People would be able to make a killing, man, an absolute killing. Even just from farmed gear sets. It'd be absolutely nuts. We're working on building on my stock of untrained. Word. where, like, are you just trying to get anything you can right now? How's the hunting experience been? I know there are a lot of people that are trying to play, like, Mount Futures and shit, too. Like, it's cool out there. I respect everybody's economic grind. I have 5 gold, and I know how to use it. I very much so know how to use this shit. 7 is the anvil, the Riverlands Ferry, man. I fucking love that. What level is he? And how did he get 20 gold for a boat? Motherfucker actually saved all of his pennies. And low-key, Glint here is also not the worst. It's not the best, but considering we're getting as much as we are across everybody, I'm at 70 silver worth of Glint just from being here for 30 minutes. I have no complaints about that whatsoever. This is better than when I was leveling and dying constantly. 25 gold is 25? Goddamn. Back in my day, it was 100. And it was like fucking 5 million oak wood. And you had to cut down the oak wood with your bare fucking hands karate chopping that shit. And then you also had to pay taxes on the boat. And then you had to inspect your boat. And then you had to register your boat. And then you had to pay a fee for the dock master every time you launched your boat. And then you had to pay gas for your boat. It's a fucking different time. And you had to sail uphill both ways. It's a goddamn tragedy. You had to remove the bark with your teeth. Oh no. Oh, that'd be so bad. Oh god. Ooh, wait, we found blue rose thorn pauldrons? God damn. We're truly up tremendous. That shit's fucking juicy. I actually love seeing that. Removing the bark with your teeth, just going full beaver for the boat. I mean, that honestly, that would be more of an artesian process than a lot of things. Really, really, really would be. Gives you a certain element of like handmade, organic, free-range boats. Cage-free, non-GMO boats. I look forward to it. I very much look forward to it. Getting 60 silver to 2.5 gold per hour with bandits. That's not bad at all. I got decent gold per hour at that little, the XP grind spot, but it doesn't drop shit other than that. Cage-free non-GMO boat. Yes, sir. Organic, sun-raised. You're supporting small local business too. Absolutely gamer owned. Yes, yes, yes. In case you guys didn't know, there are more underwater breathing mounts. Oh. Wait. What are the new underwater mounts? What do we have here? Because that is intriguing. How many do we have now? Because it was just Shoal Skipper and Tide Snapper, right? Processing. Animal husbandry.
Oh, fun.
Oh, the Verdant Voyager? Oh, damn, and the Tidebreaker. Damn, Verdant Voyager stocks are kind of up with that, right? Damn. That seems like a big Verdant buff. Wait, that's huge. Saw someone in Polar acting like Jaws in the waters of the tropics. They're down. Wait, why are they down? Are they ass? What are they at? Oh, it's a 130 ground speed. Oh, damn. Wait, that's slow as a motherfucker. Interesting. Are scorpions still bugged in the water? No, I don't think they are, right? So what's everybody going to for the 1-2 combo? Is it like a Shoal Skipper and a just whatever you can get for land? Because Shoal Skipper's the 230 water, right? Get a Scorpion and a Shoal Skipper? What's that gonna run me? Like fucking 20 gold at this point? It's a fucking scam! Like, what if I don't pay you in coin, but I pay you in exposure? Zippy as heck. Now, I had a question that you might be able to answer. The shoal skipper, when I tested it on the PTR, seemed a lot slower than the bug scorpion was. So, I had a theory that the shoal skipper took your swimming movement speed and then multiplied it by 230, which is slower than your running movement speed. And the thing that made the scorpion so fast is that it took your running movement speed and mirrored it with the bug. That's my theory. I think it's 230% of your swim speed, and so it's still slower than scorpion, but I caught my arm with an angle grinder at work today, and it's sore as fuck. Okay, so that answers my question from earlier about if you work with ice cream. I don't really know why an angle grinder would be anywhere near ice cream, if I'm being honest. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that, dog. Angle grinder would take off your whole goddamn arm. I don't really fuck with angle grinders much, but Clear, what up, dude? My day's phenomenal. I appreciate you. We got some guildies up to 25 previously in that grind spot that we were at. Now we are over trying to get some gear for the lads too. So you'll notice we got a little bit of a raid together on this end. We've got some good folks from the cats community out here, and we got a whole gear farm going. So we basically just pull a bunch of mobs up these stairs. Nobody really gets experience or anything from this, but that's what I'm for when we're not in this. So people come here, they get their gear. We'll be doing this until 9, so another hour, 15 minutes, and then we'll head the fuck out. So if another guild wants to get in or people have shit to do, then they can do whatever they want. And then from there, I'm just gonna pop back over. I set my home area back to the June Dark where we were grinding earlier for the XP, and then I'll get some more people some experience. And through that, we should hopefully get a good network of people that are both geared out and 25, as both are really important. So we already did some good work to make these numbers look a lot better today, and that's going to continue probably over the course of the next couple days. Soon we'll be able to get a full 40 together very easily at pretty much all times and have it all be level 25. So I cannot fucking wait. How's your day, dude? I appreciate you asking, by the way. Rest of the night, probably just a really chill night too. It's you know, a couple days of taking the community and bringing them up, and then hopefully from there it's all forward progression. We should see a lot of Carfin, should see a lot of Forge here soon, and this I think is a big predicate to all of that happening. So the grind is shattered. What? Because you're like so fucking yoked? Like, did it actually just hit like your iron fucking forearms and shatter? What the fuck? Brother, aren't those things like actually really solid? Hey, you gotta be fucking cautious. Like, I know I make jokes about most of the Ashes community not having hands, but like, we don't actually want people to lose their arms. Yes, I say I could teach an Neuralink chimpanzee with no hands how to kill somebody in PvP, but I don't actually want to have to do that, dog. You gotta protect yourself. Would a suit of armor work against an angle grinder? Like, what is the personal protective equipment when an angle grinder is involved? I've always wondered that. Like, when you're into, like, the really heavy shit, like, what is your answer? I had all the PPE on. Is there a suit of armor? Yo, Graham, how you doing, my friend? Got the game, but I don't know where to start. Have you made your character yet? That's step actually launching the game. If this is a trick. I would personally recommend starting your character's journey in the Riverlands, the Aelin Divine Gate. That's gonna be the more setup of the two starts. The Dunes and Kill Mountain area is really, really beautiful. It's really well done for its like very first time user experience. But once you actually get going a little bit, it fizzles out quite quickly in terms of a questing experience. Questing in general, pretty good up until like level 10-ish, level 12-ish. You can subsist pretty well off of questing, gathering, or fighting. Mob grinding tends to be the very, you know, very consistent, controllable route for most forms of progression. So I definitely think from there, either, you know, making your character and getting into some quests, some gathering. You can always go into your artisan menu. I believe P is the default bind for that, unless I've changed mine and don't remember changing it. But you can always go into that artisan menu as well and find out if you want to craft something. You can pop over to one of the towns that are village or town state, and you can check player markets once you have a little bit of coin and see if you can find anything cheap. But it's a very sandboxy game. It's very non-linear, and it can definitely feel a little bit intimidating to grasp at first. But definitely just be willing to explore. If you see people, you know, in global, hit them up if they're around your level. So, go need friends to frog with. It most definitely helps. It definitely helps. Now, if you're looking for a community, exclamation guild will get you a community that has hundreds of players, multiple guilds. We've got our casual guild in place as well, so you can pop in there knowing nothing about the game and to give you a good place to learn. It definitely helps to have friends in Ashes, and it's a game that everything that you're doing, you know, is better if you have more people involved in it. From killing mobs to crafting to, well, honestly, really everything in the game. It's just, it's intended for a multiplayer aspect, so. Helmet, face mask, and glasses, tall leather gloves. Shit, brother got saved, absolutely massive. Safety glasses and good luck with the grinder. Yeah, I'll pass on that. That seems incredibly dangerous, and I'm way too clumsy for that shit, dog. Way too clumsy. Ultra, where are you at? We need you on this grind, brother. How do you find loot here in Steel Bloom? We started grinding with my friends and I was considering a route for us to get up and going. We're at 8 to 17, somewhere in between. Steel Bloom is a fucking pinata. If I'm being honest. The reason why not a lot of gear is popping up, and I say not a lot of gear is popping up as we have multiple pieces in the roll window, everything green or above is going directly into Zom's inventory. So we make him do all the hard work. So he master loots and then he rolls off all of the gear at the end of the run. So that way we are all able to kind of like evenly distribute the gear. So I don't pay enough attention to master loot. I make him do all that shit because he has an attention span. But we call it the Zoction. A good part of the cat's tradition is just getting up in this raid group, kicking the shit out of mobs for a couple hours, and then at the end of the couple hour period, we all go outside and we roll off the gear and then we go do other stuff. So, exactly. So these mobs are very, very, very incredibly good for getting item drops. It's real solid. So, once people are, I say coming here around like 17-ish is really good. I wouldn't come here much below that unless you have a higher level group or you're going for lower level mobs. But definitely like 16 through 20 you can do here pretty easily, and you will very likely find a good amount of gear. I mean, I'm sitting at 188.4 fizz power, and I'm primarily in Steel Bloom here. Even up to my level 20 mace that I found here, like, it's a lot of Steel Bloom here. So, this tends to be kind of like, if you played WoW, like your pre-raid bis, if that makes sense. So like you're not tier 1, but you're tier 0.5. Grim, thank you for following, dude. I appreciate you. It tends to be like that before your bis, right? Some pieces are still really good, like the jewelry's raid. I'm wearing every piece of it. A lot of the sets are good, but yep, you've got level 20 gear as well. So I believe 18s, 19s, and 20s can all drop 20 gear if I remember correctly. 20s having, actually 19s having the best drop rate of it, because of some changes that they brought in. Anything under that, you're going to be finding level 10s, and I think 18s can drop 10 or 20 if I remember correctly. And then I think 19s are mostly 20, and 20s are no level 10 gear. But yeah, you can find a good mix of like Adept and Radiant or the 10 and 20 gear here. And it's a really solid overall gear set. Anytime that we get our groups in here, you've got the chance to find like your Rosarium Guard set, your Bloom Warden set, Rosethorn set. So Bloom Warden and Rosethorn being pretty popular caster sets. It is genuinely like, it's a really good blanket loot table, we call it, where that just, it blankets such a large area of drops. You get Fizz gear, you get caster gear, you get healer gear, tank gear, DPS gear, you name it, it's here. So really solid to get people started, and then from here you'll typically branch off into like Carfin, Forge, and then named mobs for, you know, some items and stuff like that. So definitely a lot more progression sense now than we had in previous phases. And, you know, people did Steel Bloom before because it just shit out gear, but genuinely you were able to sneak into Carpet and stuff a lot easier back in phase 2 than you are now. And you will get punished. if you go into it too early down. I will say, I did my level 24 to 25 in Corfin. Shit hurt. Shit hurt a lot. So we're trying to get everybody geared out, trying to get our DPS up. If we get all of our damage dealers up to even the point where I'm at, where it's like 180 plus power, that's going to make shit die incredibly fast. I bet we have people in here that are still 60-ish power because they just don't have the craziest gear. So, what do you think about not necessarily farming to miss out every piece, but rather get as high of GPM as possible? Is it also Carfin Forge? Carfin Forge are definitely lower, like, drops per minute. Definitely lower. Steel Bloom tends to be that point where you are just like shitting out drops. I don't know what it is, but this drop rate's always been incredibly generous. It's also a very good level filler for that like 15 to 18-ish. So I'm 192. That bow is chunky. What did that bow get you? Like a fucking plus 40 immediately? Probably a chest piece. Probably the chest piece. That is true. That is true. I need a light power chest piece so I can stop scamming casters. Gotta get this shit back to its rightful owner or I'm gonna be cursed like I built a house on a fucking Indian grave, dude. Well, but you got Streg got the Bloodshot bow, which is the Carfin short bow. So it's got a nice little like 2800 fizz power rating on it. It's a juicy little Boski, man. He's doing well for himself. He's definitely doing well. Now, we just need to find the long sight bows. The long sight bows are the long bows. Those have a lot of fizz power on them. Like 3k plus. And they have max HP. That's what I'm looking for. I would be fucking tickled pink if we got that shit. Is level 17 Carf a no-go nowadays? Oh yeah, it's a big no-go. It's a big no-go. I wouldn't go Carf before 22. But honestly, like 25s at Carf is probably the best play. Because they changed how mob damage scaling works from like damage differences, like level differences, right? So each level difference is now about 15% damage done to you and 15% reduced damage taken from the mob from you, or by the mob from you. So that is a big difference maker. If you were able to kill things outside of your level range, it's good XP, but you're probably not gonna be able to kill things outside of your level range. Like you probably will. So even on our standpoint, like we were pretty geared going into Carf. I went into 24. The smite from the Enchanted Knights there, the melee suits of armor, that shit would be critting me for like 4k. Genuinely like 4k plus. So it's a lot if you are getting chunked. Genuinely a lot. You guys aren't over in a Quebec? No, we're gonna be going back over after the gear raid. So 7 to 9, we posted the guild calendar for events today. So 7 and 9 is Steel Bloom gear raid, and then after this, I'll be popping back over to Hakriba for a little bit of XP grind with people. Yeah. So I had a lot of people set their home over there. So after this ends, after gear gets handed out, people are just going to be basically death warping back there. We'll pump some XP for people, and then we will be up tremendous. Yeah, absolutely, dude. If you do want to come down and finish shit up, like, we could always use more people, like, in the support group that are just tanking things. All I really need is, like, a bard, a cleric, and a tank in my group. Well, I'm the tank, so a bard and a cleric. And then we just fill the leveling group with as many level-appropriate people as possible, and we're juiced. It is legitimately, like, 2 mil plus XP per hour. And we should have a lot of XP scrolls as well. So, Castin, what up, dude? Thank you for the fucking raid. I appreciate you, brother. Raiders, welcome in. If you guys have not been here before, I do appreciate y'all swinging through. My name's Dusty. I do stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed over 800 days in a row now, and I am a full-time Ashes content creator. So, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask. Rayvon, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. I played multiple thousands of hours at this point of Ashes. I do help run a community cats with Abs. I brought the community over from New World. We've expanded very heavily since coming over from New World and have been doing very well. Brought in a lot of leadership to help me run it. Unfortunately, delegated all of the hard tasks to them, so now all I have to do is sit here and recruit and yap. It's a fucking blessing. Online class, thank you for the follow as well. Much love. If anybody is looking for a guild for Ashes, exclamation guild will be the #1 place to be. Discord.gg/cats with abs. We've got competitive PvP guilds. We've got casual leveling and lifestyle guilds. We've got everything in between, including an EU guild on the NA server. So, as always, any questions, looking for a home to play Ashes with, anything in between, boys, hit us up. Sit here from last night into work some. I'll be there. G-Bone game. Oh, word. Absolutely massive. Level 20 last night, just about 23 now. Yeah, dude. So we were fucking juicing. I brought people over there at level 21 before we came over, and like in an hour and a half with the rate that we were pumping with the full group setup, people had gone from 21 to 24. It was unironically, Dark Magician Girl was my first crush. Injection Fairy Lily is my counter. Anyways. We were getting right around 1.75 million XP per hour. Not me, because I'm already leveled, but Blossom, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Not me, because I'm already leveled, but we were getting a whole lot of XP for everybody that wasn't leveled at this point. That wasn't my wall. I didn't do that shit. Lebu. So I'm hoping we're able to just keep pumping people up to 25 as quickly as humanly possible out there. I'll probably spend a couple of days getting the latest batch of people to 25 because, like, we've got a lot now that are 22 plus. And anytime somebody's 21 plus, bringing 21 plus out there is an instant warp to level 25. It is essentially the closest thing to, like, fucking buying level 25 that you can get. Fucking give 30 subs and then be like, yo, Dusty, let me get to the grind. Bet. Easy peasy. But that shit is a fucking time chamber. We can get people leveled in from 21 to 25, 3 hours, 2 XP scrolls. Big ideal group. If I have a cleric and I have a bard that are just pumping me nonstop, yeah, it's no fucking contest. It's absolutely easy. So, we'll be there after this. Gear farm ends in about an hour. We're about at the midway point, so I'm gonna see if they can survive without me for a sec and go smoke them all and top off my water. And then we come back for the second half of the grind. Ooh, the drops are dropping, boys. The drops are truly up tremendous. I don't even know what we have for high rarity stuff, but we'll figure it out soon. I'll be right back, my dudes. I was sticking in 7s and 10s max, then I finally took my normal after the second level. Yep. Yep. So, as long as we are, as long as we're able to get people into that, like, that actual level range for it, it's fucking huge. All right, I will be right back. Did I miss anything exciting? I'm assuming no. I'm assuming literally nothing at all. Because all I do is sit at the top of these stairs and I swing mace until my shift's done. And then I press button. And if I swing mace and I press button, all is well. No swing mace, no press button, slight problem. Button is pressed and other button is pressed, chat, we're good. Everyone's set. So, my lads that are on the Ashes grind right now, what are you guys grinding? What are you doing? I hope it's more fun than what I'm doing. As much as I love tanking, the fun part of this is actually like opening the loot at the end. It's the getting the loot distributed. This is like the wrapping presents part of Christmas. The only people that get excited about this shit are dads. I'll be real. Grinding and looking for group chat. Did you post in Discord? I made a post today to remind everybody to post in Discord. Like, we got a lot of people in that Discord server. And the LFG chat in there is heavily underutilized, I think, and even posting in general there. Just making sure. I'm a U server. Oh, that's your own fault. Why aren't you just playing with the Cats EU guild? What? Yeah, no, you're looking for group chat's gonna be dead too. I think our, like, Cats looking for group chat might actually be more active than all of EU's. What do you think about maxing out your character in general in this patch? Main strength and drop gear versus the one that we'll be able to craft. Do you know when we can expect higher tier crafts to become available? Is it as long as a previous patch? Really good question. So I'm gonna go backwards on that. So in terms of higher tier crafting accessibility, that will come earlier this patch comparatively to last patch. So they fundamentally changed up a little bit of how the node progression actually starts. So now, Kelsey, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. As soon as a town, settlement, node, whatever you want to call it, hits tier 3 or village state, it gets all apprentice tables at it. So previously, you only had the novice tables, which are going to be, you know, your tier 0 or tier 1, depending on what you want to call it. So apprentice being that second level, that used to be the first set of buildings that you would construct. So when you would put down a wood shop, that would be an apprentice wood shop that would cover lumberjacking, lumber milling, and carpentry. Your ag supply covered farming, hunting, and animal husbandry. So then you would specialize that building in the journeyman craft. You would need to have a support building place for an expansion point before building that journeyman craft. And essentially the number of things that you had to do was multiplied drastically. You had to place the apprentice building, place the expansion building, upgrade the apprentice building to journeyman, and specialize it in one of those 3 things, right? So now we'll be building the journeyman buildings directly as the first building to go up. Since they've started with apprentice buildings, or apprentice tables, as soon as the town hits tier 3, we no longer have to build the first tier of buildings that we had to before, knocking out 2 of the big steps early of, like, you know, a building and a building coming after the expansion point. So I believe in Winstead they're working on textile mill here, so they're trying to set up buy orders for that. Over here they're building a wood shop, and then over here Greg didn't put up a mayor message, so I don't fucking know what Miralith is building. Greg's kind of he moves in silence, to say the least. He's a mysterious figure. But most towns will coordinate what they're building. But right now we're building, you know, a bit more of an accelerated process than we were previously, is how I'm understanding it. Now, I'm not a mayor this phase, so I don't know what the actual, like, needs and processes fully are looking like comparatively. I was a mayor for a little bit last phase, enough to put up some buildings and whatnot. But it's also not my main gameplay loop that I'm interested in. I like hitting mobs and hitting things, and I'd rather be like, especially long term, once something like Arena comes out, if Arena got added and I was a mayor and my expectation was to not play Arena and go do mayor shit, dude, I'd be so sad. Like, I will be in Arenas so much as soon as Arenas come out. So my preferred gameplay loop is a little bit different than what the mayoral gameplay loop actually entails. The mayoral gameplay loop is truly like a full-time job if you're doing it successfully. You will have to sacrifice a lot of your time that you could be spending grinding gear, grinding mobs, PvPing, doing a lot to actually make, you know, your town succeed in that. So, progression to those higher tier craftables should be a bit faster from what we've gathered. High tier craftables, I should say. That should come along a bit sooner, hopefully. And then from there, we have the question of, is the higher rarity stuff worth it? So, we have item level 29 being the highest item level tier that we can actually find right now. That's because anything item level 30 or above would be required level 30. So, we go into this real quick. Ash's Codex, really good resource. This is the long sight bow I mentioned earlier. This is a Radiant or a level 20 longbow. It's got 3207 to 3313 fizz power on a green roll. It's got fizz crit power, strength con, and max health. Now, you may look at this and you may say, oh shit, that's a lot of fizz power compared to what I have right now. Wait until it goes up to legendary, and it's now 5,000 fizz power to 5,746 fizz power. It gives you 554 max health on Abyss Legendary. That is what crafters make. This is what we're all excited to find for a drop right now. Let's take Hawkbow. A rare Hawkbow that's going to be the drop is going to be blue, right? 2570 to 2742. Legendary 3791 to 4315. Crafters make the best shit, and they always will. They always will. Oh wait, Teshi, did you message Zombie for a raid invite, by the way? I was joking about you not coming, by the way. I'm just not the lead. I just looked at the raid and I was like, wait, is Teshi still not in here? Crafters always get looked over. Yes, so there was an update. I'm 16 going with Musty. Okay. I felt so bad. I thought you actually thought I told you couldn't come. I looked, I was like, oh fuck, did Teshi think I was serious? Dude, I felt so bad for a second. Holy fuck. Okay. Whew. God damn it. I was like, man, is he actually over there just crafting? He's just sitting in a fucking weaving station by himself, stopping and making bags. Dusty, I brought you a lumberjacking satchel. Okay. Good. With the leveling groups too, once they hit 17, we can have them go Epstein. And I could always tank Epstein for our 17s as well. There's so much that we can do to pump groups. But yeah, so they spent the better part of realistically the last 9 months working towards a state of the game where crafting was the incentivized form of acquisition for most things. Now, right now, you'll notice a lot of us grinding out our base gear for our Radiant gear, our level 20 gear, from these drops. That's because crafting isn't available yet, and once crafting is available, it's going to be a bit more expensive. So if we're able to get ahead of that curve, then we don't have to spend the time crafting those low rarity things, and we can dedicate all of our mats, all of our funds, all of our time into high rarity versions of the best in slot architecture that we should already be able to set up in that time. So we acquire basically the low tier gear right now in mass. We're printing the Great Value Bissington from Seal Bloom specifically. Seal Bloom is not going to be giving you a lot of S tier drops. It's got a whole lot of B tier and A tier though. Maybe 1 to 2 S tiers. But very few Seal Bloom drops are going to be something that are unreplaceable pieces. So we come here, and because this prints so much gear, we get everybody's base set. Now, all of this gear will be replaced, and a lot of this will honestly probably be broken down for materials, for tempering, for whatever it may be. We'll probably decon a good amount of this with our crafters and get them materials from it. So that's another advantage to having this gear and keeping it. Deconstruction kits. Deconstruction kits allow you to break down a piece of gear and salvage some of the materials from that piece of gear. So we farm up a lot of this radiant gear, a lot of this level 20 gear, and that's going to allow us to, you know, have another surplus of materials. As all of that becomes available, we'll be ahead of the curve there too. So there's a lot of advantage to getting these base pieces, but it all relates back to long term. We're waiting for crafting to become available, and we're trying to build around investing in our crafting infrastructure. And if we were able to do both of those things and be prepared for when crafting is available, then we can do extremely well getting ahead of the curve with gear from our crafters. Higher rarity, more specified slotting among everyone, more efficient gearing as well. So our goal is to have the infrastructure in place where all of our crafters are at the level they need to. We've got enough gatherers that have been gathering, you know, the low tier mats along the way and getting the high rarity of the low tier along the way, because that's still going to be used in a lot of these high-end recipes. So you've got like Emerald Earring that's using 60 rubies and 20 zinc ingots. Those are both novice materials that you can get. Well, not the ingots, but like you can get zinc and you get rubies right off rip. And those are lower tier materials that are used in that higher tier craft. So you can have people gathering that from literally day one. You get legendary zinc, save it for your ingots when you can make those, and then you use those ingots in your higher tier crafts, right? So we're able to, from day one now, with the change to a lot of these recipes, play the long game, right? Maybe not craft the highest rarity shit now at level 0 and level 10, but craft that high rarity shit for level 20 as soon as that becomes available. And as a result, we may be more poverty geared right now, but you know, we make a nice long play and we find all of this gray, green, maybe blue gear, and we just go from there. So if they can ever get the insane amount of mats to craft that, like, yes, but it's really not that bad, right? Because looking at it this way, it's this Emerald Earring. I mean, I guess that's apprentice, so that's not going to be that bad. Do I have any novice journeyman? I dumped all my journeymans. But like, yes, it's a lot of mats, but it's also a shitload of base rarity mats, right? And we also have to remember that like you can mix rarity on refines now to get like a, you know, a median output. So I think the amount of materials that someone does need, yes, number is a lot. And it's very easy for someone to go like, I need 6,000 total materials to make this thing raw. But if you're looking a month after the start of the server and 5,000 of those things are, you know, level 0 wood, like novice wood, it's oak or ash, then that means that if you're gathering 150 a day over the course of the month, then you're fine. And realistically, if you're playing any amount of time as a gatherer, refiner, crafter solo, you can do that. So prepping for that long term and not really like just blowing your load super early materials wise is going to be a big thing that can help people. And that's why we're also trying to get people gear wise in a spot where everyone's... See, what the fuck are you doing here? What in Tornation? Who's down here? Dissentient underneath us. And Polar Legion underneath us as well. What in the heck is going on down here? I thought spawns seemed less plentiful. What the fricking tin? Huh. Well, it's getting lit up in here at Server Peak, boys. That came out of fucking nowhere. Would love to craft bags, but we don't have the recipes yet. We almost had them during the Great Vendor Apocalypse of 2025. We had them for a second, and then they took them away. Thank God. Been tuning in and out. How the level 20 drops been? A lot of gray drops were rolling off, but Zom's master looting, and then we're just rolling off the green and higher. I don't really know what the actual drops have been because I'm not in Discord. I'll go into Discord when we roll stuff, and I just watch for any good pieces. So I just sit here and yap and then wait for the surprise at the end. I'm assuming we've been juicing drops, so with the quantity of gray drops that have been coming out, I can only gather that we've probably got like a full inventory of green plus. And I know that we've seen some very high value pieces as well. We've seen some Jerkins, we saw the Magic Power Shoulders in blue. So we're getting some good shit. Be like a little box opening. Yeah. So I sit here for 2 hours. I cook these mobs. I yap with chat. I make sure that there are, you know, relatively minimal deaths among the backline. Ooh, a Blue Warden hood. Very nice. I make sure there are relatively minimal deaths. Like, I basically have a budget of casters that I can sacrifice to the Glint God each day. So, you know, who I decide to sacrifice always changes. Always changes. But there is a list, and I try to rotate it. I try to keep it fresh. But minimal deaths, always good. And then at the end of this, we do our little roll off. And maybe I get something good, maybe I don't. Maybe after it, I go power level people for a little bit longer and get us a whole nother round of 25s. Maybe I do. And between us starting to do these gear grinds regularly and the power leveling that we have, now that I'm 25, we're gonna be fucking tubing. We have leveling groups that are working their way up as well. We have everyone working very hard to level. And now we're at the spot where we can actually double back and help, which is a fucking huge thing. So, I'm excited. Maybe I will be able to snag something. But I don't even know what I would need to snag from the Steel Blue loot table anymore. I don't need any more Rosarium Guard. I don't want 7 heavy pieces. I'd actually ideally like to get a chest that's like light fizz power or something, because that chest I'm only using for the fucking 6% fizz magic mitigation that it gives me. I would like to take that shit off since it does nothing for me, but it's my magic mitt because every other piece is heavy right now. So I can't wait to get some medium gear. If there's anything cool, that'd be great, but I don't think there's anything medium in the loot table that really supports what I'm looking for. So that would probably be more in the Carfin loot table. I'm set on jewelry, a better weapon, but like my weapons are great. Probably not going to be replaced unless it's a higher rarity version of the same weapon. A shield would be cool, a level 20 shield. I don't have one of those yet, but I really think I've got pretty much everything that I could get out of this stage of things. I could get my power higher if I wanted to go a two-hander instead of a, you know, a shield. But the passive block chance changes have been treating me really, really well, and I feel juicy as shit. So I'm kind of vibing. I have no complaints. I'm just hoping that we can get everybody their gear quickly and get the fuck out. Because I don't want to be here for too long. I want to spend a lot of our time as a guild working towards our 8 sets. Those 8 sets with those active proc set bonuses will be fucking phenomenal for us. And as soon as we can get those bad boys, we are set. So, we got our crafters working hard as well, though. We got quite literally everybody working hard right now. I mean, even Busty, our weaponsmith, is over in Steel Bloom with a leveling group, just fucking cooking away. So we're happy with that. I want to try to get one more tank that's able to like power level groups and just get people open. But other than that, all is well. We're pretty much vibing. I'm feeling like we're pretty well set up. Rosethorn Greaves, crit power, magic crit power, and their medium force. Those are pretty solid for the casters. What's the caster proc set called? Oh god, I don't know what the Carf one got renamed to, but there are a lot of proc sets. It's like any of your item level 29 sets can have the proc based set bonuses. So like you have your strike proc, you have your siphon proc, you've got defensive procs, you've got healing based procs. I think a lot of casters, for whatever reason, go towards like strike just because it does more damage. I don't think strike is that good. And I honestly think long-term, people will probably be going Bulwark and Barrier. Those, like, 2 uptime-based defensive ones. Bulwark giving you 10% mitigation for 15 seconds. And Barrier giving you 35% block chance for 15 seconds. Those 2 together, I mean, that's kind of where I want to try to optimize a set as a tank. I haven't had time to dig, like, too much. But, yo, Hank, what up, dude? You've been working hard at the streaming thing? I always do, dude. I consider myself lucky to be here. Ooh, I just hit for over 1,000. Oh, I haven't done that in phases. Wait, whoa. Actually, I haven't done that since last phase. Holy shit, wait. I just saw a 4-digit number. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I'm thrilled. But yes, I try to work very hard at the whole streaming thing. I recognize not everybody gets the opportunity to stream in the capacity that I do and quite literally mooch off of a very giving community and pay bills off of that. So I try to put out content that, you know, people like showing up to watch and that they can watch daily. And at the end of the day, it may just be some dude yapping and gaming, but honestly, it's the content that I miss a lot that a lot of people don't fucking make anymore. So I'm just happy to be here yapping and gaming. It's something that I always wanted to do and never thought I'd be able to do. And it just kind of came true one day, so I'm enjoying it while I can, man. But I think I'll probably continue to work hard. We passed 800 days in a row very recently. So I think today's like 803 or something. But I don't really know, like, if I see the streak ending, I don't know when it would end. I don't really have a plan for it to end. I just want to keep pumping and keep growing the community in game, growing the content, every aspect of it. And it is insane. It just kind of happened, dude. I just like streaming. I don't know, like, there are obviously days where I'm like less hyped up, right? And there are days where I have more energy, days where I have less energy. Like, I'm a normal person. As I say that, I yawn. Today was a sleepy day. But I'm a normal person. But genuinely, I like being able to hang out and play video games and yap with friends. And that's always what I used to do before I was, you know, streamer man. And now that I'm able to hang out and yap with a chat, it's a really cool feeling. So it's the same thing that I've always done. The only difference is I talk to chat instead of talking to people in Discord. Pretty fun though. Pretty fun. I'm just grateful people show up, dude. But I will pretty continuously be here, I think. Hey, you leave my mobs the fuck alone. You don't need to do that, sir. Hold on. Get flicked. Doors closed, bucko. Doors closed, Mr. C. Cheeto crumbs. Oh no. Dude, Carla's asleep right now and somebody named Cheeto Crumbs just followed. Carla's gonna like fucking wake up in a frenzy. She's gonna know. Oh god, my girlfriend is fucking addicted to hot Cheetos. Oh, please. Just not while she's around. She'll actually go into a fucking frenzy, dog. It's not healthy. A rogue's bad or something? Stay away from my mobs? Dude, crazy, that wall. Like, Slim was actually running into those just random walls. We think something's bugged. The walls just keep shifting over here in Steel Bloom. It's fucking wild, those things pop up sometimes. I don't think it's that rogues are bad. Necessarily. I think melee is kind of bad. Now, keep in mind, I think melee is good if you can get your abilities off. But, like in PvE, it's great. The thing with melee and PvE is that you're going to be taking more AoE damage than a ranged would, thus creating more work for your healers and being a general nuisance. So, if you are a rogue versus a mage will probably do more damage to most mobs and take less damage. Now, PvP wise, that's when roles come in and like archetype playstyles come in a little bit more in terms of those special roles. Rogue has a place. The thing with it, same thing with fighter, and honestly, why am I yawning? Chat, stop yawning. Honestly, same thing with tank. I need to drink Arizona iced tea. I'm not even tired. So, same thing with all melee archetypes, right? You're dependent on going into melee range to actually get shit off. And if you go into melee range, you're putting yourself in a spot where you are probably going to run into a lot of trouble via multiple people looking at you. Whether you're a tank, rogue, fighter, your counter is multiple people. So a lot of the time, as you go up in numbers, like the scale of PvP that you're doing, Ashes being open world can have very large numbers pop up at very, very random points. You could be starting out with a 5v5 and it cascades to 100v100 plus very quickly, right? And with those numbers, the higher the numbers go in the open world, the higher the numbers go in game modes, the easier it is for melees to just get absolutely fucking blown up, right? That's my general thought process on it. So melee always tends to be at like a slight disadvantage just because of the fact that like if you are not getting into range, you're not being the most effective. If you're getting into range and you're timing it slightly wrong, 17 people are gonna turn to you and send you back to a fucking respawn. And I think that's where a lot of melee players just kind of like go wrong, so to say, and end up cooking themselves. They think that for whatever reason, there's like the single player main character story protection in Ashes that there is in single player games. And so many people just jump into 32 other players and they're like, rah, I am the chosen one. And then they just get turned to and pegged down by autos, and not in the good pegging sense. It's a pretty tragic life. But then you have melee players that have very good ebb and flow. They have very good timing on their initiates. They get in, they get out efficiently without taking too much damage. Oh, what are you? It's only adept. And they're able to play their lives very well while having a pretty solid impact. So it's all about differences in play style. I think anybody can learn the micro, but I am the chosen one. You and those 7 clerics that are all yelling about having to focus you. Yes, indeed. The chosen ones, indeed. But yeah, it all breaks down to play style. But I also think that as arenas come in, right, that's a planned system for Ashes. We are going to get arenas, and that's going to open up more of like a guaranteed small scale aspect, where in the open world, you're just not guaranteed a 1v1, 3v3, 5v5, 8v8. As soon as those come in, people will be able to play those melee archetypes in a much more impactful sense, right? I think the fewer players there are, the better melee does in a group sense. Up to a certain extent, it's like a bell curve of power. With too few people, melee can get kited, they're not enabled, and then they get their enable, and then they reach their bell curve of power spiking in, a small to mid numbers, and then once it goes to large scale, melee falls off astronomically. And it makes sense. So as arenas come in, I think a lot of melee archetypes will see a lot more like love in PvP. And we'll see a lot more people that are actually like willing to give them a shot. PvE wise, I really think it just breaks down to don't fucking stand in stuff. If you're playing a fighter and you're not just like standing there taking every single mob damage ability, if a mob cleaves, you're not tanking every cleave, then congratulations, you're already ahead of the curve. If you get low on HP and you're playing a fighter, using your blood fusion, if you get low on HP and you're a rogue, yoink! Making sure that you are taking advantage of your sap, like your poison build into your sap for, for leech. Or not leech, but that self-heal, like, it's a big combo. So, I think we have ways as melees to sustain ourselves. I mean, even I as a tank have a lot of self-healing that I try to throw in whenever I get in trouble. And I try to make it as easy as I can for my clerics to keep heals going on me and keep my mitigation up, so that way their job's easier and I have to use my self-healing less. But there are things that you can do on pretty much every class to minimize the amount of a burden that you are. And some people find ways to be burdens even on mages. It may be miraculous to think that all somebody has to do is sit on the back line and press a button a minute for free and they get XP and do a lot of damage, but dude, some people just fucking find a way. It's absolutely insane. Rogue are probably the easier kill than melee once they get caught. Honestly, I think Rogue has a lot of escape. It's got targeted and directional movement. Please help me! I don't need self-heals, I never do. My clerics keep me alive. I don't even have to use that shit. But I think, like, Rogue has a lot of good movement. Rogue is also, I believe, the only class with 2 CC breaks, crowd control breaks right now, so it gets you out of, like, stuns, silences, strips, stuff like that. Rogue is truly very hard to catch, and it's got good movement, and it can re-stealth mid-combat. Oh, and for anybody that plays, like, WoW Rogue or anything, where your stealth break condition is typically the first instance of damage taken, So I could just like, you know, pop my Intim aura and run around and wait for a tick of it to hit you somewhere. As a rogue in Ashes, you have to take 5% of your max HP as damage before your stealth breaks. Haha, ho ho, that class has got to go. I hate rogues. Rogues hate me. I accept it. I want them to just all have PC issues. Nothing that breaks their PC, just something that says you are not allowed to play Ashes of Creation anymore because you are a rogue playing piece of shit. I stand on that business. There are rogues that still support my channel. I don't know why. That's the equivalent of being a cuck in the gaming community. But hey man, you're here for it. All rogues do is stabby, stabby, and re-stealth. Yes. Wait for poison, stab, stab, run away, re-stealth. Guess what I am? I'm probably a fucking terrible human being. I call it as I see it. I don't know, man. I'm here to spread the truth. Sold of starting one right now. No! No! Don't let that inspire you. That's supposed to demotivate you. Fuck! Dude, we need fewer rogues. No, rogues are actually, they're like a really fun class to play. They have a pretty cool builder spender system with their advantage. So you get 2 stacks of your advantage, and if you cast your stab behind a target, it becomes backstab. And then if you have 2 stacks of advantage, it doesn't have a cooldown. So as a rogue, you'll basically go in on somebody and you'll get a backstab off, you'll get like a CC off, and then you'll basically just chain off as many backstab advantage build, backstabs as you can before you fuck up the combo. Oh, why did Pirate Software do this? Why did Pirate Software do this? It's a goddamn shame. It's a goddamn fucking shame. I can't even live my life in peace. God fucking damn it. Bro, I hate rogues. I swear to fucking God, I hate them so much. I hate rogues with a burning goddamn passion. I swear to God, it was the rogues. Like, I played Assassin's Creed as a kid. Honestly, at this point, I'm rooting for the Templars. Fuck it. Just kill all the assassins. I don't even give a shit. Like, fuck rogues, fuck rogue adjacent shit. I stand on that business. I stand on that. So anyways, I don't know what you heard, but I was saying, Mr. Rogue DDoSer, that Rogue actually had a really cool builder spender system through its advantage. So you gain advantage through certain abilities, certain actions, but basically you can cast your backstab, well, your stab behind a target to make it a backstab for bonus damage, and then you can use backstab with 2 stacks of advantage, which is your builder spender resource, to not have a cooldown on that stab ability. So you're able to, you know, build 2 stacks, backstab, build 2 stacks, backstab, and repeat that as much as you can channel on a target while keeping them CC locked. And you've got a few really cool CCs as well, including off balance. Off balance is basically a route, but instead of a traditional route where people can like turn, they can't turn either. So it's like a route, but more of an asshole. Really cool system. Really genuinely awesome system. I do actually love to see it. Love getting hit by off balance. So you can go in, you can off balance somebody, you can stab, generate all of your advantage, and really just chain off the largest stab combo that you can. And then you also have a little bit of a buffer zone, because if you fuck up a stab or don't build fast enough for your spender to support, you have double strike. Double strike, cast your most recently used ability from a list of abilities, including, you bet your bippy, stab. So, in the event that you can't build enough to stab without a cooldown, just use your second stab, which has a cooldown, and then build and resume your backstab. So it's essentially like back in the days of playing Guitar Hero, Imagine missing a note, but you could like slap the strum bar with your penis and get a bonus note and make up for that missed note. That's essentially what double strike is. You just flap your dick onto whatever keybind it is and just say, fuck you, I'm keeping the damage going even though I'm not mechanically gifted enough to build fast enough. It's a fucking miracle that class exists in the way that it is. I think the best answer to Rogue in terms of a class like counter and like something to actually deal with it is a fucking shotgun. I think realistically just give me a fucking 12 gauge. I will do what has to be done. I will put the Rogue down like a goddamn racehorse that fractured its leg after 3 consecutive losses. I'll do it for all of humanity. No rogues on your Christmas list? I would rather somebody break into my house and pistol whip me right now on stream than level a rogue to 25. I have my window open. People can see that I have a stream set up in here. They probably hear the yapping if they walk by in the street. I'd take a goddamn pistol whip before leveling a rogue to 25. You can even give me good gear to level with. I don't want to do it. I'll level a rogue to like 18 in phase 2. That was enough for me. It's a dumb fucking class. All it is infinite sustain, infinite re-stealth, whole lot of damage. Buildy spendy, brrr, single target. You've got an AoE trip. You've got fucking thump, which is a massive silence. Or you could level it to 25, then delete it to make an even stronger point. I feel like the point that I'm making there would be that I'm mentally unstable and probably have too much time on my hands. But I mean, that's the content creator way, right? I don't think I got here, you know, 800 days in a row stream by being entirely there. So, I accept it. I accept it. I enjoy what I do, though. And fortunately, I know the perfect spot to stand to hit mobs with all of my abilities. We love frontal cones. I'm hitting like the 7-10 split between those guys right now. It is unironically the best positioning in history. Rogues will always welcome you with open arms. They're gonna keep waiting. I don't know, man. Like, if there is ever a class-related, like, fuck, marry, kill, Rogue is always the kill. I don't care. It's always kill Rogue. I think it is such, just systemically, a dumb class. I know you can thump with double strike. I'm fucking aware. Yes, you could thump with advantage. You could go into a trip, and then you could double strike thump, and then you could re-advantage gain thump for an absurd amount of silence. Yes. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And like, this is the thing though. Playing against a good rogue is meant to not be fun. That's the thing that I like the least about it, right? It's just, it's unfun to play with because they don't fucking follow what anybody else is doing. They just go fucking poke random shit. Like, they just, they fucking run off more than I do. And I'm supposed to be the initiate, so it makes sense for me to run after shit. It's fucking insane. And then they just, they solo hero play, and then they re-stealth mid-combat. And like in 1v1s, the entire way that a rogue should play is go in, poke, 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 stab, 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 run away, re-stealth, wait for poison to come up, diddy dart somebody, wait for them to, you know, CC break the diddy dart so they can play the game, go back in, poke, 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 stab, yoink, poke, 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 stab, 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 you know, poison's down, jump back out again, re-stealth again. Like, bro, fuck me, man. Like, it's just, it's torturous to play against. Bad rogues, it's fine, because they don't have the incentivization to just go and re-stealth. But anytime you're playing against a rogue that's actually, like, taking it seriously, and they just, like, CC break and they re-stealth every fucking time, brother, it makes me question every moment of existence that I currently and have ever lived. I wonder, like, what all led to this millions of years of evolution just for somebody to be on, like, that level of chimpanzeeism. I hate rogues with a burning passion. Hate it. Give me Summoner so I can hop off Rogue. Once you start playing Summoner, your hair is gonna grow back. I swear to fucking God. Your dick will grow 3 inches and you're gonna have a full head of hair, Gretton, I'm telling you. You're probably gonna be 6'4" as well. It'll be a remarkable day for you, dude. I can't wait. Genuinely, like... Dude, I applaud you, man. That's the day you pass Aspen Golden viewership. Holy shit. Be fucking phenomenal. A change, man. Fucking pirate software level voice without any filters. God damn. Married cleric, fuck bard. I mean, it would have to be dependent on the list of like what the 3 classes are, but like the fuck, marry, kill is always dependent on the total classes. But what's consistent is always kill rogue, just every time. No time does rogue ever escape it. The rogue is always the first to die. I think it should die the most brutal death. If I can use... Ooh, wait, that's the adept version. If I can use every one of my CCs, including a solo grapple, like, well, obviously solo grapple, but solo grapple into all of my trips, and call out a rogue just to kill them, good. Fuck him. Like, back when I played a lot of Magic the Gathering, one of my friends that played blue-black, which is primarily, you know, always control decks, I once asked him, because I really like playing aggro decks. I played red. Black-red, you know, very frequently. And, I like playing very aggro. I once asked him, I was like, how do you know, how do you enjoy playing control? It just seems like so much counterplay where winning is like out of your hands. I feel like I always control my wins directly playing aggro because it's just in your face. And he looks me dead in the eyes and he says, I don't care if I win as long as the person I'm playing against doesn't have fun. And that has stuck with me as just like a way of life for some fucking people, dog. And that's what I think of anytime I'm fighting a rogue. They don't even care, like, if they are beating me, as long as they are listening to me, hating them. Hating them. I swear to God, I could 100-0 a rogue, but if I'm bitching about the rogue, it's their favorite part of the day. Did you get into Ben & Jerry's flavor? Wait, did you ask my favorite Ben & Jerry's flavor? All of them. No, I like a lot of chocolate. So, like, the classic go-to is just, like, chocolate therapy. That shit goes hard all the time and is quite literally undefeated. I do have 4 different pints. Again, they were $2 on sale at my local store, so I grabbed the limit of 4. I will be going back to get 4 more before the sale ends and stocking up via Carla's phone number in the app, so we will take advantage of that. But right now, I have chocolate therapy. I have Tonight Dough. I have... The fuck is the one with the marshmallow? Why am I blanking on the one with the marshmallow? Hold on. Fish food. I got fish food. And then I got a new one. It's called like Fudgy Flan. So, Fudgy Flan Ben & Jerry's. Fudgy Flan Ben & Jerry's is inspired by the popular Latin American dessert. This smooth and fudgy pinted version has ice cream lovers flipping their lids with excitement, says Ben & Jerry's. Burnt caramel ice cream with fudge brownies and pastry cream swirls. And I'm assuming that's going to go so fucking hard in the paint. I haven't opened it yet though, because like that is either going to be probably my favorite Ben & Jerry's flavor now, or it's going to let me down so much. because that sounds so ungodly good. Oh damn, we're actually getting some good weapons. So we got the chocolate therapy, we got the fish food, we got the tonight dough, and then we got the fudgy flan. I'll probably go back and like, I'm not even gonna lie, probably got like 2 more chocolate therapies and then some more of like the branch off ones. They have like a Boston cream pie one, I think, which sounds kind of solid. But I'm also open to recommendations. But anything chocolate is fucking huge. Half-baked, oh dude. Half-baked is also a fucking classic. Yeah, I almost grabbed half-baked instead of the fudgy flan, but I wanted to try the fudgy flan because I hadn't had it before. Because there's half-baked, peanut butter half-baked, and then is there chocolate half-baked? Wait. Is there? No. There's not a full one. It's that and then the peanut butter, right? Yeah. The peanut butter also fucks though. Peanut butter half-baked goes fucking harder than paint. But Carla hates peanut butter. Actually, she doesn't like hate peanut butter. She doesn't like peanut butter that much. She also doesn't like caramel at all. So my strat has kind of lately been gravitating towards maybe some peanut butter and caramel to keep her the fuck out of my ice cream. I think it's reasonable. What? Yeah, no, I know. It's kind of ridiculous. Absolute insanity. Dude, I'm selling all of this on the player market. Chat, I got some gear for sale. Highest bidder. We got weapons. We got a ring. We got a chest piece. We got a helm. Highest bidder selling it cheap. Gotta get rid of it before this run's done. You got 12 minutes to come by it. Otherwise, we gotta auction it off to people. Yeet. Yeah, I don't know. I have a friend who hates chocolate or told me he's not human. Yeah, the thing is, Carla really likes chocolate. But she does hate all those other fineries, so she fucked up my chocolate therapy yesterday. She fucking destroyed that shit. She didn't eat that much, but she got into it. I felt the same way that I did when I realized the squirrel that I was leaving sunflower seeds out for was also eating the cherry tomatoes off my tomato plant. I felt a little betrayed. And I had to reconsider some things, but it's okay, we got through it. It's okay, we got through it. Carla likes dark chocolate though, which I think is a little weird as like her favorite kind of chocolate. I fuck with milk chocolate extremely heavily. Like dark chocolate's okay, but I don't really like the bitter that much. I would definitely rather have a good milk chocolate than a good dark chocolate. But yeah, not liking chocolate in general is fucking demonism. I don't know if I can support that. Like, not liking chocolate in any form. If you don't like white chocolate, if you don't like dark chocolate, that is what it is. But like, milk chocolate folks, surely they have something like genetic, right? Like a lobotomy? I feel like that would probably explain it. Maybe they're just like missing most of their frontal lobe. But I don't know, chat, does anybody in chat not like chocolate and want to fucking defend your stance? Because I feel as though it's not possible from any normal human being. What if they're just saying it to have like an edgy take, you know? Those people that just like rage bait that think they're being super funny. So they've always told you that they don't like chocolate and then they just go home and eat chocolate. Chocolate fucks? Chocolate fucks hard. White chocolate is disgusting? Yeah, white chocolate doesn't count. White chocolate doesn't count at all. White chocolate should be absolutely disregarded as a chocolate. It's not a chocolate. It doesn't belong in the chocolate family. It's not chocolate. They should rename it. I like chocolate with pretzels. Butter on stone is a bit sweet for me. Ooh, chocolate covered pretzels. Oh god, chocolate covered pretzels go so fucking hard. Have you ever had like a sea salt chocolate? Like a nice little artesian sea salt with some milk chocolate? Cause that shit goes insano style. It goes fucking sicko mode. Truly. Dusty double price on bags for white chocolate hate. It's just not that good. What do you mean? I think every other kind of chocolate is better. Georgia, what up, dude? I'm doing phenomenal. How are you, my friend? I hope your grind's been wonderful. Hope you're getting up to some good things. We are in the last like 10 minutes of sitting our ass on top of these stairs and pumping some gear out for the lads. So we got a nice humble little raid going for the kills tonight. Hopefully get a good distribution of gear out, and then it'll probably be back to the power leveling. We're trying to get more people in the guild up to 25 as quickly as we can. So we'll be going back down to Hakriba and pumping up there for a little bit. So all is well on this end, dude. Air rogues like white chocolate. I feel like rogues would be more the people that don't like chocolate at all. 25 is max level. Currently, yes. It will go up to 50 though in the long term. And we'll probably have a level expansion early next year based on what we have heard. Contains almost no cocoa. That's ass. Are there any leveling groups for the guild at Steel Blue? Check with Busty, B-U-S-T-I in game. He had a group over here. I don't know what they're doing or if they're more set up. I know there was at least one that was pumping up over here. And then after this, I'm going to be going back to Hakriba just to try to get another round of people up to 25 before the end of the day. Break for repair. Are you guys filled up? Wait, repair? Are you guys dying? Busty, stop dying. There are people who are allergic to chocolate. That'd be a sad life. Oh my god, that would be awful. Like allergic to cocoa in general, because cocoa's used in a lot of shit too, right? That wouldn't just be like eating chocolate. That would be like, if you were allergic to cocoa, you would have to worry about, I don't know, like fucking, if you're wearing makeup, I think cocoa's used. You couldn't use cocoa butter. That shit would be an awful life. Absolutely awful. I love myself a good, oh, I might make myself a good chalky chip pancake after stream tonight. Oh, I love chalky chip pancakes, boys. Ooh. Ooh, this discussion has me thinking about some things, lads. So I'm thinking about some very, very, very good things. Mayhaps pancake night. I think that's gonna hit the spot. Chat, what's the best kind of pancake, and why is it not blueberry? Because blueberries fucking suck. I said it. Not that they fucking suck, but blueberries, C tier, C tier. I would say mid to low C tier. I don't think they're that good. I would rather have many other fruits. Blueberries are peak snack. Do you like blueberries because they're your favorite fruit, or do you like blueberries because you can eat them very lazily? Because blueberries, I agree, both. Both is fucking crazy. That's so funny. I mean, at least you admit it. At least you admit it. That is huge. But yeah, I feel as though they're a great lazy man snack. You just kind of plop them in, you give them the old bad handshake, and then you just throw them in. And it's like trail mix. It's like mixed nuts. Also, nuts suck. I don't mean to be so passionate about my hatred of nuts, but I feel like when I'm eating nuts, I'm just eating wood. And that like doesn't leave my brain. I'm like, what is the difference between this and just actually going and like eating a piece of tree bark? And it really doesn't feel like there is one. Almonds and cashews are good. Almonds, I feel like almonds are very like splintery when you eat them though. Like almonds are genuinely the nut that I like the least, I think, because they just seem so, I don't know, as soon as you bite them, they like fracture off into these like shards of nut. And then it's literally just eating like particle board. Don't ask me how I know what chewing on particle board is like. But it's like eating particle board. And I don't like it. I know a lot of people love some nuts all up in their mouth. And like a honey roasted peanut can be okay. Pistachios are god tier. Pistachios are expensive. I'm unemployed. I can't afford pistachios in this economy. I've heard from the rich and famous, though, that pistachios are indeed quite enjoyable. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Almonds are good. Almonds are just, they're so woody. What's Busty's IGN? B-U-S-T-I. It's Busty with an I. Boop. What do we have? A solid 4 more minutes of the pump. I'm gonna get into Discord and see what the actual loot is looking like. Me not joining the Alliance Discord until right now. I'm so lazy. Make sure you guys are in the Alliance Discord. I say as I'm not in it. I could have swore I joined that shit weeks ago. Weeks ago. I thought maybe I didn't. I guess I didn't. What if they kicked me from it? And now I'm back with a vengeance. I'm being usurped. I even buy pistachios with the shells that cost more. Oh my fucking god. Are you made of money? Rooster, what the fuck? That's like, yes, it's peak efficiency. But at that point, what is the cost difference between buying the unshelled pistachios and just employing a very poor person to hand crack the shells and feed you the fresher pistachios? Because at that point, you're also supporting small business, non-GMO, cage-free roaming shell crackers. And I feel as though it's almost like a 501c3 eligible thing. I'm on a limited diet? Dude, just have a poor person feed them to you. What do you mean? That's what I'm saying. If you're on a limited diet, live your life. See, I too get very upsetty tummies, and I'm lactose intolerant. I too should probably not abuse the bottom of an ice cream tub. But I do. I do. I legitimately, I will sneak bites of my ice cream when Carla's not looking throughout the day. Like I am legitimately, oh wait. Ayo. Are we allowed to roll need on something if we need it? If it's gray, or are we just auctioning all of it? Because I would replace my chest with that right now. I'm gonna greet it, and then hope I win it. I'll roll the 33. Okay. Who won that? Storm? Storm! Storm, I got a proposal for you. Make sure you grab that shit. I've got something for you, Stormington! The seasonings coat the pistachios more in the ones without the shells. Alright, so now you give 2 poor people jobs. One cracking the pistachios, throwing it into a bowl, then you have someone hand grinding the seasonings, and then making the seasonings fresh, right? Fresh seasonings, coated, tossed, fresh pistachios. Brother, I'm trying to help you here. Dusty's trying to find himself a new job? Well, you hold on. You hold on. I basically plan to be the middleman between the shell people and, you know, the Richie Riches of the world. I really hope that Storm grabbed that chest. I'm gonna hang around just in case he didn't. Because I don't know that he did. I'm hoping he did, though. Storm! Did Storm grab the chest? I hope so. Oh! Oh! Hiya! Yeet. Nar. Why am I so slow? Excuse me! Off I go. We're up tremendous. Hates rogues and hates my lavish pistachios. Maybe the part of pistachios that I don't like is that I'm not in an economical spot to afford them. Maybe it's not that I hate your pistachios, it's more that I hate myself and like my shortcomings. I'm not a perfect person, and sometimes facing that is a very scary thing. So I try to do what I can. I also try to acknowledge my flaws. Maybe it's just a me thing. Maybe if I said Twitch Prime more, I could get some pistachios up in this bitch. But I try not to, you know, I try not to oversell it. I feel as though it'll come organically when the time is right. Someday I hope to strive for, honestly, being able to afford the Ben & Jerry's when it's not $2 and having to stock up. Nothing wrong with being a peanut guy. Like, I don't think peanuts are great either, though. I think all nuts are kind of mid. If I could snack on pretty much anything else other than a nut, I think I would. Like, I just don't think nuts are good. Grew up poor, not rich now, but we'll splurge on a few things here and there. See, I grew up poor, and I'm still poor. So the splurging isn't coming yet. But the good news is, even if I get rich at this point, I'm incredibly good at living as an adult on minimal money. So I'll make the most out of that fucking, out of those clams. That's for sure. I will be a very efficient lad with that. I don't buy shit if it's not on sale. Yeah, I'm already in the Discord. I'm just waiting for him to actually share screen. Watch stream for a loop. What? Oh, in Discord. He's live. Yeah. I'm watching it now. I'm already in. What do we actually have?
Actually, 4 roast close. That's crazy.
Yes.
All right.
40
It's
gold
lit.
right there, man.
All right.
Don't tell me that, bro.
So we've got a good amount of loot, boys. We've got a good amount of
All
loot.
the roast star
Wait,
pieces. I see so
storm.
many.
Slash whisper storm.
Also wonders why he's not distributing them.
I would never steal from the guild.
Hold on. I'm proposing storm a trade.
Might be the worst semicircle
Link?
fucking ever.
It's alright.
It's because
Does second guild get dibs?
Where I'm at.
No, everything gets streamer loot funneled. All of it.
Ninja dust.
It all comes to me. And then I run off with it. How many slots does Zom have? Boop,
If he's giving me white stuff, I don't want that. I don't want this. I don't want that. I don't want that.
Weapons? No weapons?
I don't want that.
Word. Word. I don't know if he wanted weapons or not. Forgive me.
Sorry, I don't want the white stuff. The white stuff, everybody needed, greeted. If you don't want it, we'll just hand it out to the other people.
Word, okay. Easy peasy. I didn't know if you wanted to do weapons at this auction
Sorry,
or
man.
not.
Thank you.
Just pass it out to Strike.
So, also, real quick, does anybody
Alright,
have
Strike,
any, like,
you come take the
green
junk.
shit that went to, like, global that they need to,
What's the Alliance Discord? It should be in the
bring
guild
forward,
Discord
take the roll
under the Alliance chat.
Alright, first one.
Should
Sip.
be.
I'm getting green.
Okay.
Alright, cool. I switched out my chess piece, guys.
Alright, I'm gonna go through the
I
loot
want
real
you guys
quick.
to know-
I kinda
Wait,
have
wait,
it
wait.
sorted.
Wait,
It's
I have them
changed.
accepted.
The chest is sorted.
Oh,
It's
shit,
good.
The rat coming forward.
I got a little bit more power. 189.5 now. We're up tremendous, man. Truly up tremendous.
That's rats with abs right there.
I feel like it's better that way. I got a very good paying job at like 19 and fucked up so bad, not knowing how to handle my money correctly and lost everything. Doing much better now. Good! I'm glad you're doing better now. I'm glad you're doing much better now.
Damn.
Hold on, these goons are fucking...
Thanks, Blue Knight. You too.
Wow.
Alright, who else needs any tunes? Trade me, bitch.
Yeah, I need.
Alright. We're gonna quietly stay tuned on this as he's hovering over stuff. But yeah, no, I mean, like, before I was streaming full-time, I was out of college, like, I worked for Starbucks for a bit as a store manager, and, like, I wasn't making, like, fucking millions a year or anything by any means, like, but I was making okay money. I grew up, like, really poor, so was making okay money at the time, comparatively to what I had, and it was cool, but it wasn't enough to, like, get myself into trouble splurging on things, and I grew up so poor that I was actually, like, I've always been kind of, like, scared of having money, not in the sense of, like, I would splurge on dumb shit, but more in the sense of, like, I don't spend, so I wouldn't even use it effectively. Like, if I was fucking summit level streamer, I would probably spend so little, and I would just have a nice little house with a little stream room area for myself and a yard and shit. Like, I don't really desire big lavish things or anything. So, I mean, some people definitely have like a more expensive taste and can get themselves into trouble there, but I've always tried to learn like maximizing the dollar. Like I grew up like food cupboard poor and like not eating meals every night poor shit. So like we definitely learned the value of the dollar early. And then I try to carry that through. And that's something that's also helped me stream full time a bit easier because I locked down my spending so much that I legitimately just, I don't know, it makes it much more achievable, right? If I was out here with a fucking $1,000 car payment on a fucking, on a Lamborghini Urus instead of driving a paid off Honda Civic, that may be a little bit tougher. If I was out here in a multi-million-dollar penthouse instead of $1,000 a month apartment, that'd probably be pretty tough. Yo, Jet. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Smoke break time. Fucking legend. It's all about living within your means. Yeah, and I kind of gamify it a little bit too, right? Like, I like saving money because I've never really had money. So, like, if amount of money I have goes up, it's like this cool, satisfying thing, right? I'm just like, oh, cool. Security. What's this? My parents never had this. We never had this when I was a kid. What is this? Being able to pay rent a month ahead of time and not be stressed if things go wrong. Wow, it's crazy. And so, like, definitely living within your means. But I think people can also, like, set their means. And some people just be spending on crazy shit. Crazy shit. But I also try to not, be in a spot where I'm like, everyone should live the same way I do. I'm very blessed to not have a commute to work. I don't have to drive a lot. I'm not spending on gas. Like, I don't have to go out to eat a lot for work because you guys keep me here doing this, and I'm fortunately able to meal prep and eat at home. Like, I live a very blessed life despite not making millions of dollars because of the community and because of stream. So I consider myself to be in a really good spot already, money aside. And I learned, from working a job that paid pretty well, that gave me more money that I knew what to do with, even though it wasn't that much. That wasn't everything. That job mentally drained the absolute fuck out of me, and I hated it the entire time I was working it. So I'm glad now to be in the spot that I'm in. It's part of the reason why I'm so appreciative all the time. So, just chill with the community all the time. I don't know. I never expected to be in the spot, and I'm glad that I am here. Wish the money on cards dumb, they'd appreciate so fast. My civvy is worth now more than I paid for it. Oddly enough, I got it pre-COVID, like right before COVID hit and everybody wiped out car dealership like lots and stuff. And I got a really good deal on it. I talked them down a lot because it was when they still had a lot of shit on the lot. I got a 0.9% interest rate. Paid it off back in like June. And I keep getting like emails from the dealership and shit, and they're like, hey, if you trade in right now, you could profit on this bitch. And I'm like, what if I do and then I just get a new Civic? But I like this Civic and I don't want a payment, so I'm not going to. I'm gonna ride this shit until it dies because it's been beautiful to me. Spot we were farming last night across the river, they have level 27s for any lower level players, like 19 or so could farm. Do you think a group could farm for that too? Does that have the flowers there, or is that just the snaky boys? Because there's a spot across the river, I think, that has flowers as well. But if they're all the snaky boys, then you could probably do a lower level group there. Yeah. You're so fake for letting me sleep that long. I didn't even know you were going to sleep, in all fairness. You just kind of like crashed. I'm just putting it out there. I didn't even know that you were going to sleep. I went to walk out because I had to check on the Ben and Jerry's flavors that we had for science, and like all the lights were off and you were just passed the fuck out. You were literally KO'd. How can I get one of them steel bloom earrings? This auction. But these are being like rolled off to the people that were grinding here. So if you're in the raid or you're in any of this, make sure you hit up Zom. Basically all of the guild gear farms and stuff, we try to plan those out and post them in the Discord as well. So this one started at 7 and then went until 9. And then after this, we'll be doing a little bit of power leveling as well. So Zom does all the rolls and the master looting and shit. I make him do all the hard stuff so that way I can just sit here and have fun. I just vibe all the time. No matter what I'm doing. Cordula, are you beating the shit out of ice out there? What the hell are you doing? But yeah, in the guild Discord, we have the schedule posted. So you can peep that along the way. That'll give you a good look into everything that we are currently planning for the next like month or so. I think it plans out the entire month in advance. So definitely peep that. What do we have in there? Is there even anything that I would need? Bracers, belts, the blue amulet. I think I would just need the blue amulet. And that's it. Oh, maybe the green Meadowborn? Yeah, I think just those things. Other than that, not much. I think he has to trade 2 more of these, and then we're probably doing the amulets. So we'll see when people start rolling on those. Oh, I think we're rolling on the amulets. Hold on. Bam. 36. All right. I only needed if blue don't count. All right, cool. Well, I'm done rolling. That's all she wrote for me, boys. We're out. The gear is already up tremendous. We're kind of pumping already. If I get Lego tendies out of my granite again, I'm going to crash out. Wait, why don't you want Lego tendies? What's wrong with Lego tendies? What in the hell? Why are you opposed to the Tendingtons? I don't think I've ever heard anybody mad about tendies before. Tendies suck. Are they not used for anything? Oh! Tendies can cook your copper? That makes sense. So it's tendies or copper from the proc. Right. Okay, that makes sense. So anytime you see Lego and it's not copper on that proc, you're pissed. Now, you can't break tendies down and have a byproduct chance to get any of those metals or anything, right? Use basalt. Tendies come from basalt. I brought copper all the time with basalt. Interesting. Oh, what the fuck? I just got one more copper. So do tendies not come from basalt? And it's only copper at that point? I've had 2 procs of Lego copper from basalt. It's been ass. I mean, Leon says I brought copper all the time with basalt. Meta says I've got 2 procs of Lego copper from basalt. Which one is it, boys? Lock it in. Lock it in. How much moolah did I get? How many clams? I mean, I'm kind of cool with that. If I'm being real, like, that's not bad for a couple hours of just AFK chill output. Very, 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 very not bad. Always get coal from granite. Isn't coal gonna be pretty much worthless now too, though, since it's like a byproduct that you can fish for? Not like fish for literally fish, but like you can use it as part of like a byproduct breakdown process. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Copper, basalt, zinc, granite, ruby from both. Okay. Its value will go down a bit. Is it needed in fewer recipes, or is it just the fact that you can super easily, like, get it from byproducts now? Because I think it's still going to be used in a good bit of recipes, right? Just shows you how diff the RNG can be for people. Maybe you're just cursed. Have you ever thought of that? What if it's like an actual skill differential and not just an RNG thing? What if you were genuinely just worse at the game than he is in every way, shape, and form, Mr. Metacro? Consider if you will. What's the plan for the rest of the night? Probably go back down and spend a little bit more time, like another session, getting a wave of people up to 25. So that way tomorrow we don't have to worry about getting everybody that's like 21 plus up to 25. So, if everybody that's not 25 yet, that's honestly like 20 plus is fine, 21 plus is preferred. If you come out there at 21 plus, we have XP scrolls. I think Keith has more XP scrolls that Sib had donated. But we can get people genuinely like 21 to 24 within a couple hours, 21 to 25 probably within 3 hours. So it should not be too bad of a grind. So I'm thinking we get back there. I do have my home set down there, so I'm just gonna sell and then probably Death Warp. I think people are probably getting done with this auction relatively soon as well, so. I have so many rubies for Cyborg if he wants for scrolls. Yeah, hit him up. He probably definitely wants them. I would assume he needs as many rubies as he can get. I don't know if Streg needs them for jewel crafting. I don't know what else they'd be needed for. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say we very much need those. Problem in KT. I bet most people will come grab them in KT. Yeah, I know. You chill there. That's fine. Now, what level are you? Because if you're 21 plus, I've got a proposal for you. Almost 20? Oh. We'll get to 21. And then I'll power level you to 25. And then once that power level comes, you don't have to worry about a single thing ever again. It's so much XP. Unironically, it is almost 2 million XP an hour. An hour. The way that we were doing it. It is really fucking good. I get it, but farm? No, I get it. I get it. I see both ends of it. And they're both fucking correct solutions. So, what if you astral project to where I'm farming in the June Dark while having your metaphysical being in the anvils? Funny enough, you got peanut butter because I was talking about peanut butter while you were asleep. We were talking about how much you hated peanut butter. Thank you, love. What's up? Oh, I shall. I shall. Yes, handmade, non-GMO, organic, free-range apples with hand-squeezed peanut butter. Delicious. Delicious. I like peanut butter more than I like actual nuts. Yeah, just literally start duplicating your entire self. The crashes of creation is fucking crazy. Banger guild. Banger name. But yes, if I could just have people globally leeching XP, dude, I would sit here and just farm for people all day. It would make everything so easy. Soon I will start saving all of my glint for crates and stuff. That day is not right now. Guild storage clerk, no. Please, sir, I'd just like to put stuff away. I would like to interact with my storage, please. Hiya. Hiya. Oh, wait. We're up, tremendous. Can't say shit. Alright, cool. Mats are deposited. Everything is sold. We're truly blessed. And now we work our way down for a little bit of a power level. Now, typically, I would have to run all the way down to here, as this is where we're going to power level. Fortunately, I've set this as my home ember spring. I can just die. A very peaceful death. Very wonderful death. And then I'll revive at my MB and then we're good. You ready for cleaning day tomorrow? Yeah, woo. I can't wait to clean. Boy, oh boy. I love cleaning. I love group cleaning projects. Woo. Honestly, maybe that was you that made stream crash earlier. Maybe you're the reason. You're trying to get me off a stream so I can clean more. Trying to hold me down. Also, this peanut butter does not want to stay on these apples. I just smeared it across a plate like a drunk man in an Applebee's bathroom. I don't even need you to get me the ice creams. Because I can just SIM swap to your phone, go into your Shaw's app, and then clip the coupon. And then I can enter your phone number there without your phone there. It's not even a big thing. I will get my ice cream. I will not be stopped. I am Ben & Jerry's Reckoning. I don't want a group till I buy a weapon. Like a level 20 weapon? Or a level 10? Because honestly, just come to Steel Bloom. $10 or $20. See if anybody in guild has one. Because I know we got a lot of extras from the Steel Bloom run. Like, a lot of gray shit was just, like, distributed. What's your archetype when playing tank? Tank. Yeah, tank is the archetype to tanks. Yeah. They make it nice and easy for us. Are all of my mounts dead? What's the secondary? Oh! Secondaries are not in yet. So those will be in like early next year probably. So like 2 archetypes technically make a class. So you have like your primary and your secondary archetype and that makes your class. Everyone just calls it class anyways. But so like for my like total class output, I will probably go either like tank rogue or tank fighter. I'm leaning more towards tank fighter just because I really like playing, you know, very bruisery, very aggro, very up in people's faces, very like punishing combos damage wise. So I really like that element of, you know, creating pressure and being the pressure. So somebody that wants more of like a defensive tank play style may go something along the lines of tank cleric, tank bard, put out some buffs, play a little bit more around like the group aspect of everything. It's really pretty unique in terms of like how many ways tank can build already. And past that, even through like the archetypes while I wait for secondaries to come out, we're going to be getting ranks to all of our abilities and all of our passives. So every archetype, every class will get this rework as well, including the ranks. So that'll be fucking huge. Now you can't do tank rogue after going on a 30-minute rant about rogue. Became the very thing I swore to destroy. Something. If you can't beat him, fucking join him, dog. Like, yeah. A rogue can re-stealth and beat a tank. But what if I, the tank, can also re-stealth? What if they disappear and then I disappear? Then what do? They don't do shit. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm drowning myself. And bringing my plate up. And then XP bump. Anybody 21 plus. 2 Hakriba. We must pump. You stealthy rogue hate? Nope, loud and proud, baby. I won't be silenced. Free speech America. Hell yeah, brother.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Hiya. Hiya. Vader. Thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate you. Oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? Who in the goddamn hell put on lyrical when I left again? Bro, I swear to God. Spotify knows when I leave and it tries to sneak in the fucking lyrical bardcore. Boys, welcome back. Okay. Jolly. Chair killed me. Chair never wants to see me succeed. He never wants to see me fly. Always trying to hold me down. Brother, what you up to today? I hope you're having a beautiful one. We just finished up our guild gear grind. So, I use the only form of fast travel in Ashes of Creation. He was porting? Yeah. I was porting back down to Kriba. Yo, AC, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. But yeah. I ported back down this way because this is a god tier power leveling spot. A lot of people should have their home member spring set down this way. And as a result, we should be in a spot to get a few more people level 25 plus. Hopefully. That's always the goal. Well, I can't say plus, but level 25. We have a lot of people that are close. And then we have another wave of people that are sitting like relatively close within striking distance, but this spot ends up being really good for level 21 plus people. It's got 29s and 30s. We could also maybe check out that other spot that has like 27s that somebody else saw. So we can check that spot out, see if lower level groups could potentially go there and get 2 groups going at once, because that could also be a pretty banger farm. So we'll give it a shot. We have a little bit of time left this evening where there's not too much kicking up, not too much going on, as the guild seemingly got a shitload of drops from that. Everyone's just distributing their gray gear amongst themselves. I still have a good amount of gray gear to distribute as well. So everyone's doing pretty well. I think the gear level is good enough for us to get into Carfin tomorrow, Forge, like really start getting into that next level of gear drops pretty consistently. And now that we can also double back and help people power level, that's going to be, yeah, no, I'll go fuck myself. That's going to be another element of like just accelerating the entire community that really helps us out a lot. So if anyone is 21 plus and wants to get out here, level 21 plus and wants to get out here, come through. I got you. Yikes, it's okay. It's okay. It's just to the mount. So there's level like difference damage scaling between mob and like whatever it hits, right? So the mounts, when their base mounts are level 1, you can see that under like the ground mount text. So with these mobs being level 29, they have a massively increased damage modifier against them. So if you get hit, honestly, by pretty much anything other than the starter mobs on your mount, since those are 700 HP and they are level 1, that's going to be essentially a one-shot. So you will always want to have more than one mount early. Zombler. Holy cannoli. Brother, streaming the gear raid's dangerous like that. The secret's gonna get out. My good golly gosh, people know where we're farming. Holy cannoli. It looked like we got some good drops. The only thing that I needed was that blue steel bloom necklace, and I rolled a 33 and I just left. I went and drowned myself. My rolls were so bad. Boys, hi. Most of you have probably been here before. Did you guys, if you guys haven't been here, hi. I don't know why you haven't been here if you know Zombie. Probably know pretty much both of us. But hi, my name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. What the fuck? Scared me. Oh my god. I do play tank, and I play Ashes, like I said, every single day. Streamed 803 days in a row now, so I am always here. I got triple Dusty voice. Woo! Triple Dusty voice, triple Dusty views. Yeah, baby! Run it up. More tabs. Did Gravon not want to trade? Oh, I don't even know. I still have a green. You guys will be happy to hear I have atoned for my sins. I traded the accursed chest away to a caster that could actually benefit from it. This bad boy dropped, and I didn't know if we were needing on grays or just greeting on everything and then auctioning. So I grabbed this shit from Storm afterwards. Yo, Pac, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So now
I got the big 78 power from that. I'm sitting at a cool 187.9. No boofs. None. And keep in mind, that's with a shield. That is a level of pump that I didn't think we'd have this early, boys. Didn't we buy more peanut butter the other day? Yeah, chunky peanut butter. Yeah, it should be up in the top part, I think. We bought, like, because we were at the store and we were like, should we try chunky instead of smooth? Still got a place in your group? Yes. In worst case scenario, I can always pop outside of the group and tank. Hold on. Who wants Hikriba power level? Because how close are you to 21? Axe. Oh, wait, no. Axe is above 21, right? What level are you? You're like 24, right? Who's not 21 yet? We had somebody that was on that was 20. That was going to break through. 75% left to 25. Oh, we get that easy. All right, Gravon. We do need clerics in some capacity. Cheese is 19. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. If Cheese was literally one level higher, how close to 20 is he? This area has the flowers. That's a lot of flowers. I would say fuck that shit. I don't know where the other snakes were that were slightly lower level, but 20 will gain enough to not lose XP on death. Oh, yeah. I mean, also try not to die. Definitely try not to die. But once you're 21, you just start fucking flying. We did 21 to 25, like 24 plus for people. In between 24 and 25, a good amount. In a couple hours. So it really wasn't bad. So at least 33% into 19. All right, yeah, he's going to have to cook a little more. Get his ass into Steel Bloom. Busty could probably use him. So we'll get him into Steel Bloom. Hopefully we have enough people that want to come down for this. So that way we can pump it. If we get Victor, force him to come down. Fatal, force him to come down. Emu, invite to party. Emu wants to hit level 25. Yeah. Everybody wants to hit level 25. What's this? You're hitting 25. Get in the car. We're in Hikriba. All right. The carry is beginning. Cool. Emu's coming down. We got a couple of spots. I have a bard. We'll have Emu on the way as well. So we'll be waiting on them for a little bit. It is a bit of a fucking haul down here, especially if they have base mounts. It's a bit of a haul, but we'll be able to slow pull on the way down. We have 2 spots if anybody wants to come out. This is unironically probably the fastest experience per hour that any of you will get. I'm not even fucking with you. This shit is so fast. So if you're 20 plus, that's the minimum. 21 plus preferred, please and thank you. No pauldrons, I didn't roll above 30. Yeah, get fucked. The only thing that I got, well, honestly, the only thing I needed to replace was chest. So I got some more power out of it. So we're great. My magic defense is my magic defense is 22%. That's not good. That's not good at all. It's 29.8 with grit up. Like, that's not good at all. So I definitely need to be willing to bend somewhere on a lot of this heavy armor. Especially as I keep scaling it up. Now, if I can get the Academus Monitor 2-piece, that'll be worth me transitioning off of the Rosarium Guard 6-piece. If I transition off of the 6-piece, then I can just swing into a couple more finesse light pieces and then work my way out of that, or even some medium pieces, anything like that. So I just got to be very cautious of how light I'm going on my magic mitt and make sure that I'm not getting too baited into like heavy gear dropping like crazy, so we go heavy gear. Really wanted those blue rose thorns. Yeah, the blue steel bloom Amulet looked kind of solid. But I also lost that shit. I also lost that shit a lot. You gotta put in your contribution to the fight. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm level 20 cleric, but in a small guild with some buddies. Happy to fill if there's a need and come out when you have guild ready. Shit, if you're in the area, come down. I don't mind. I definitely don't mind. Also, if you and the buddies are looking for a community, I know a place. Wait. There's no shot that Nin is supporting Carla's League habit right now. This is fucking disgusting. Das, buongiorno. We might be getting a fucking mod out of here very soon, brother. We might be at a point of no return. Carla's doing some terrible, disgusting shit right now. And I don't know that I ever want to have this shit happen again. Could be playing classic WoW. Are you playing classic WoW? Tell me you're not playing classic WoW. Free Carla. I'm trying to free Carla back into Ashes of Creation. Trying to free her from the fucking clutches of League. Motherfucker say justice for Carla and want to support her playing League. That ain't justice for shit, brother. That's called being a terrible ass friend. You guys are awful. Any chance you would want to start a group for the other side to get people who are level 19 or so to 20, then hop to the other side? Where is the other side? Like over here? Or like where is the other side at? Oh shit. Unironically, it might be cooked. Hold on. Right there? Right. So I looked over at that, and there were a lot of flowers over there as well. There were a lot of flowers over there. So I don't know how viable that is, because you got like your poison bloom areas and stuff like that. All of the rafflesias, all of those. Flowers are bad? Yeah, flowers are bad because they actually hurt. And they actually have mechanics. So they're not like as free or as efficient of a kill as these. Flowers can be dicks. The thing about these is they don't do a lot of damage. And they don't have any like special abilities that are going to nuke and burst. So with these guys, it's very straightforward. They just kind of like mass up. And it's only priests and hunters. So they just kind of like mass up and then they die pretty easily. Falsus. Ashen Rise. Why do I feel like I know that guy? I feel like I know him. Yo, Mastrix. Water graphics look really good. Dude, I only run on like medium settings as well. I think this game looks so fucking good already. I might be biased because I like Ashes a lot. But I really like how Ashes looks. Can solo the bloom things. It's a hidden bush fuckers. Valid. At level 19, there's a charge attack. If you stop moving, you're dead. Yeah, there's a lot that the flowers are not very friendly about. And honestly, these guys too, right? Yeah. If you get hit by stuff super low by these guys, you're gonna get cooked. So. Foop, what are you up to tonight, friend? No server workers have been disturbed yet today. We made it through peak without any disturbances detected. Is the void satiated? Trying to bug out a rock. Grapply did that back in phase 2 and then we didn't have downtime. That was really cool. What are you trying to bug out with this rock? Are you trying to get inside the rock? Like if it sits, it fits? No comment. Wait, so like, are you trying to get in the rock, or do you think that a rock can be like infinitely harvested? Reveal your mysteries to Zoidberg. Because now I'm very intrigued. If there's like infinite gathering, that's my kind of gathering. Sit at one rock, press a button over and over again, max gathering. Juiced. Just gotta find a legendary node, and then you're good. Do you have one extra scroll? Yeah. I don't know what Keith had for scrolls, but All right, you can't tell me that you're trying to get inside the rock. I swear to God, if I run out of, or if I run past a rock and you jump out of that fucking rock, Fupo, you're gonna get a spray bottle. It's not gonna be a single thing I can do to stop it. You're going to get the spray bottle if you scare me. I have a holster for it now. I keep it on me at all times. And it's special anti-void water. So just know, I've already established the expectations. And I do also need to direct you to this graphic. Where is it? Hold on. Here it is. This graphic clearly illustrates that there are metals and gems inside of rocks. Nowhere in here, nowhere in these rocks does it show, actually, it's a black background. Maybe there's a void inside all these rocks. Maybe I didn't account for this. Maybe this is like 100% Fupo spawn chance inside rocks. Should print that out so Carla can hang it on the fridge. I have a lot of good ones. I really do. This helped a generation learn about the mining changes. This is something that I put together myself. I mean, I've got a lot of these bad boys. That was the mining one. I think this one may be one that holds the truest. Simply because no matter how much Vera does grow, it still remains flat at all times. And I can't be proven wrong on that. If I look out over this massive horizon, I see no curve. And brother, I've taken to the skies. I've felt the wings of a griffin soar beneath my luscious loins. I've flown through the skies of the tropics and seen my reflection in the waters as I look down among them. And you know what I didn't see? A single fucking curve up in this bitch. Vera's flat as hell. Vera is like Taylor Swift booty flat. It's very, 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 very flat. And I'm not gonna be sold any propaganda. I'm not gonna fucking believe anything otherwise. I know Steven has gone on record saying that Vera's curved. Saying that it's a normal planet shape. He's lied. We need the fisheye lens. Listen, I don't believe in curating the content, man. This shit's flat. I wouldn't lie to the people. No filters on screen. No edits. I expose the truth behind Ashes of Creation. The desert exists, but this shit is not a sphere. Does that mean we can't boat in a line and return to the other side? Correct. So I actually have this demonstrated here with the red arrows. If you try to go out this side, you do not come out this side. You do not just go whoop and then whoop. You run into a literal red wall here. Yes, we are actually in a terrarium. We are quite literally just here. We are the equivalent of a zoo for Intrepid Studios. And they walk by us every day and they see us, the island dwarfs, sitting there, wallowing in our misery, praying for drops, never getting them. There's a wilderness area / instance that makes you drop / loot one more piece of equipment in PvP from the enemy. I would not like this game. Like a forced PvP drop area? Interesting. Good night? The fuck do you mean good night? Z, there are snakes to kill. It's never good night. It's 3 a.m. Okay, you literally have what, 21 more hours before the day's done? If you don't capitalize on all of the hours, then you're going to lose out on time. I went to bed at 5 a.m. and got up at 10 a.m. That sounds like you lost out on 5 hours. Do you want the blue neck? I haven't heard that in a while. Grave on. I have a green one, so it doesn't really matter. It's not going to give me the full set bonus or anything. So if you need it, you can keep it. I'll end up replacing it probably at a certain point anyways, if I had to guess. Maybe. But yeah, I mean, if you need it, you just take it. I don't fucking care. I have a green one. I have the full set, so I'm not too concerned about it. I feel as though I'm pretty juiced. Flat Vera theory is backed by clinical science data. Yes, 9 out of 10 astronomers agree that Vera is flat as fuck, and that there is no way out. We are truly trapped in here. Forever. Extra high-risk PvP zones. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that could be a cool concept. I just wonder how many people would actually go out there and, like, what the incentivization would be. Because, I mean, I guess if you go out there with the intent of, like, you know, trying to kill people and get their drops. But how would you prevent teaming from an area like that, right? I think that's a big thing to keep in mind. New World tried something like that too, except it wasn't like a full loot. It was like a lawless island, right? And the PvP island was really bad because it was plagued with teaming. Like, absolutely plagued with teaming. So nobody really ever went out there. Now, some people go out there, I think, but like, it ended up actually going really poorly because people, if there is a system that is abusable, I feel like motherfuckers will abuse the shit out of that, if I'm being real. And it's sad to say because so many good ideas like that, where you would actually have a really cool system that people could opt into an increased risk to also potentially take people's shit. It's a cool system. And then my fucking gaming brain is corrupted to instantly go, well, how could I abuse that? And I know that for every one DustyWhy that's thinking that, there are also 600 people that aren't streaming that are thinking that same goddamn thing. And it makes me sad that that's our first instinct now. But trying to think of systems that aren't abusable is so fucking impossible. And like, you can put fail safes on a system, you can put incentivizations on a system for people to remain solo, not group up, whatever it may be. But people will find a way, man. Like, even with something as simple as power leveling, if they, you know, if I have to go down and tank for lower level groups, I can just sit outside of the group itself and I can just pull aggro on all the mobs and chill. And I can just hold threat on everything all the time. And then they just get the kill credit. It tends to be a very safe way of power leveling. And we just think of how can we min-max the shit out of it. So, some things are less exploity than others. But any form of like a PvP island or anything like that, I instantly think about a mob of people just running around together. Not necessarily grouped up, but also not necessarily fighting. You know what I mean? Ever wonder what will be under that giant crystal mountain area in the desert that has the giant horse statues at the entrance to the collapsed door? Yes, actually, there are a few collapsed doors that I'm very curious about. Because there's also the collapsed door that's by that circular lake area that the original Scleretia showcase, if you look up Scleretia on the wiki, that original showcase from back in the day, back in my day, that showed that door being open and Scleretia coming out of that. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yes, the one that's on the high ground with like the horse statues where they're like, wah. Yeah, they're like neighing or whatever. Yeah. Isn't there also like a serpenty one? There are like 2 different areas with sealed doors right now, right? Because that one was somewhere up in here, right? Am I tripping? Or is it somewhere up in here? I haven't actually fucking run around the desert in so long. I feel as though that's probably going to be a grand dungeon, though. As... Where it as? Why does As have everything cool? Because there is also... Where is it? Which lake is it? One of these lakes also has a sealed door around it that could open. I think it's this lake, like right in here. But... Post a pic in the general alpha chat.
All right, hold on. Ashes. Alpha 2 General. Zoom. Do you run over there? Oh, yeah. This one. It's gotta be a grand dungeon, right? Like, I feel as though grand dungeons are the one thing that are, like, really missing from other areas. Because I feel as though pocket dungeons double as points of interest. Isn't that the one with the golems all over? No, the one with the golems all over is the Prismarium, which is right here. Fupo is up on a high ground somewhere. On top of the mountain is a big crater. God damn it, teleport me out there. Fubo, why can't they give you teleportation powers as a cat? I feel like a cat should definitely be able to teleport people. I don't know, like, that just seems like a natural cat having ability. Because I'd like to go out there and look, but I can't just fucking pop up out there. We're down horrendous. Would Miss use them to knock all people off the shelf of the world? He admits it's a shelf! Hold on. What if I draw a little void? And there's a little guy falling over here. Wait, hold on. All right, there. Wait, you can't see it. God dang it. We're down horrendous. Hold on. I gotta redo it. Hold on. Hold on. We're adding the man that Fupo pushed into the void. The one that became the first void. There. This is the man that Fupo pushed off of the world to start the apocalypse. This was the void consuming its first victim. And this was how the void grew. What am I looking at? A lot of people say Ashes of Creation is an unsolvable game. I feel as though I've solved the game. So sometimes before I started streaming full time, I would see math equations on, you know, whiteboards, chalkboards throughout the world. I would see these partial equations, and I'd solve the rest of the equation. I don't even really know math, and I don't quite know how I would do it, but I would hit this like blackout, almost trance state, and it was like I ascended as a being. And so sometimes we have moments of greatness like that on stream, and this was the result of one of those moments of greatness. It came to me in a bit of like a premonition that we may be truly on a flat world this entire time. Vera may have been designed to be flat from the start. Now, Steven, our creative director, now some would also say that creative directing is just another word for fucking lying, has gone on record saying that despite Vera not showing any curvature, it is indeed a round planet. I don't fucking buy that shit. I don't buy it. What do you mean unsolvable? Ashes is gonna have a lot of very dynamic changes server to server, a very evolving tile set, so to say, that the map is actually played on. So through the vassling system and through things like node sieges, you're gonna have a lot of active changes to the actual playable tile set of what the towns are, what level they are, where those high levels are located, where the vassling system shapes up, creating these regions across the world. And over time, you could have a lot of things shape up and change that. Vera's World of Ashes? Yes, correct. Correct. That is indeedly it. So basically, like, Ashes is in Vera. The entire Vera world, so to say, is this bad boy. So this is the entire Ashes playable world as it will be on launch. Right now, we have the Riverlands here, the desert here, the Joondark down in this bottom left corner. I call that the Goondark. We've got the tropics here, and then we just got the Anvils, which is this flat top mountain area under the Dunes and Kell Mountains.
and that included Mount Dune, which is our second starting area. So that on the map is right up here. So you start out of this area, you go through the mountain and work your way out, and then you can either go to Bonfire or Hammer Rest and start your journey through the anvils from there. So the map will continue to expand, and as it continues to expand, we have a lot of areas that are kind of like undiscovered, so to say. As Fubo posted, this is actually an area in the desert that right now, I believe does absolutely nothing, right? Or is that the entrance to the Prismarium? Either way, I'm pretty sure this is a collapsed door area, if I remember correctly. I haven't been to the desert in a minute. But there's also an area that has like some fucking snake or Medusa heads or something out there. So there are a lot of areas within the world that dynamically open up and become accessible as different towns level. So one of those in a very early sense being Miraleth and Oakenbane Keep. Oakenbane Keep over here is a very popular grind spot for lower levels. Miraleth over here, very popular town. Now, before Miraleth levels to this level, not all of Oakenbane Keep is actually open. Once it's T2, I believe. I don't know if it's T1, T2, or T2, T3. I don't quite remember there. But essentially, once it's, I want to say it's T1, T2. Once it is T1, we'll say T1. The first tier that it hits that actually unlocks it, unlocks the top portion. And then once it levels again, it unlocks the bottom portion with higher level mobs. And then right now it's capped at level 3. Because Winstead is level 4. When a town hits rank 4, it takes control of 2 rank 3s. So those are the vassals here, Miraleth and Jova. So Miraleth and Jova can go up to but cannot pass rank 3 until its parent vacates rank 4. So you can never be the same level or higher than your parent. Each of those T3s has a T2. It's located on the bottom of the crater mountain, south of the harbor that's in the middle of the desert, southwest side of it. Bottom of the crater. Oh, this one. Right? Right. And there's like nothing out there right now because of Squall's End. And if it were a pocket dungeon, even if that pocket dungeon were not labeled, or were not open yet, it would still be labeled. It's intriguing. It makes me think that it is something a little bit deeper than just a pocket dungeon. And as I was talking about earlier too, like grand dungeons are very important, but also very much missing. And one thing that we have been told as well is that your starting areas are going to take you up to about level 30 in terms of the support. And then once you're outside of that initial like level 30-ish range, you'll be looking for those non-starter areas, which will take you up to, you know, level 50 support, potentially. So I'm thinking that deep in the desert, you're probably going to be looking at something a little bit later game. So that makes me think that it would be a predicate of like maybe T4 for Squalls. The crater kind of seems to be a few of them around. Craters could also be Harbingery in terms of their origination. But I don't know why this one's so crystally and none of the other ones would be so crystally. Colossus Crater for one as well? Right. Because, I mean, you've got this crater, Colossus Crater, as you said. You've got this crater down here that's a POI. How many other craters do you have? I don't think this counts as a crater. That's kind of cratery, but that's more like an oasis. Do we have a crater out here? Look at a pic of the concept art for the Harbinger on the wiki. Side quest. Side quest. Hold on. Harbinger. I typed Harbinger. It's okay. Harbingers. This one? Is that Colossus Crater? Zoom and enhance. It's like an egg. Because that doesn't look desert-y. And these also don't look like the purple crystals, no? That looks almost like molten magma-y. Oh, that's too much zooming and enhancing. That's much too much. StephenLeak.png. I wonder how we actually got this picture. What the fuck? I love that. Okay. The ancients and the others found their way to Vera at some point, and they came through what we call the Harbingers, which are essentially the celestial bodies, these almost comet-like structures that were traveling through space to find the location of the new creation. And within those Harbingers is a very strong source of magic that essentially acts as a bridge between the void and the material plane where Vera exists. Gemspring. So Gemspring's a remnant, a shard remnant of one of the Harbingers that broke off and actually has begun some interesting interaction with the essence within this area.
This is a small point of interest within the Riverlands
which this is already here.
Riverlands, it is Winter. And this particular location, called the Gem Spring,
is already in game.
Is a remnant, a shard remnant of one of the Harbingers.
So I mean, maybe it'd be crystally as shit.
And actually has begun some interesting interaction with essence within this area. So
very intriguing. So I mean, we could very well see it be very crystally. I always thought it kind of be like the corrupted areas. Because this is a corrupted area in the Riverlands. This is in right now as well. There's no functionality to that. But to the moons, what else can we get here? That's all just lore. But yeah, Gemspring's dope as shit. I can't wait for the Harbinger system though. I don't know what the full plan is. I mean, you've got crater. You've got a lot of crater areas. I wonder, where's the crater out here? Is this crater? Is kind of crater? That would be small crater. But maybe that could be where the Harbinger is as well, out there. Now, do we think that every single node would have their own Harbinger to tend to, or would it be like a biome-wide Harbinger? Because that's an intriguing thought to it. Because if Colossus Crater is a Harbinger and spreads out from there, like a Harbinger spot, or if there's just another random-ass crater in the Riverlands somewhere, it could always be just like one spot that the cleric kind of like... I just read my fucking in-game chat. That the corruption stems out from. My brain is corrupted. I just want to get people to fucking 25 already. This game's gonna be fire. They know what they're doing. Yeah, it's gonna be very fun. What you're about to see right now. So I play tank. We've got a group of lads here that are all looking to get closer to max level, which is currently 25. So we're gonna be sitting in this spot, and we'll be pulling a whole lot of mobs into an AoE pull where I'm at, and I'll be tanking them for them, and they should get some really, really, really juicy XP from just chilling over here and pumping. Now, hopefully, it goes nice and smooth. As soon as you get a full group over here, it's pretty chill. I think we have most of the group, if not the full group over here at this point. So we should be fine to do some normal pulls. The priests are kind of assholes, I will say. Those are the range castery mobs, and they are intolerably annoying. Intolerably annoying. They also do not like to actually get grappled over here. And I think they also ignore my line of sight from my wall. Dude, they're the fucking worst. So, our hope is that we get a lot of the hunter spawns and not a lot of the priest spawns. But once the group is over here, we'll have somebody pulling over to us, and we'll just be trying to stay nice and safe. Spots for Weapon farm? Nah, I mean, like, you can get weapons from this loot table, but it's really bad drops. Like, this is honestly, I wouldn't recommend coming here for drops at all. This spot is just for XP, if I'm being real. You have so many of the hunter spawns usually. I don't know how we got 4 priests right off rip like that, but you have a lot of the hunter spawns, and the hunter spawns are incredibly easy to kill a lot of. We actually don't have a mage right now, which is going to limit our AoE pump a little bit because Nin didn't want to come through. But this is, I think for most people, I don't know what the rest of the group is getting, but I think they're getting like probably 7-8k per kill, if I had to guess. Or my name? Yeah, I said you don't love us enough to come help AoE DPS for your guildies. So now I've got to do all the AoE DPS. And look, I don't do a lot of AoE DPS, Nin. You did this. My back's gonna hurt by the end of all this, and I won't be able to play for a week. I'm gonna throw my shit out. What about the new Aelec Crater thingy? This guy? This is a corrupted area. So these are what are gonna spring up supposedly from the Harbingers if they go unattended. So yeah, I'll blow it out for you. What is this guy doing over here? Nin, I bet you get nervous talking to girls online. But I wish you luck. I wish you luck. Priest versus Rogue? Like Cleric versus Rogue debate? I mean, I would always advocate for people to play more Cleric. If I'm being real, Cleric's that healer class. It's good for the soul. It's not worshipping Satan. I think people that play Cleric are probably better people. I think they're probably smarter people. Probably more handsome people, taller people with more hair on their head. I don't really think there's a reason to not play Cleric over Rogue, if I'm being completely honest. But I also think anything to stop somebody from playing Rogue. If I can save a single life from going over and becoming another soul lost to the Rogue ways, then by God, it's a good fucking day. Cleric tends to be very, very based in healing, a lot more defensive instead of offensive utility. But all of my clerics do enjoy Cleric, or at least they tend to. I've heard really positive feedback about the archetype. Just in the sense of like it being a lot more active than most other healer classes are in a lot of titles. Tends to be really well received. We are killing slow as fuck. This is really slow. Who are we missing still? We're missing a DPS. We're missing a Cleric. How's Rogue? I haven't tried it. Terrible, dumb, stupid class. You shouldn't play Rogue. Dog shit class. You wouldn't like it. You really, you wouldn't like it. It's bad. Don't play Rogue. And there he goes. It's a dog shit class. So what? You can melt somebody 100 to 0 and then re-stealth and then get out. And it's got fast actions per minute. And you got a lot of stuff to do. And look at me with my Diddy Dart Hut-Tua and my fancy builder spender system. It's a fucking dumb class, dog. Fuck Rogue. Trying it right now? Bro, I hate this chat. It's a community built on hatred and negativity. I swear to God, you all came here because Pirate Software stopped streaming this fucking game, huh? All the griefers are out tonight. No, Rogue is unironically a really fun class. Really well designed, really fast pace of play, a lot of damage, re-stealth in combat, good movement, 2 CC breaks, a lot of situationality. It's really solid. You gotta make sure you have 1 stack of advantage at all times. Good luck. You must always keep Diddy Darts in your pocket too. If you go anywhere without your Diddy Darts, you're cooked. Nitro, thank you for the follow. How long do you work at Blizzard?
0 years.
But I have been streaming for 8 years, and everybody knows that every streamer is immediately a game developer, so... My credentials are pretty much endless. You know, I'm happy to be here doing it for you guys. I work a very, very hard break back, break neck, break everything job to, you know, keep it going for you. Don't poke yourself with those darts. Bro, it's fucking dangerous out here. Very dangerous out here. And honestly, with the epidemic of Diddy darts, the used darts just keep popping up in the street too. You got animals getting into them, children seeing the used darts in the street, just wondering what the fuck they're for. And when we have to explain to the children that the diddler's on the loose again, don't be surprised when the children are not happy. We told them that the diddler couldn't get them anymore, but the real diddler was among us the entire time. It's fucking tragic. Absolutely tragic. But yes, fortunately, I, as a streamer with 0 years of game development experience, I do have a plethora of knowledge. I don't need to QA and sit on Reddit all day. I don't need to allegedly come on my walls. I know how games work because I have played them. I know all of the ins and outs of coding. Fluent in Python? Yeah, I've seen a snake before. Was it a python? I don't know. I don't really know much about snakes. But I'm sure I could speak it. You come on the walls all the time. Allegedly. Allegedly. Everything's an accusation until the videos get out. That's all alleged. That's hearsay. And the court's not gonna stand for it. They'll never trust you. Anyways. It is a cleaning day tomorrow. And we got a lot of cleaning to do. Walls have been getting some fucking damage to them ever since I watched that last Pirate Software stream. Does anyone want a 25 mage and Steel Bloom? What if you off yourself in-game and then come back down to Hakriba and do some AoE damage on these mobs? Like a real motherfucker. Poor Plank sitting in the back while he's watching. Plank's made of wood. The walls, well, they're also made of wood. Coming on the walls is relative. It's all in how you interpret where the wall ends and where the plank begins, so to say. But Plank is a good friend. He's always there for me when I need him the most, and always helps me finish streams strong. Yes. Yes. New rumor in the Ashes community. DustyWhy drilled a hole in Plank. What have I said? I'm a greedy bastard and I want more gear. I'll counter with the fact that you're a dog shit player and the gear doesn't matter anyways. That's hypothetical though, because you said what if. So I didn't actually say that, but that was a hypothetical. Yeah, that was hypothetical. Dusty hide Plank? No, we don't need to hide it anymore. It's 2025. Probably gonna wood chip him? She couldn't. She couldn't. She loves him too. I'll counter with I want to stand a chance against God Chief. Have you considered playing something not a mage then? Might be more up your alley. I don't know, man. I don't know. Should reroll Rogue? Listen, I might be able to beat every mage right now, and my gear set's not even that crazy yet. Not even that crazy yet. As soon as I get geared, the mages will be quivering in their tender mage caster booties, with little bows on them, while me with my big stompy planking boots walk in and absolutely just step on them. I will squash all of the mages. They will not stand a fucking chance. And every bit of order will be restored as it should be. Everyone will know tank on top. And then a rogue will come along and make me hate the game. No, no, no. We're not just fireballing. We're not just fireballing. Honestly, I might have one of those clauses for main guild mages. You know how, like, there's this whole thing where it's like Michael Jordan had a clause in his contract where he was allowed to play pickup basketball at the local parks because he loved the game that much. I'm about to have a clause in every mage contract when they join Cats that they're not allowed to fucking 1v1 because a mage starts feeling froggy after they win a single 1v1. Brother, I just want you to sit behind the entire backline and AoE. I have no other requests from you. I want to see Shatter combo into Prisbeam, and then I want to see death. That's it. I don't need to see 1v1s. I don't need to see, yo, Dusty, look at this sick blink play. I don't want to see it. I want to see you hit the biggest clump possible with as many things as possible. And if we can accomplish that on a routine basis, boys, let me tell you, we'll be set. I feel like Mage is not about doing the flashy thing once. It's about doing the easiest thing 1,000 times. How about a 2v1 I did at the beginning P2? Still hands down my favorite fight so far. A 2v1. I remember we were once testing how many mages it took to kill a DustyWhy with gear. And the answer was 2 if they spread, 3 if they played together. It's absolutely the flashy thing. Like, flashy maybe because you have big damage numbers going out. But I also think flashy for a mage is hitting 3 abilities in 10 seconds and then having immense amounts of damage go out. I don't think it really requires a lot of fucking setup. Freeze, shatter. That's it. That's it. I don't know, it just feels like there's nothing to it. But I'm also one of the believers that range DPS is like the most brain dead thing in human history. And I respect people that play it because I think I'd rather unironically mow a lawn than play range DPS. I like mowing lawns. I'm a tower and I choose spells, don't make me move. Brother is the fucking tower defense game. No, I mean, I fucking respect it, dog. Live your best life. Abso-fucking-lutely live your best life. I'm just saying the shit's not for me. Someone's gotta do it, but it's not gonna be old Dust over here. Dude, I would look like Summit just nodding off midstream. I would be going for a shatter combo and I would just fucking shatter my entire sleep cycle by dozing off. Like, sometimes just mob grinding on a tank is boring enough. The second I was just tasked with sitting in the back casting spells, I'd just be... like, I couldn't do it. I couldn't. There's more monster to grab on the cliff. Wait, go back to where we were earlier. Like, back this way? Or where? Oh, up this way. That makes sense. Not gonna lie, I've fallen asleep in groups before. Man, it's tough. Cause like, mage is already boring. And then you also have to remember that a lot of MMO players are old as shit. And when you take somebody that's old as shit and you put them on something boring, they're probably gonna fall asleep. It's very likely. So I feel like you have to hedge your bets, and while the old people may not have the reaction time to make the plays, maybe slap them on something a little more active, like a tank or a cleric. Now, they may not have the reaction time, like I said, but they may also have that veteran decision making that's grown over the years that allows them to operate at a level not comprehensible to the human brain. Maybe they're just built different for it. I don't think so, though. Maybe we just do an age check, and then just, if you don't pass the ID verification, then we send you down to Cats with Crafts, and you're a dedicated crafter. Maybe there's just like a sunsetting of people in the Ashes community once they hit a certain age. You get to retire, and you stop the world of PvP, all the hustle and bustle, and you just go directly into your crafting route. Or they can just make a rogue and we'll fall asleep with the glorious gameplay. I think it'd be better if people fell asleep. I think I'd rather take the big sleep. One large sleeping tin. No more rogue ever. We don't have to worry about it. The rogue can't hurt us anymore. We're in a better place now. I think that'd be wonderful. Comparatively to rogue. There's always a better scenario. The grass is always greener. I mean, maybe rogue could be enough to keep the people awake, but it's just, could you live with yourself in all of those waking moments, knowing that you're a fucking rogue player? Knowing that you were just a despicable, dirty, slimy rogue player. Everywhere you go, there is a trail of slime that's just emitted behind you. It's like your little rogue trail. And no matter how much you stealth, you can never get away from that slime trail. And it follows you. Everybody knows. It's like when you jerk off and then go into public too recently, like too soon after jerking off. And you know that everybody you walk by knows that you just jerked off. It's that level of, you know, self-consciousness wherever you go. Rogue is perfect. I can stealth at any time to do a power nap. Motherfucker's actually taking like football level cat naps mid-grind. What, Nin? Have you never gone out in public too soon after jerking off and you got self-conscious that everybody can definitely tell that you were jerking off? I feel like that's a common thing. Like, most people have probably been through that. Like, you're in a rush, but you got like 3 extra minutes before you gotta go? No? You have no shame? What's the fastest turnaround for you from like spanking one out and then having to run an errand or something? I feel like that's sus. That you say you've never been about to run an errand and you're like, might as well jerk off before I go. I feel like you're in the minority there. I don't mean to like burst your bubble, but I feel like you're missing out. But yeah, if you go too recently after, it's like... Chat, has nobody else hit the shame point? What the fuck do you mean? What's the best content you did so far? I really enjoy PvP content. So, as, you know, we played in the earlier phases and had more people at level 25 with gear, we did our weekly guild, like, community PvP scrims. We were always PvP more than that as well for practice. So, I really personally enjoy a lot of the PvP in Ashes. I think it's quite fun, especially group-based stuff. So, right now, this phase, since the servers are still fresh and new, we have been spending a lot of time trying to level the community and get people in a spot where we can have the guild PvP coming in. So, we try to keep working towards that. And hopefully soon, we'll be in a spot where we're able to get a lot of people active in a lot of PvP. And that'll be a main part of the, I love Get Off the Stage. A main part of the day-to-day content. Basically, get some duels in, get some scrims in each day. And then from there, anytime there's a guild versus guild declaration, a siege, anything like that, it can be a very good opportunity to have people that are ready to fill spots, ready to get involved. And since we're going to be active on the, you know, on the node side as well, we'll probably see ourselves doing a couple of sieges this phase 2, because it is only 1,000 gold to declare. Seems like a lot when you look and realize that I've got 7 gold, but that's without even emphasizing making money. And if you have 100 people all chipping in 10 gold, that covers your 1,000 gold declaration cost. If you have 200 people and it's 100 versus 100 slot, so you can have 200 people, that brings it down to 5 gold per person. So it actually makes it really incredibly cheap to declare a siege, both offensively or collaboratively. It's either 10 gold a person or 5 gold a person. And boys, that's what the community's for. Everybody chips in. That's what taxes would go towards as well. So, usually wank pre-sleep. You know, like a sporadic one? I mean, I don't want to get too personal in your life. I don't want to get too personal. I feel like the wankers on a routine concern me. Because it's like, you're not doing it for the love of the game, you're just going through the motions. Like, I stream it every day at 2 because I want to, not because I have to. I could take a day off, but like, I genuinely want to get on. I'm streaming for the love of the game. Sometimes I get on at noon, sometimes I get on at 4. I feel like you're not beating your shit for the love of the game anymore. I feel like you're just going through the motions. I feel like it's an obligation for you. It's like an addiction. It's no different than like a nightly cigarette. I feel like you've got to find your inspiration again, man. Once you're on that schedule, it just takes it away. He wanked pre-sleep because he wanked too. Now your brain can't stop saying wank. Once a month is a good balance. Look at Mr. fucking high and mighty over here. Mr. I get laid. Fucking crazy. Absolutely insane. Once a month. As in like a day off or what? Something to kind of like, you know, recenter the chi. Once a month. I don't even know if I believe that, bro. One of my college roommates was like, yeah, no, I just don't jerk off. And I was like ever? And he's like, yeah, no, not really. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Never just like get bored and got nothing to do? Just like chilling, you're like, huh. Look at the time. Too early for sleep. Too late for anything productive. Time to beat my shit like it owes me money. Nah? Pump strangles cats. No strangling the cats. Never trust a non-jerker. The most stressed out looking people in the fucking world. I hate that. Would it be easier to tell somebody who jerked off too recently or somebody that hasn't jerked off like in a while? Because I feel like somebody that jerked off too recently would probably have a certain stank about them. Somebody that hasn't jerked off recently enough would probably have like a very angry aura about them. I feel like it would be an unpleasant one. Maybe like somebody that's like yelling at a fucking service industry worker or something. It's like, dog, when was the last time you just like, really just... Makes you wonder, man. Makes you wonder. Maybe if they would have jerked off before they went to the store, they would have been fine. I don't know, man. I was at the store recently and there was like some dude that was trying to buy non-alcoholic beer and didn't realize that he still got carded for non-alcoholic beer. And he like tried to give the worker shit through self-checkout. And they were like, it's non-alcoholic, can't you read? And the worker just goes, brother, I'm so sorry, but like, you gotta show your ID for this stuff. And he was being really reasonable. And I'm just like, man, how long has it been since this guy has just sat there and rubbed one out and enjoyed his life? Because I get it, he's probably like detoxing or trying to not lose his little chippy thing, whatever it is. But holy shit, brother was yelling about having to take out his goddamn ID that he had in his wallet, by the way. He was just mad about the premise of getting ID'd. Never seen anything fucking like it before in my life. I've reached journeyman jerker before I cap any of the other professions. Did you ever play your ranked jerk, mate? Everyone was doing their calibrations for a while. Unfortunately, I don't think I could show that on stream, much like my Kovacs routine, because I can't have you guys getting all the secrets. But yeah, ranked jerkmate was a big meta for a while. I was competing with the likes of Dota, League. Honestly, some say Overwatch 2 was such a failure because ranked jerkmate really took a lot of the systems that Overwatch 2 wanted to bring in and debuted it previous to Overwatch 2. So Overwatch 2 actually had to completely reinvent a lot of its systems from scratch once ranked jerkmate hit. Especially once it went mainstream. It was incredibly difficult for any other game to really kind of like take hold after that. I thought about going pro. Made my rounds in the amateur scene. But carpal tunnel took me out. It's like getting pregnant in the WNBA. Shit's just a goddamn death sentence. So we're on the disabled list for a bit. I may make a return someday, but you know, I think I found my home in Ashes. And it's a lot less hard on the wrists. Whatever my name. I was talking to ranked jerkmate. Did you ever play? I'm hearing shit. You might be delusional. Or really just need to get something off your chest. Meta, when was the last time you rubbed one out? Do not say during this stream. I know how long I've been live for. I know what the window is. I know how long I've been live for. I don't think most of the WNBA players have to worry about that. Fair. Fair. Yeah, I mean, I played college ball and a lot of those bitches are bullying me.
That shit. They got some strong ones now, too.
They got some like muscle hamsters in that bitch, dude. They got bruisers in the WNBA. Like, y'all remember fucking Zydrunas Ilgauskas? They got like fucking Zydrunas Ilgauskas level bitches in the WNBA now. They be like throwing hands and shit. It's fucking remarkable. It's actually kind of watchable. And then like Paige Buckets out here actually creating shots. It's kind of on the come up. I won't lie. WNBA right now might be the best that it's ever fucking been. Oh, that's actually very helpful. At first I was sad about that. And then I was very, 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 very happy about that. We group all these bad boys up. And this is honestly probably most of the level for these guys already. Like, this is such a good fucking pump at all times. I'm not getting shit from it, except a little bit of glint. But the community's getting a lot from it, and that's what matters. And it's an easy spend of my time. So we just hope that throughout the next couple of days, all of these shift up to 25s. And the more we have, the better. The stronger it makes us, the better it makes all of our gear farm. All of it. It is a huge, huge, huge thing that we've been neglecting. So, 24 is so cool? No! How close to 25 are you? Once you hit 25, you will ascend. You will be up tremendous to level of tremendosity that you have not possibly comprehended before. It will change your life all at once, if I'm being completely real. You will feel like a new man. You will have gear accessible that you never had before. Actually, it'll be entirely accessible. Really, nothing changes at 25. I'll be honest. 24 and 25 are essentially the same thing. You get one more ability point and some more passive stats. Other than that, it's same shit. There's a reason I don't really rush to 25, like after hitting 20. I tend to just vibe and work on gearing on the way up. Like, I had my entire gear set before I hit 25, just because I worked on it on the way up. Took me a little longer to get directly to 25, but I got there. I had really good gear when I'm there, so now I'm already past Steel Bloom progression. Now I'm into Carfin and Forge. Now we just need to get more people geared up, set up, and then they're also into Carpet and Forge. So, should we continue progressing well, and in the way that we are, we should be able to get a lot of people up very quickly within the next couple of days. And hopefully from there, I don't have to worry about shit much longer. I don't have to come out here and XP grind for people. Should be super duper duper peachy. And then we get into duels, we get into scrims, we get into all of the fun shit. And like, yeah, it was kind of fun, but it's not the most fun. I'd rather be able to PvP a lot. Soon. Soon. And I think it's crazy that tank and PvP is actually so fun to play. We just have so many options. You don't fear the XP debt? I didn't fear the XP debt while I was leveling. I was fucking born in that shit, man. If I feared the experience debt, I wouldn't be a tank. We gotta embrace that. We are the first to get the XP debt, the first to lose the glint. Like, what the fuck is a glint? I couldn't pay my repair bills many times throughout leveling, and I'd ask people for handouts early. Bro, it's a different world over here. The XP debt fear is for a weak man. I have mastered the XP debt. I fucking command it. I can gain or lose experience debt with a snap of my fingers. Let me tell you, it's a lot easier to gain it than it is to lose it. But some spots make it feel pretty good. I'm sure anybody that's in major XP debt here is working it off pretty quickly. I feel like major XP debt's also pretty avoidable now, though. I've heard of people getting a couple 100K into debt. I won't lie. But, like, Steel Bloom doesn't seem as dangerous. It seems very rewarding. I feel as though a lot of areas kind of, like, early on feel more dangerous, and then late game feel less dangerous right now. But that's my take. Like, early, would we be pulling 429, 4 like level appropriate or 4 to 5 level above us 2 stars? Oh god no. God. That would be an instant death sentence. Now, I mean, I could do fucking 10 pulls, and as long as we have a group that's pumping it, then we're good. And if it's all hunters. Like, there are just differences to what you can do as you're progging. Yo, Keen Rock, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. So, I don't know, I do feel as though a little bit of the fear of XP debt goes away as you level, simply because shit gets easier. Once I started getting gear, I mean, maybe because I knew how to gear out, I knew what to expect, I knew what I needed, all of that. Maybe. But I definitely feel as though once I hit, like, the mid-teens and got some semblance of gear going, it's pretty fine. Even once I, you know, as early as getting my 5-piece in place, my Force, Fortitude, Finesse, and then my armor weight set bonus also helped a lot, I think. Skipping those things early, though, fucking level 1 to 10 without a medium weight set bonus. Brother, I didn't want to do it. That shit was so unbelievably tough. I felt like I was so fucking squishy at all points. And then we went back and crafted. Worked like a fucking charm, I will say. Solved pretty much all of my problems. I got squared away early. Stay fast, sure, was the goated quest line. So any of my new players, please, for the love of God, make sure before you get too into it and hurt yourself mentally, make sure you've got your 5-piece of your, you know, similar armor weight all crafted. If you're all medium, then that's great. If you're all light, that's great. If you're all heavy, you're probably going to want to replace it at a certain point. I'm all heavy right now, and I most definitely want to replace it. Because it leaves you so light on Magic Resist. So keep all that in mind, but 5 pieces activates a huge set bonus for you. It's hot as stick, hold on. I need to turn the fan on real quick because my shit's done. What? Where are we farming right now? I must know. We're back. Oh, fuck. Whoops. My bad. My bad. I was fucking sweating out here. I accept all responsibility. My fault. I didn't say BRB. I went to run over and turn the fan on. And then I went to go see Carla as well to see how our league game was going. That's on me. I accept full responsibility. I've been slightly bad time to AFK. Is there a website or guide where new players can learn which quests to do with the early game? So, in terms of like a very linear guide, a lot of the changes that are currently in for progression are quite new. So I don't know if anyone's pieced together like an optimal starting leveling guide so far, but you can get pretty much any information that you want to here. Early on, I'd recommend starting in the Riverlands. You want to go through your new player experience and then talk to the trades manager when you're actually down in either Lionhold or Samia's Hope, those two starting town areas. The trade manager will start a quest called Sweat of Your Brow for you, and that's going to be how you get your first mount. Who is this? Tropa. What's this guy doing? Weird. What the helly? I never see anybody running through this. So, Sweat of Your Brow from the trades manager is where you'll get your first mount. And then from there, you can just go through that new player experience in Lionhold or Samia's Hope. That will bring you basically out of that. If you're in Lionhold, there will be a little quest that you can pick up at the north side as you're going out from Darlata. That is called Safe, Fast, and Sure. That'll have you pick up some parcels alongside the road, and if you find those parcels, you turn them in near any one of the towns along the roadway, and then you'll get yourself 3 pieces of starting gear. So, if you have any questions, like, please always feel free to ask. I'm a full-time Ashes content creator, and I'm always here. If it is the afternoon, I am streaming Ashes. So, I've streamed over 800 days in a row. I'm always happy to answer any questions along the way. Even if you forget part of it, you can always ask 100 times. But Codex is decent for questing information. Ash's wiki is really good for system stuff. A lot of it's more prospective system stuff or referential material from past dev streams and shit. So take that with, you know, what levity you will. But between myself and the community, we have way too many hours in Ashes. You know, I'm over here about 10 hours a day most days, and a lot of the community also plays a shitload as well. So we're more than happy to help get people all squared away wherever we can. Keep in mind with Ashes too, a lot of the questing progression is a bit of a non-linear progression, a bit of a like a non-conventional questing experience comparatively to, you know, some very linear, just follow a main story quest and then bada boom, bada bing, your max level, right? So Ashes takes you on a little bit of a non-linear journey, and that journey is also incomplete right now. As everything else in Ashes is, it can take, you know, a while to get those systems fully on. So questing has improved a lot since December, but around level, I'd say 10 to 12, it tends to peter out a little bit just in terms of like the efficiency from it. You've got a lot of area that you've got to cover to get place to place, like a huge amount of map to cover. Past that, quests are going to give you a little bit of a, you know, delayed gratification in a certain extent. You're going to have large amounts of time where you're not getting any experience, then you'll have, you know, big bursts of XP coming in from the quest rewards. So it tends to be a little inconsistent. And as you get into like the higher levels, you've got 2.25 million XP to get from 24 to 25. So it's a lot. It really is a lot. But with that, mob grinding is kind of pretty prevalent in Ashes. You can have some decent luck questing, gathering, refining, crafting, mob grinding your way up. All of those things can be semi-relevant, so I do not like this area. I bet your experience bar does. Why don't you like this area? I'm vibing with it personally. I'm having some good fun. Are you also getting diddied? It's too stupid. The XP is fucking insano style here. And we're not even killing it like omega efficiently. We're just kind of like putzing through it. How much have you got since we've been here? How close to 25 are you? Because you were 24 when we came over here. I don't know how far you were, but you're too stupid. That's Facto's actually in. Thank you for the backup there. Thank you. He was getting out of fucking control. And like when people start yapping like that, it's good that I have people like you here ready to stop that uprising, man. It's just a fucking community built on hatred and negativity. And I don't know why Pirate Software did this to us. Ever since he left. It's like 2 mil an hour. Well, I know this is 2 mil an hour if we have mages, but we don't have mages. When you were at 2 mil an hour, we had a group of 8 full pumping, and then we also had a group of 3 that was like tanking. I had 2 clerics, and then I had myself in a group separate. Like, that's why we were pumping that so hard. We had 11 people giving you 8-person, like, XP. What was the NPC you said to get the beginner gear? Yeah, so that is Darlata. She is on, like, the north side of Lionhold. As you're running out along this path, you've got the Ember Spring, like, here. Run out along this path, and you should see her somewhere, like, in this area as you're going towards the gates. I believe she'll be on, like, your left side as you're running north. So Darlata is her name. She gives you safe, fast, and sure. And you'll find those parcels just, like, around the world. But not even around the world, like, around the Riverlands. So, what are there so many unobtainable cosmetics? And the game isn't even close to being released? I mean, probably asking the wrong guy there. I personally don't know entirely what their cosmetic incentivization, like, methodology is. In terms of unattainable cosmetics, like, those were for early supporter packs of backers of the project, like, really early in its Kickstarter era. Intrepid is a first-time developer, so probably a way to thank people for getting in at that level. I myself have a skin pack and a mount that came with my pack from back in the day. Now, keep in mind, those are exclusive to that, but also, there will be an in-game store that's transmogs only. Other than that, there will be no pay to win, no pay for convenience, no pay for progression or anything like that. And skins are very, very, very optional in the gameplay route. So, some people may put a little more, I don't know, stock into it than just that, right? I don't really think skins are like the craziest thing to get all in a tizzy about. That's simply art assets being utilized through a transmog system, which they already plan to have. In terms of the backing for people who got into the project earlier, well, WoW has skins, not skins, well, actually, WoW has some shit you can't get anymore, yes. WoW has titles you can't get anymore. WoW has grinds that you can't really get anymore. So everything does have a certain level of unobtainables to certain people that were in the project for a long while. And again, that's completely optional. They gain no power or anything from having more skins. Z, one of our cleric friends, has just about every skin that they came out with. Gives no power to the characters. So I can't really speak to why they chose to have so many different skin packs and options. I would, from a consumer standpoint, assume that it was meant to, you know, keep it rotating and keep fresh incentivization for people who were getting in very early or were getting in later. But keep in mind, from a pack perspective, if you don't have your pack, those no longer come with skins, but your pack comes with a 90-day period where you can get a full refund on shit. So, skins or not, I think Intrepid tries to always be a little bit consumer thinking. And realistically, if the worst thing that, you know, is going on is that there's some FOMO with people thinking that a skin is cooler, I think that's not the worst thing in modern gaming. I'll be real. Is it ideal for everybody? Probably not, but I guess I just don't see a massive problem with it, as I think a lot of titles currently have some form of, you know, transmog or cosmetic monetization in effect that does frequently, you know, have some semblance of limitedness to it. MMO visual progression is pretty important in these kind of games. Sure, but your visual progression is going to be most heavily incentivized through, like, play-to-earn skins instead of pay-to-earn skins per, you know, Steven and gang. The costume system, like the transmog system, is a one-piece costume that goes over your character that won't have any actual, like, you know, won't be an in-game cosmetic. So that's not something that's going to represent power scaling in any way. So in terms of visual progression, if somebody opts out of that, then that is what it is. I think most MMOs will have some form of a transmog system that people can opt into if they choose to at this point. Like, yes, visual progression, being able to give people the optical pat down is quite nice, but I think in terms of, like, a player-based health spot, I would prefer people having the customization to look cool if they want to look cool, or if they want to chase gear pieces that also look cool, chase those gear pieces. Keep in mind, if I can grind up to the point where I have a really, really, really juiced weapon, I'll probably want to show off that weapon. If my armor set is the best on the server and I've got a juiced armor set that nobody else has, I'll probably want to show that off. But early on, if I'm in fucking rags, I may want to use, like, you know, use an armor skin or something like that. So, I mean, I definitely get both sides of it. I'm not trying to like shoot you down or anything like that. I definitely get that the whole optical pat down and like visual prog is a really nice thing. They do still have, even with the skins, like methods of visual progression, even through the enchanting system. So say you have skins on, but you have your weapons enchanted a +8 or higher. Those will start to get some glows to them, all the way up to like big aura-y effects on your weapons and shit when they get up to like +20, which is a max enchanting level. Good luck ever getting there though. So like they will still have elements of visual prog, and Steven has said he really does want the, you know, the most incentivized skins, like the coolest skins, so to say, to be those that are earned from playing the game, while he wants to offer, you know, that in-game store with the transmogs and stuff. They don't want that to be the main incentivization for people. They want people to grind out their shit and feel good about it. So that's kind of why I'm a little bit more like, yeah, I'm cool with the packs, you know? If they were just like, yeah, every piece of armor was gonna look like dog shit and everyone will be rocking these store transmogs, I'd definitely be a little more like, okay, this is kind of looking sus. But I've been here for a while. The playtest continues to develop. I mean, it's development more than it is a playtest, right? We just happen to have constant access to it. So progress is there. The skins weren't even like allocated to people for the longest time. The actual like entitlement system just started going in recently. So, but yeah, I mean, I get both sides of it. Are they gonna have flying mounts in this game? Yes, but very limited. They will not be an every player thing. So basically, yo, Hypno, what up, my boy? I hope you've been very well. What are you getting up to on your end of things, sir? So, flying mounts, they were only going to have them for T4 mayors, I thought, according to a patch note, because we literally read that patch note, but they appear to be in for T3 mayors as well, because the Jova mayor also has a flyer. So I think they took that out. I'm pretty sure that was maybe something on the PTR build that didn't go through. I remember we literally reviewed that patch note though. But yeah, so for right now, it appears to be mayors of any settlement that get a flying mount. Long term, it will be only mayors of the highest level node or settlement, level 5, tier 5s, and there will only be a certain amount of those on the entire map. So those will be pretty exclusive through like the mayoral side. There will be mounts that you can earn that are flyers, you know, not from being a mayor, but from doing very, very, very hard content as a very, very ultra rare drop rate. Now, keep in mind, mayors have to go through a re-election process once a month, and if they don't win their re-election, then their mount is kaput. It's gone. If they do win their re-election, they get, you know, permissions to their mount for another 30 days while they're mayor. So, the mounts that you'll be able to grind from the very hard content will drop either as an adolescent or as an egg. Those will have to be given to an animal husbandrist, who can then train up those mounts from their like baby mount status into a flyer. That flyer will then have a lifespan probably equivalent to roughly 30 days to line up with those mayoral mounts. So every flyer is meant to be something that, you know, isn't a guaranteed accessibility point for people. And then long term too, keep in mind, flyers are going to have restrictions on them. So Ashes very heavily wants people to be boots on ground in open world interacting with world, right? Flyers go around a lot of that. Takes away navigating the open world and seeing it for what it is. Takes away interacting with mob placements in the world. Takes away interacting with all the gatherable systems in the world. And honestly just takes away seeing the world, if I'm being real. But their approach to that is having those mounts be very few and finite and like a chase thing, right? So there will be very limited mounts in terms of flyers, and to launch a flying mount, that will have to be deployed from a specific building called a royal stable. So you will either have to make the decision to build a royal stable in your town and sacrifice one of your building plots that can be used for, you know, housing, gathering, refining, crafting, server infrastructure stuff, to have that royal stable to launch your flyer. Guild castles will have a royal stable, but towns will not come with it. So, you launch it from the royal stable. Then it has a gas tank, I call it. It doesn't have one right now, so you can infinitely fly. But long term, it will have a gas tank. You will not immediately just be able to fly everywhere on the map all the time in the air. Once you deploy your flyer and actually go up into the sky, you're going to have a limited flight duration before that mount has to be effectively like recharged. It's a huge system built around the mount being a force multiplier for the duration that it's in existence and viable, but not always being in existence and being viable. Really fucking cool. So I look forward to that. I think when you see a flyer in the sky, especially if you're trying to PvP and you see a flyer above you, you're like, oh shit, something bad is about to happen. We fucked with the wrong people. Like, it's meant to be a foreboding thing, where if there's a flyer in the sky, that's like your fighter jets getting dispatched, man. If you see multiple flyers in the sky, then you know there's probably going to be like one of those fucking solo leveling S-rank battles about to break out. That shit is going to be a massive deal in the long term. And if somebody has a flyer, they're probably going to be a pretty big deal. So it's a really cool system. There will also be much faster ground mounts. Ground mounts are, you know, many different tiers of mount, starting all the way at those base tiers and going up all the way to, you know, Grandmaster eventually. Animal husbandry is the trade skill that trains the mounts. So as animal husbanders get more capabilities, they put out better mounts, faster mounts, higher level mounts with more HP, more validity. So the Freedom Dorito, yes. Honestly, a Freedom Dorito flyer would go so fucking insane. But yeah, so like mounts will continue to improve as animal husbandry capabilities do as well, which animal husbandry is a really deep system. So that'll always, in theory, through its full implementation, be continuously improving. Mounts will be better. Outside of that, though, like, flyers are not going to be an everyday thing. Really. Even right now, with them being still every mayor, you're still probably not going to see them every day, even though they're in the sky all the time. You might, but genuinely long term, if you see one, you're like, oh fuck, shit's about to go down. Is the Snorse commonly available? The Snorse is actually a cosmetic. So it's from one of the packs from back in the day. Glad I got to fly in Apocalypse since most players don't ever get one. Yeah. I was through phase 2.5. As soon as the first Tropics node became available, I was the first Tropics mayor in the game. So that was really cool. I got a pink griffin the first day that I got it. You know, that Tropic skybox is just so fucking pretty with all the water and shit. I took my griffin up at night and was just like chilling up in the sky, dude. It was fucking beautiful. Really, really, really cool experience. And honestly, a lot of people ask if I'm gonna just like yoink mayor again this phase because we're leveling Kalatorum. We want to be based out of the anvils and check that out. I liked having a flyer, but I didn't like being a mayor. It was fun, but I also like being boots on the ground and leveling people and stuff like that. Now, I thought being a mayor was cool. It was really, like, it was fun in certain aspects, but there were also a lot of times where there was PvP and stuff, and I was just building the node and I couldn't go to the PvP, or there was a gear grind and I couldn't go to the gear grind because I was busy with other shit. Like, it truly was a bit unfortunate with how invasive the loop could be to make sure that you were building up your town properly, but also one of the Griffin skins they gave out via a few giveaways. Interesting. Wait, you have a Griffin skin from the giveaway. And is that only on a flyer? I'm assuming you can't have like a ground Griffin skin. That's kind of cool. During Apocalypse? Oh, that's so fucking cool. I didn't get to play Apocalypse, but I am a huge advocate for bring back Apocalypse Weekend, where, you guessed it, they update Apocalypse or make a little mini weekend version of it that we can queue into just as a fun thing sometime before launch, and we play it with like the current combat and shit. I think it'd be really cool. We can get gliders. You can get gliders, yes. Well, not yet, but you will be able to, yes. Those will be the tier underneath flyers. So like your tier 1 is your ground mount, your tier 2 is your glider, and then your tier 3 is your royal mount. Gliders will also be pretty fucking cool. I just don't really understand, like, I mean, it'll make the anvils a lot better. And maybe you'll see some like flying squirrel, like mass army attacks on gliders. Maybe they go faster. I just don't really understand. Like, sure, from a traversal standpoint, fall damage is a thing now. I think the APOC ones for gliders. Ooh, that'll be really cool. Gliders are going to be way more readily achievable than like, than the straight flyers will. That is for sure. For sure. Gliders are meant to be something that, like, I don't know if it's like an every player thing, but they're accessible to every player. I'm assuming they're going to be quite expensive, though, and probably pretty high tier in the animal husbandry system. So I wouldn't expect every player to have one immediately. They'll probably be a little bit of a flex early on. Any time that my grapple actually works against one of the priests, an angel gains its wings. Yo, Eric, what up, dude? What's the goal after you've geared? Do you, as a guild, start fighting other guilds? Yeah, and like that can happen all the time too, right? So we're gearing out to be able to, honestly, like the traditional MMO loop, right? Of gearing out to fight the harder stuff, to gear out better, to fight the harder stuff, to get the best gear, right? So when that's done, we have to make sure that we're also incentivizing our crafters and making sure that they're in a good spot. Because while we may be finding low rarity stuff, I've got common weapons on, right? So this is 2272 physical power. A lot of people see that and they're like, oh shit, that's probably really good, right? My weapon is not that. But if we take a quick look-see-peek-see over to my friend Longsight Bow, this in green, this comes from Tower of Carfin, is 3200 to 3313 fizz power. This in legendary, which is crafted, is 5000 to 5746 fizz power. That shit is a lot. And that's a large difference from having a legendary versus having a green. Now that legendary is going to be made by crafters. If you get a legendary to drop, good fucking gravy, you should buy a lottery ticket. Genuinely. You've done it. So, crafting is a big incentivization for that. So we'll be trying to build out the server infrastructure, especially up in the anvils. So you've got all of these little territories. These are player ownable towns. So all of these have different levels to it. And once it hits level 3, then you're able to actually have a mayor and start putting buildings down in that town. Buildings have to have a lot of materials and a lot of player input that goes into those buildings actually existing. And you can only have a certain number of buildings in each town. Not every town can support every gathering, refining, and crafting route in the game. So you've got to work together across multiple towns to have the, you know, entirety of the server health at mind. And from there, what was that blue and I didn't see it? RIP. From there, you essentially will be building out the town, putting your buildings down, getting access to more crafting, crafting the better shit, fighting guilds while you do that. Long term, there's node versus node, or I guess settlement versus settlement sieges. Right now, they don't destroy the node, but like if the defending town fails to defend in the long term, that will be completely de-leveled down to 0. It'll be reset. So those are going to be a high risk, high reward thing associated with town ownership too that you're always kind of striving for. So right now, keep in mind, we don't have a lot of our accessory systems, I call them, which are like, you know, your arenas, the Harbinger system that we'll get in November. A lot of those accessory systems will provide a lot of replayable content, I feel. And a lot of what we have right now is a very bare bones gameplay loop. So, are the farm spots mostly open world or are there dungeons? There are dungeons, but the dungeons are also open world. So, excuse me. Oh my god. So basically, the premise of Ashes is nearly entirely in the open world. And all of your core element is risk reward, competition over areas. So right now, we're at a spot that gives really good experience per kill and just trying to help people level a little bit. And this is a good bit of a power level spot. I'm getting tired of shit, if I'm being completely honest. So I don't want to duck out too early before people actually get levels, but this is a very large, you know, XP grind. As we go for gear, we're going to be going more from like these open XP grinds into very, 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 very competitive areas, right? So things that'll always be contested by other guilds, other everything. So, this or New World? I mean, I'm playing this because I like this personally. New World, I think, has a lot more shallow systems, right? And is a bit more just based in like, you want action combat, you got it. Ashes is very systems heavy as an MMO. So you've got way more world building with implications in Ashes. You've got way more open world, way more things that can change. All of the systems, including the crafting systems, a lot deeper. There's a lot. A lot. 175 dried ash boards equals 700 ash wood. Better start stocking up now for the legendary bow. I mean, I don't really think that's that terrible. I know it sounds really bad off rip. Like, legendary, absolutely. But heroics and epics aren't going to be that bad, especially over the course of an entire community saving for them. If you have 50 lumberjacks within your community, that means that each lumberjack then has to find 140 wood per. And I think finding 140 wood over the course of, you know, the start of the server through journeyman carpentry being put down is pretty reasonable and a high rarity if you're gathering it every day. So like, yeah, the material costs are pretty large if you're trying to zero prep, just slam stuff out day of it becoming available and scramble for it. But if you're looking at those things ahead of time and you're setting aside your higher rarity shit, especially across an entire community, I think it is very foreseeable to plan ahead. And like, yes, you still need 25 willow boards, but like, alongside bows, weeping willow boards, ash boards, spindlehem prepared yardage, only one, and then a lot of largemouth bass oil. A lot of that you will be able to farm up ahead of time. So it does substantially cut down on what you're actually going to need to do once that crafting does come online. So yeah, it's a lot, but if you span it across an entire community, it becomes a lot less, and with a lot of input behind it, you know, you're good to go. This for me, I can't get behind the fight. This looks too far away and what's happening. Well, so in all fairness, people used to come in that didn't play New World when I was running wars in New World, and they would say the same thing. My New World camera was actually further out than this camera is. It's just a matter of like, you're kind of familiar with the combat system and stuff, so it makes a little more sense, right? So I definitely agree though. Watching any MMO can be a little bit of like a, oh, what the fuck is this, right? I totally get that. With Ashes, it's more of like a tab target based combat system, but you can also go here, which is like a quote unquote action combat mode. So this is still, picture like New World with the target lock. So you're locking onto a target and then it's still like a tab target at its true core. If I switch to my bow, I'm not sending like a projectile here. I'm sending a projectile at the mob that I'm tab targeting, right? So with Ashes, you do have a little bit of customization over your experience, but it does still definitely break down to that tab target system overall, which at its core is going to be fundamentally different than New World's full action combat. So immediately not going to be for everyone there, but you do still get a very familiar 50 stamina dodge, gives you half a second of 100% evasion rating at the cost of 50 stam, and gives a good bit of momentum behind it as well. So you are able to cover some good distance with that. Picture kind of like a light roll in New World. And you get like an active block. So similar to New World there, it's draining stam and I'm taking damage to it. But unlike New World where it's a full damage block, a percentage of the damage bleeds through my block and my block only mitigates some of it. So then you also have a sprint, which drains your stamina to make you run faster. And then other than that, it's just a whole lot of abilities. So what we're doing here and why it's so much AoE is because this is like a really brain dead farm. All of these mobs, as you can tell, are quite easy, quite harmless. So we're pulling a lot of these bad boys into a clump and then just smacking them around, and it's really good experience for everybody in the group. Now, I'm level 25 already, so I'm not getting any more experience from this. But all of them are getting very efficient experience. People aren't dying much. And it's essentially the equivalent of like if you went into my New World stream and saw me getting a character like power leveled in arenas, like the PvE arenas, people would be like, oh, Dusty, what are you doing? that's essentially this, right? So you're doing like Sirens arenas, like running your orbs to power level there. So I'm trying to just juice this. Does you being 25 hurt their XP? We did some experimentation earlier. It actually helped it. Having fewer people in the group to a certain extent was detrimental. 6 seemed to be where the experience really kicked itself up to another level. I don't fucking know why. But they had more experience with a couple level 25s being in the group. It might be based around group average level comparatively to the mobs, which these being 29s and 30 would make a bit of sense. Definitely would make a good bit of sense. But I'm not quite certain, if I'm being completely honest, why that was the case. But it helps. Now, it's good for me because I get a little bit of glint from it. When I'm tanking outside of the group, it's more efficient because they can just get another person in DPSing, whatever it may be. But I don't get glint and nobody tips out the tank anymore, man. It's like everybody forgot the good old etiquette of always tip your bartenders, your something else in your tanks. Dusty, show off the gear. It's nothing crazy, man. Honestly, my entire gear set, except for one piece, is acquirable through Steel Bloom. Like, it's genuinely no bullshit. Not a crazy gear set. It's just the right things in the right slots. So I'm sitting at 188 fizz power right now with sword and board on. Well, mason board. But I just have double level 20 weapons. I've got 6-piece Rosarium Guard. I have Metalborn Jerkin for some power. I've got 1 piece of the Academus Monitor set. So we're getting there. I don't want to rock Academus Monitor long term because I don't like heavy. But it has Siphon and I don't have Siphon. So here we are. But double level 20 weapons. A lot of green Rosarium Guard. And then from here, just a whole lot of Steel Bloom gear. So pretty achievable gear set. Nothing crazy by any means. As we get into more like guild car farms and forge farms, you'll see the gear set probably get crazier a lot quicker. But I plan to go back towards a medium or even a light 5 set, but seems less skill cap though without New World Dodge. Well, this is New World Dodge. But you also have way more, in my opinion, like, it's a little bit less skill on, like, your FK mid-fight. Well, we're also tanking, like I mentioned, brain-dead mobs. I always talk to chat during New World OPRs when I was fighting against other people, right? So, in all fairness, if you watched my stream before, I used to top frag in wars talking to people in chat. I used to top frag in OPRs, literally showing people my gear and talking to chat all the time. So, like, I just play talking to chat regardless. Even when I'm doing this and showing off my gear, you'll still notice I'm casting abilities and stuff while I'm doing this. So I'm still using my abilities while I'm talking about my gear sets. So I'm not AFK, I'm just doing 2 things at once. I'm hovering over this, but I'm still using my attack because I'm using a melee weapon that I can swing with my keybind, and I'm hitting things that are near me, still using my abilities. I'm watching all of my health all through here. I can see any mobs that get away, so I can target them, I can pull them back in. So, I'm far from AFK, just because I'm talking about something else. Oh, no. This is PvE. Oh, God, no. So, these are just like some snake dudes out here. So, this is a power leveling spot. Oh, yeah, no, goodness gracious, no. PvP, I'd be so much more locked in. Honestly, like, PvP in New World was way easier because of it being action combat. So many people were terrible at action combat, I will say. But the thing with Ashes is you do still have, like, your New World dodge, right? So that's a half second of, 100% evasion. That gives you a good amount of distance cover, and you have a lot of movement abilities. I have my charge, I have my intercept, which can take me over to a target. I have a good amount of movement, and I'm a tank. So, with all of those abilities, you remember, like, in New World, if you're fighting a fire staff and you're playing Kill Squad melee, you're waiting for their burnout to go down, and then, like, you made my hatchet biz? I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Yeah. So, like, you'll understand this then. You're fighting a fire staff with a hatchet, and you're running fucking distancing throw, the one that has the root, right? And you see them burn out with a fire staff, and you're like, oh, their movement ability is down, right? Now picture that ability economy, but it goes for offensive abilities, defensive abilities, utility abilities. You're watching their resources because you can see their mana, because that's not something that they're just regenning fully. It's a really fucking cool system, I will say. And while it lacks that little element of like full action combat, I think it makes up for it for a lot of people, myself anyways, with the action elements that it has, I call it, with the dodges and stuff. And then from there, also all of that ability econ coming back in, instead of just 6 abilities, 2 weapons, and knowing immediately, you know, what abilities people were going to be rocking on their weapons because there were so little variance, you're long-term going to have even more abilities than we have now, ranks that you can pick for your abilities. You'll have augments to the abilities based on a secondary class. So fighting, you know, a tank will be a completely different experience going tank to tank and fighting 2 different types of tanks, 2 different players. Gearing has so many different choices, so you're not bound to like heavy, medium, or light armor for mitigation. The armor split itself is like light armor gives all magic mitigation, medium gives split mitigation between between fizz and magic, right? And then heavy gives all fizz mitigation. So they all give the same total mitigation, but it just determines like where your actual armor scaling is going between physical and magic. So it's a little bit of a different system where you're not really restricted into certain things for certain roles. You can find what fits you the best, what you need the mitigation for the most, depending on what you're doing, and make that work. You can put any 2 weapons on your character because it's all sandboxy. There is a physical and magic scaling version of every single weapon in the game. Is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So, while New World definitely does, like, you know me, I played 7,000 hours of New World. I'm not one to just shit on New World and be like, it never had anything good. The New World combat system is the reason why it's still alive to this day, and nothing else. I want to fully iterate that. If New World did not have its combat system, it would be shut down by now. It is not a good game systems-wise. It is a good game combat-wise. You load into that game, and there is no difference between playing New World and playing Call of Duty. You load into the lobby, and you select which game mode you want to play, and then you get placed into an instance version of that game mode. You complete that, and you go back to your lobby. In Call of Duty, it's your lobby, and New World is your town. GG is the same goddamn thing now. So, systems-wise, New World is far behind Ashes. Combat-wise, it breaks down to whether you want that action combat or that, you know, that true tab target base. That's all just personal preference. I don't necessarily think there's a right or wrong to that. I don't think anybody's bad for liking New World's combat more. I played a lot of New World. I played a lot of WoW before I played New World, especially growing up as a kid. So tab target was always super familiar to me, and having, you know, the elements of the action combat that I do have are quite nice for me, make me very happy. So I feel like there's quite a bit that I can actually do with this. Give me New World combat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, New World combat, in terms of that action combat, it really is, it's great. I think that's just the only thing it has, you know? That's about it. The week begins, and I had 208 fizz with no offhand. 208? Goddamn! What did you get to juice you up to 208, Stregma? God damn! That's fucking juicy. Crimson, what up, dude? Are we getting some more abilities than what we have? Oh god, yeah. The level cap is gonna go up to level 50. We're going to be getting more abilities. We're gonna be getting ranks for our abilities, both passive and active. We'll be getting augments through the secondary system as that comes out. We're gonna be getting a lot still. Oh yeah, we are nowhere near done. We're gonna be getting so much more depth in everything. 6-piece Rosarium set, my Steel Bloom 3-piece, and Gravekeeper's Maul. Oh, Gravekeeper's Maul, is that the Carfin one-hander? Like the, yeah, that shit's nice. That shit's nice. When you replace that, I know where you can throw it. I was rocking that bitch on PTR. Because it's between the Carfin weapons or steel weapons for me. Damn, where do you get the, well, Carfin. But like 3rd floor grind? Where'd you pull that bad boy? Everything, the 3 ability aspects. Really, I think the 3 abilities select is top of this. Yeah, I mean, again, it's all preference, right? because you do have certain abilities that also serve different purposes. You've got movement abilities, you've got upkeep abilities for mitigation, you've got certain combos, and a lot of it tends to be, you know, more combo related than a lot of other things, right? So I definitely agree though, like it breaks down to really, you know, different strokes for different folks, and not everyone will like a lot of the, you know, more abilities for more situations type vibe. Some people will like what New World has with that 3 ability standpoint, right? That's why I never played WoW. Yeah. Now, keep in mind, as ranks come in, you will also be able to have fewer abilities with more ranks put in those abilities to make them a little stronger, perhaps, or more abilities with fewer ranks in them to have more of a broad purpose. So that'll be another level of like customization that you do have over your character, but it's definitely not gonna be everyone's cup of tea. Completely different, like, you know, different styles of games. This is class ability focus and progression tied. New World's tied to the weapons and it's classless prog. It's 2 completely different MMOs. So Bard Fuel's so far quite dumbfire based on its abilities. Not many AoE field abilities, no skill shots. Is General Ash's tendency. Yeah, I wouldn't say there are going to be a lot of like huge skill shots in Ashes. I mean, in terms of skill shots, the largest thing that tanks have is like frontal cone abilities, throwing my banner, and then putting wall down. And sometimes wall can be the toughest of them all. But I don't know, in terms of like a League or a Dota level of skill shots, like a fucking Marana arrow or a Pudge Hook, there aren't too many of those bad boys around. Certain ground target abilities do exist in more of a capacity than others for certain classes, but Bard does have like some sagas and shit. And they do also have Mez Dance, like Mesmerizing Dance. So Mesmerizing Dance is an AoE incapacitate, so while it's less of a skill shot, can make a lot happen in PvP because you can jump into a backline, AoE Mez Dance, Dark Lullaby AoE damage, and your Dark Lullaby won't break the Mez Dance, but you'll also have all of those healers, all of that backline CC. So I would say less of like pure skill shots on one person, more like well-timed and placed AoE and stuff. What's streamers going on when you ask stuff? Nah, dude, I'm someone who, like, I recognize that not everybody is going to just instantly vibe with everything, right? I left New World because I was no longer vibing with it. I'm not someone that's instantly like, everybody needs to leave New World because I left it. I'm not that fucking important, dog. The reason I left it was because I'm having a lot of fun with Ashes, and Ashes is in an alpha. New World's 3 years post-launch trying to figure it out. I just happened to be able to grow the community over here and stuck it out, and it worked out for me. I took a chance on Ashes, and it went great. I think that New World, hopefully with Season 10 and beyond, will have, you know, some more support from the player base. What up, Corla? And, you know, continue to get itself squared away. I think the MMO scene needs more things helping it and more good titles, right? We need you back, it's dead. I have terrible news. I probably won't be back. Unless Amazon Games decides to pay me, or for whatever reason, like, Ashes shuts down or just gets really bad out of nowhere. I probably won't be back in any serious capacity. Unless Amazon Games brings me back for like a sponsored thing. Not even Season 10. Why would I? Like, New World waits on a new season post-launch to get any bit of content. November 18th, keep in mind, we just got an absolutely massive patch over here with Phase 3, exclamation patch if you want to check out the notes from the big patch. And we're going to get another milestone update on November 18th that's going to give us a whole lot more content, a couple brand new systems, from gathering, refining, crafting stuff to like actual open world shit. It's really nice, the rate of progression over here, right? So from my standpoint, like, I hope New World does well. But I've been there too long, dog. I've been there since the start. I grew my channel from 5 average viewers in New World to 250 average viewers in New World. And then I gave it all up to come over here and average 40 and then boost this up to 200 and be in the ebb and flow of it. But here, it's a constant excitement for like what is going to happen, right? And you know, the excitement of like building towards launch and taking all of the energy that I had towards New World and putting it towards something where it actually matters, because it's not, you know, Ashes isn't in a state of recovery. Ashes isn't in that state of, oh shit, everything went wrong, how can we get back on track? Ashes is simply progressing along the track. So I think that's the big thing, right? Like you said, 5 years for nothing, yes. And if New World was launching in the Season 10 state, I think it would have a lot of really good potential. But New World has already run its market course. It's paid millions of dollars in marketing. It brought in T-Pain, Shroud, Tim the Tatman, Dr. Lupo, Agent, Duke Dennis, and other streamers in a 7-digit sponsored event. And the event got made fun of. And at this point, they have exhausted every single route that they have, from influencers to celebrities to massive streamers. And because Amazon Games wants to be Amazon Games, they just refuse to acknowledge that they should probably lean into their smaller community-based streamers. 7 digits. Do you think that they're getting Shroud, Agent, Duke Dennis, Tim the Tatman for less than 7? Brother, a 2-hour stream? Keep in mind, Savo, at that level, you're probably getting average on Twitch is $1 to $3 per hour per average concurrent viewer. If you are one of the giga streamers on Twitch, you can push up to $10 an hour per concurrent average viewer. For sponsored streams, it is not uncommon for one of the top 25 streamers on Twitch to make 6 digits for a 2-hour sponsored segment. Yes. Yes. Back when Myth was huge, he made disgusting money doing sponsored segments and talked about how much he would make. It is disgusting. Now, like, even on my standpoint, right? I don't get many sponsorship offers, but my typical going, like, hourly rate at this size is, like, 100-ish an hour for 2 hours of sponsored segments. I recorded YouTube shorts for Factor and for Raid Shadow Legends, and they paid $300 per YouTube short. Now, those opportunities don't come my way as a small streamer very often, but when they do, you bet your bottom dollar I take those shits. So, I have no doubt in my mind, knowing how much it scales up and how heavily it scales up, that that was a 7-digit marketing campaign. They spend so much on marketing because you have to remember, Savo, their emphasis for, like, monetization, it's not retaining players. It's not selling their fucking seasonal battle pass. It's them selling new copies of the game. New World is a box cost, DLC cost, no monthly sub. Their only form of recurring monetization is get players into the game and then get them past the refund period. That is why they put so much emphasis on the early game retention, because they need to retain players long enough so they can't refund the fucking game, and then they have the money. Congratulations. New World has sold millions upon millions upon millions of copies. They have no shortage of, like, funds, resources, whatever. It's just cooked. It's cooked from the ground up. The model of New World could work, they're just not very clever. Yeah, they could sell X-Packs and microtransactions, therefore they would need to make people return a stick. They do have paid DLCs, like paid expansions and paid microtransactions. They do. It's just they retain players so poorly that nobody buys them. Because why would I buy a skin for a game that I'm not playing a lot? They're ramping up the microtransactions slowly. Yeah. I mean, there's skins and shit, like, but they've also been greedy with it. So previously, like, they have a transmog token system where you spend a transmog token to unlock a style for a piece, and then you can put that style onto your piece of gear. Now, previously, you could get a transmog token free weekly or whatever it was, and then they took that away after one of their paid expansions, and they were like, nope, can only get transmog tokens from buying them in the store now. People were pissed. I could get on stream and pull a slur out of a hat and say it as my first thing on stream, and people would be less furious than when Amazon Games pulled out the free microtransactions. Also, Carly, yes, I would love a grilled cheese. I do also have my other, like, portion of one, the turkey and cheese that I had. But yeah, people were absolutely furious. New World launched too early? Yes. New World launched much too early and with far too much technical debt because it was rushed. And Intrepid is doing the opposite of that over here. They are willing to actually take their time with this and make sure that it doesn't come out with a metric fuckload of technical debt in a rush state where they constantly have to battle uphill against this like fucking invisible demon, right? That is technical debt, that is an insurmountable gap of getting fucked. It is... Uh-oh. It's truly insane. Like, sounds good, Roxanne. You'll get some good XP if you're back in time. We lost one cleric, so this should be safe. You see you still have one from earlier with turkey? Grilled cheese, yes. Yeah. Grilled turkey and cheese. Carla made homemade tomato soup the other day. Uh-oh. I didn't get a heal for my shake it off. That was unfortunate. I got caught during the cast. Everybody run! Everybody get out! Head for the hills. Get to the water. I got you guys. Hiya! It's a goddamn massacre. Sorry. I blame Pirate Software. Final answer. I'll lock it in. But yeah, no, I agree. New World definitely, like 3 years post-launch, is in a state where it's probably getting ready to actually be in a state where it could launch. In terms of Season 10, if they were launching on Season 10, that would be phenomenal. Hello! But I think it launched too early. It sold a lot of copies. It had a lot of hype, and it fell on its face. And at the end of the day, that first impression can weigh so heavily on people. I could make a bad first impression on someone as a streamer, and they may never come back to my stream the entire time they live because of that first impression. Wait. What's going on here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is this me or is this a DDoS? Oh, this seems DDoS-y, boys. Uh-oh. What's going on over here? Papa's scared now. Something tells me a disturbance has been detected on Shoal. If I had to guess. Server dying? Yup. Something tells me this is our nightly DDoS. We almost made it through without Fupo getting a fucking snack. But I guess they gotta feed the goddamn cat a couple server workers every now and then. Well, we're cooked. We're cooked. Not gonna lie, I agree with everything, but I still won't miss Season 10. Yeah, like, hear me out. I'll be rooting for Season 10. I'm not over here hoping it fucking fails. I want New World in the MMO scene as a whole to do well. It's just... I have everything I need and more in Ashes. My community is incredibly supportive in Ashes. We brought cats over here from New World, and somebody came in, by the way, first time chatter during the apps, said they recognized Ashes. Sorry, they recognized cats with abs. I am the cat with abs. Yes. We came over from New World long ago, and Cats with Abs was a friend-made community back in New World that was primarily built around trying to get new players access to competitive top-end content, and we did a pretty goddamn good job of that. So, I think the server's too laggy right now, Chivo. I think everything's cooked at this point in time. Hold on. But yeah, so we came over here, and we also just wanted to do the same thing. New World, it was very hard to get people access to wars. I had 8 characters on 8 different servers and played thousands of wars in New World before I left. It was a grind to get into a single one. And we were very passionate about trying to help other people access the same level of content that we constantly were, and all of the fun that we were. So came over here with the same concept, only here it's much more viable. It's much easier to put into actual practice. So we have our casual community, Cats with Crafts. We have Cats with Abs, our top-end PvP guild. We have our second PvP guild, Cats. And we've got Cats UA, our EU guild, over on the Shoal server. So we have a lot of, like, just, you know, general server infrastructure, general community infrastructure that is built around getting every single player into as much content. I just rolled a 96 and lost the blue bloom hood. That's absolutely fucking tragic. Absolutely fucking tragic. Is that like something you'd use long term or nah? Poor guy. Nah, Nin went back for more. Oh, hello, Roxana. Good day. Made it back. Okay, is it still laggy or are we good? Because that was really, really, really bad. Really bad. All New World really did was rework the new player experience a couple times and change the map a little bit. Yes. Yes. And keep in mind, just for perspective for my New Worlders, okay? I want you to realize we have... Fuck Nin after every roll tonight. Good. There were days where Nin was rolling so hot that people were pissed off. Good. Nin needs to be brought down to earth. And soon it'll be Dusty's day to shine. Soon I'll get all the good stuff. But for perspective for my New Worlders, with all of their map expansions, with all of the outward development they've done to the playable area, I want you to realize the entire New World map is the size of the Riverlands. Just roughly. This is the Riverlands. And here's the desert. And here's the Jundark. And here's the tropics. And there's a misclick. And here's the anvils. And then here's the rest of the map, as we'll have it for launch. So ready? Here is the New World map. Ashes is putting the massive back in massive multiplayer. It's truly meant to actually be a huge fucking world that you are a citizen of a part of, not a citizen of the entirety of. So if you are based out of Frostgrave, it's not going to be common for you to be down here where we are doing our AoE mob grind right now. Vice versa. That's going to be a meaningful trip that you have to plan out and make. Even running from, like you said, Hammerrest to Winstead. Running from where we are up to Steelbloom, I had to leave 45 minutes early to get up to Steelbloom. I was on my horse for about 40 minutes running up to the Riverlands, talking to chat, just so we could get over to the mob grind. Like, brother, this map is fucking different. Oh, servers are chalked. Oh, I'm lagging my fucking nuts off. I'm lagging so hard. Yeah, that's rough. What armor set do you recommend? Oh, shit. What armor set do you recommend to farm out for a ranger? All and why do rangers feel so bad solo? Any weapon recommendations? Jesus Christ. I would say shortbow for your weapon, for your ranged. Shortbow has a snare. Longbow does not have a snare. Snare is a minus movement modifier, aka slow. So that'll be really good for kiting. Try to play around your snares, your roots, stuff like that as a ranger. Streg's resident ranger boy, he really likes the shortbow. That snare is great for early leveling too. I would say embrace that as much as you can. Anything that helps you kite. In terms of the armor set, I would recommend Riverstalker for your first starter set. That's going to give you, if you get 5 pieces, the medium armor set bonus, which is Fizz and Magic Mitt both. And then that's also going to get you the Force set bonus. That Force set bonus is... What the fuck? That Force set bonus is going to give you a large percentage gain of strength and int. Finesse gives you dex and dex and wisdom, and then fortitude gives you con and ment. Jesus Christ. I am out of it. Fucking eeps. Good morning, Captain Kachi. How are you? The servers are getting cooked right now. The servers are getting very, very, very cooked right now. I don't know if they're bad everywhere, but Riverstalker did very well. Yeah. The thing with Riverstalker too, and any of those like those Force, Fortitude, Finesses, that is a percentage of your main stats. Your main stats increase not only as you gear out, but also as you level passively. So when the sun goes down in the US, Shoal seems to go to crap. Well, the sun also keeps Fupo away because the void cannot strive. Of course, this is the one time I get in a Steel Bloom. Are you getting lag as well? Like, is anybody getting lag other than me? I think a few other people said they were getting lag too. We own the night. How many voids are staring at me at any time? No? Weird. Maybe it is a DDoS against me. Huh. I'm lagging like a motherfucker. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not good on my end. Maybe it's one of those, because I feel like most of the DDoSs have only hit certain people, and they don't frequently hit everyone. Our entire party was lagging out. Yup. Yesterday I started lagging like this, and I said, nah, and Alt F4 to watch YouTube. Yeah, usually if a DDoS hits, it's about 30 minutes until it gets resolved. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a post that went out in Alpha 2 News in a few seconds that said a disturbance has been detected on some of our Shoal server workers or something like that. I wouldn't be shocked. But you heard it here, breaking news. Shoal's cooked. I get the news to you before the community moderators, before the community team, before Intrepid themselves, boys. I can't even move right now. I'll have you know, I'm fully locked up. I'm cooked. I can't do shit. This is breaking cutting edge news. I don't need to get a salary from Intrepid to deliver you this shit. Gravon, don't walk at me like that. What you doing, buddy? Hey, wait. No, I can move again, you fucking rat. Just realized there hasn't been a patch notes in a week. Probably a lot of bug fixes, if I had to guess. Well, okay, hold on. We did get patch notes 2 days ago, but they also got rolled back. We got patch notes 2 days ago, they got rolled back. And we got patch notes on the 4th. Wait, what do you mean in a week? We got patch notes on the 4th 3 days ago. We got patch notes on the 5th 2 days ago. You fucking Goobington. Maybe you've just slept through them. Now I'm just rubber banding everywhere? Yeah, it's a little cooked. This might be a finish tomorrow type thing. It may be. Just got ganked at Oak. Didn't even know I was fine. That's stuttering dead. Oh no. Yeah, that's less than ideal. Might be a good chillin' point. Oh my god. Because Carla has offered me grilled cheese, and there is some leftover tomato soup to be had. And you know how much I love my leftovers, boys. I love my leftovers. So, the tomato soupy and the grilled cheese will absolutely fucking carry us. I am thrilled about that. I think it's probably a good time to... Are we alive? We go tomorrow, servers cooked. 9-hour stream? Oh, 9-hour stream's normal. Brother. Oh, boys, hold on. If it's your first day, I appreciate you guys coming through. Today is day 803 in a row. 803 in a row, I think. Yeah. Yo, Wazy, thank you for the follow. Much love. I quite literally stream every single day. Have not missed a single day in 803 days. I stream around 2 p.m. EST every day, usually until around midnight. 8 to 10 hours, sometimes 12 hours if I hop on a little early. Every single day. All yaps. All the time. I always tell chat, if you can find a period of this stream where there's 30 seconds to a minute of me not talking while I'm sitting here, congratulations, I'll VIP you. You can't. You can go through my VODs if you want. They're all here. They're all multi-streamed on YouTube. You can't find a moment where I'm not talking with my chat. So, if it's your guys' first day here, make sure you come through. This is the most interactive Ashes community that you'll find. Myself, everyone in chat, it is active all the time. I am here all the time. I consider myself very lucky to be here all the time. Baxi, thank you for the follow as well. Some dedication. Dude, I love what I do. I have streamed for 8 years, and I've streamed full-time for 1 year and 9 months. And I just consider myself lucky to be here. I streamed 6+ years, not full-time, while I was working on top of that, just as, oh, fuck. Why? What the fuck was that? Why is All-Star in classical Latin in my Spotify algorithm? What the fuck? What is this? Yo, Gravon! Thank you for the 5, my boy. You are an absolute fucking legend. Much love. We will get the rest of your levels pumped tomorrow, I promise. I live here until everyone is 25. Tomorrow we will have you 25. I promise. The server's kind of cooked us tonight. It's getting laggy over here. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's just gonna get worse. All right. So, going from 9 to 13 today made my brain fry. Having the right spots can definitely help. This is a very big AoE grind and XP grind. So we were getting about 2 million XP per hour here earlier with the proper setup. I got corrupted yesterday. Good, I hope you lost everything because you never paid me your debt. I'm just saying. I've been messaging you. Oh, wait. In-game or on Discord? To give you the scorp? Was it? Where? I might have been ignoring you. Yeah, that might be my bad. And the fact that your sleep schedule is fucking cooked right now doesn't help, dog. Doesn't help a single bit. He doesn't even read? I can't read. What do you mean? Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know what these expectations are that are being placed upon me, man. Either way. Yeah, I mean, I came over to Ashes in December. I've been here since then. I plan to be here for a very, very, very long time. The community Cats with Apps has done incredibly well over here. We're now multiple hundred players deep. Multiple guilds over here, getting into the top end PvP content, getting into everything. I'll go to you. I'm about to sleep. What's your ETA to me? Like, where are you? Because this is a very long haul. If you're in the Riverlands, like 45 minutes. It's like this every time. Maybe if you didn't have the same sleep schedule as a fucking bat, then everything would be fine. You and the fucking spiders on my front porch have the same schedule. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't understand it, dog. I'll give it when you wake up. Yeah, you know when I'll be on. You stay up 14 hours, I'll fucking be here. And I'll be right here. 2 p.m. EST. You be here. I'll take my Scorpion. Now, question before you go. I am now 190 fizz power. Do you think the 1v1 would be fair at this point? Because if I get too much more fizz power, it's not fair anymore. I gotta give the mage like a 70 gap. You're a mage. You're a mage. What are you even at right now? And what did you lose when you corrupted? Meta, thank you for the hydrate. You give me just enough time to get our guild into some actual grind, and we're set. I'm not that strong though, only 248. Oh, that's not that bad. I figured you were like 260-ish by now, but I'm assuming gearing like availability kind of cooked. Because at that point, you probably have some pretty solid sets. Do you have a proc set bonus? Where's the cool spot? Everyone's power leveling in the desert. What level? You can't reach 260 right now? I bet you could with a little bit of luck. I bet you could. For magic users? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Very weird. Now, is that with like green and blue rarity? Or is that factoring in like if you got a juicy drop? I think max unit is like 250-ish. 250 power mage. I need 210 fizz power. Keep in mind in 1v1s on the PTR, when other people were rocking like fucking 330 and shit, like those oppressive numbers, I was rocking my little 240 fizz power and just nuking people. I chill so low on fizz power, but tank's so oppressive still. It's so beautiful. 21, power leveling in the desert at 21, probably Snake Circle, but oh yeah, no, I know because people had plus 20 enchant. I was just saying like the discrepancy. Apothecary with Dreadmire has some snakes there. You don't want to go there before 21 because of the level difference, but can be quite good to go to regardless once you are 21. Now we're doing this in the June Dark because it's essentially the same like overarching thing, right? You're just trying to pull a lot of these snacks and pump out a lot of them very, 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 very quickly and efficiently. So it's great if you can get it. I would say no matter where you're going, as long as you are cooking, you're cooking. Oh, Yeah, no, you're doing pretty well. That jerkin is fucking huge. The heroic jerk goes crazy. So, is full Bloom Warden better for you than like an 8-piece set right now? Or not an 8-piece, but like one of the 5-piece proc sets because of that extra magic power? Or would it be better for you to have one of the Carfin sets? Yes, in health. Yeah, that's a pretty solid set bonus at the 6-piece as well. Because, like, Rosarium Guard has fucking strength, con, fizz power, which is great at the 6-piece. But it's also fucking heavy, dude. I hate heavy. Because heavy leaves me, like, unironically, I would probably get cooked right now because my magic mitigation is so fucking low. With Grid Up, it's a bit better. But, like, my PTR build, I was medium as my 5-piece. I had, like, fucking 45% magic mid. It was over 10% higher than this. So, yeah, we got some work to do. Corpin Scepter, solid. What is that? Art of Spellcraft. Oh, damn, that has 660 power on it as well. What the fuckington? Huh. That's real intriguing. That's real intriguing. With journeyman stations, we can finally cross the 300 mark. Soon, TM. Soon, TM. Where's Snake Circle? It's labeled as Apothecarium Dreadmire on your map. You will want to have a group for it, but you can basically do the rotation here. There are a few snakes that you can get in like the entryway, and then you can go up here and kill the rest of the snakes that spawn on the outside, but it's a pretty decent one. That's why we need to do petition. I've been trying to get people on, but we also can't hold petitions down with 5 people. So, with enchants on weapons to +8, it'll be 350. I feel like it won't be, though. There's got to be diminishing returns, because people at +20 were like 340 power. To 20 epic legendary weapons, you need to sacrifice your kidney. Yeah. Or just get funneled. Yeah. No, absolutely, I agree. But it'll be interesting, like, to see if DRs kick in, when DRs kick in, and get the data on some of the high-end testing. Will be fun. Will be very, very, very fun. Oh, dude, I can't wait for food. In PTR, I'm assuming there were diminishing returns in PTR. I was 330 and dueled a 300 and it wasn't even close. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. On the PTR, like, I was also... Well, DR wouldn't be your damage done. DR would be, like, your power output for your, like... power input, basically. Like, your rating input to your total power output. So if it takes you, like, 100 rating to go up 5 at 200... and it takes you 200 to go up 5 at 300, then that would be your DR rate. But yeah, like, PTR was an interesting time to test, for sure. I feel like too many people are going too heavy on power at this point, I will say. At 300 plus, Strike was hitting for like 1.2k. Oh, dude, I was getting Siphon procs for like 750 crits. It was kind of nice. Now, I don't want to run Siphon long term. I think it's kind of asked for anything outside of 1v1s. I think the same thing with Strike to a certain extent too. But I have my own plans for like the prog-based ones. But Siphon was really fucking quirky in duels. That's why I'm not going for it. Yup. Yeah. It's very hit or miss. I got something else I'm cooking. Is this something else that you're cooking, Bulwark and Barrier? Because Bulwark is the mitigation and Barrier is the block chance. No? Okay, word. I want to see... I need to do some codex sourcing to see if it's even possible. But I really want to try to get Bulwark and Barrier set up. Is Bloom set better or Rose Thorn? God, she's using Bloom Warden. So... I don't know what the preference is, but... I think Godchi probably... Is that more HP? And it's Force. You're so lucky. You're so lucky. Alright, boyos. We're gonna go send a raid out to our friend Bruja. And I will be back tomorrow by 2 p.m. EST. We'll get another banger stream in. We'll be on the leveling grind. Well, not my leveling grind, but the guild's leveling grind to start the day. Surely some more grind. So, press my solo, come up a tree, and someone clipped to saying my new build. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that'll start to happen, man. The number of times that I just, on a day-to-day, just go, yep, Yep. That tends to be it. Tends to be it. But then you get the 30-minute yap, so people end up regretting it. It's like, Dusty, why do you run your weapon tree? And then they get a fucking doctoral thesis with everything. Your app is weak, need more practice? I know. I'm sorry. I will refine it. Boys, I shall catch you guys tomorrow, bright and squirrely. I greatly love y'all. Thank you guys for the support. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.